Darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never giving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
DRX 화이팅! DRX 화이팅! 하나생명 이대형 가서 화이팅! 하나생명 화이팅! 하나왕 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here as we dive into our final matches of the week here on the last day, on the Sunday. Beautiful as well, as you saw in our little flyby there. And I think it's time to have a look at the standings, see where it all sits, because this is my favorite part of our first match. It's the fact that DRX comes in as the team on top.
We will see how long that lasts. That is always a big question when it comes to these early weeks.
I know, isn't it beautiful?
It's fun. I love small samples.
Isn't it sad?
I know you love small
Oh, I'm a
sizes.
huge fan, but it's a bit sad that Nongshim weren't #1, because that was the real key part of spring.
I saw a tweet from Nongshim where they
look
were.
at this.
They just had to flip the entire graphic upside down.
That's how they do it. I think we have an idea of where our overreaction predictions are going to go this time around. I was a KT in first last season, and this season I might just have to be a KT in last, just to find some balance.
The KT loss, the one against DK, I think many people will be okay with, given that it was a closer series and given that these two teams have often gone the distance. But yeah, that Kwangdong loss, that one's really going to sting.
Hey, they're our first place team. They're
They are right
obviously
now.
the best in the entire league. And DRX, they could possibly catch up to them. Imagine DRX starting off their season with a 2-0. A tall order up against the tanks on the side of Humble Life Esports. Despite the fact that they did fall in their very first match, it might just be the redemption arc starting here in their second one. Frog going to be starting as well. He has not died. 2-0 currently on the Renekton, has not died once so far. Looking pretty good so far. Who would have thought? You know, frogs and crocodiles and stuff like that just kind of works out.
Bit of a shocker as we take a look at the human fountain laser. Teddy, remarkably close. Part of this is helped by the fact that Teddy at some point was on T1 and Viper was in a Humble Life. That was 10th place with Lens, which I still don't truly
Even
understand.
in the Griffin days, it was
that
a
did
little
happen.
bit Teddy favored. Let's have a hear from the players though, shall we?
생명 스프링 때 매치 때도 뭔가 그렇게 막 어렵다고 느끼진도 않았었고 예전에 스크림 할 때도 그래도 할만하다. 스크림 풀업을 이제 시작한 기간에 DRX가 스크림을 하고 있더라고요. 한 달 정도는 일찍 연습했다고 보면 될 것 같아요. 그래서 좀 더 견제가 되는 팀 중 하나입니다. 저희도 이제 방심하지 않고 꼭 열심히 게임 집중해야 될 것 같아요. 도란 선수는 제가 여태까지 그런 대회 그런 걸로 봤을 때 되게 슈퍼 플레이 그런 플레이랑 뭐 체급이 되게 높다고 생각하고 답대결에서 핵심은 그냥 서로 반반 가고 있을 것 같은데 제가 개입해서 한번 죽여버리겠습니다.
쉽진 않으실 텐데 저는 말보다는 행동으로 보여드리기 때문에 기대하셔도 좋습니다.
하나생명전을 꼭 이겨서
DRX의 기적을 만들어 보도록 하겠습니다.
당연히 목표는 우승이고 개인적인 퍼포먼스나 이런 것에서도 굉장히 중요하게 생각하고 있고 이번 서머 시즌은 모든 걸 쏟아부어서 우승을 향해 달려가도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다라는 생각이 좀 많이 들었어서 이번 썸머 때 한번 이겨보겠습니다. 2대0으로 이기도록 하겠습니다. 화이팅!
All right, getting the miracle started for DRX. Well, maybe it already has, Chronicler. We don't necessarily know, as it is week one. We do have walkouts continuing here on the final day, as Frog going to be leading the charge. Look at that big grin. Certainly a younger team and Teddy.
It really is, and there used to be, of course, Rascal. Unfortunately, I think that first series kind of gave us an answer. We were hoping after a rough spring that Rascal could bounce back. That first game gave us, unfortunately, no hope. So I think Frog starting here makes a ton of sense. Not a player that I think has really turned as many heads as some of other DRX players in the past, but a player that in Challengers was able to hold his own. And in his games against Brian, I think it was earlier on, also able to do a great job and enable his team to go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, theoretically, a more difficult opposition in Humble Life Esports is what DRX should be expecting here. But saying that they're looking beatable is certainly a good sign if you are a DRX fan, and there are many, especially since 2022, despite the roster changing a whole lot. But Humble Life Esports were the team that T1 picked as the team to be scared of, the team to win it all. Partly maybe because they just didn't want to select Gen G. I don't know.
I think some spite was involved in that
it might have
decision.
been a little bit. But I do like, actually, I stand by decisions like that. Create some drama. Like really lean into the rivalry. I like that a lot. But they are certainly the team that we were all looking at as, you know, the challengers for third place in the last season. After their initial loss this time around, it is, you know, probably putting a little bit of doubt into people's minds, but I don't think that they're going to struggle too much bouncing back, especially with the amount of veteran talent that they have.
They realistically shouldn't, and we also need to take into account that, yes, they lost to DK, but we don't really have a good indication of where DK is at the moment. Particularly, exactly, right? But when it comes to relative power level, as we do take a look here, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I hope for Viper that Delight steps up, because he was uncharacteristically one of the big weak points, that walking into Viper with the bomb on top of him is not something that we expect from a player of Delight's caliber, whereas Teddy is flanked by one of the top tier supports in the league in Pleta.
Honestly, and it's not even getting to like, it's not us being excited about challenger players anymore. Pleta is just really good.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing how this bottom lane plays out, because if, like you say, Delight continues not having the greatest of times, this could be a time to strike for both the human Nexus. I'm not sure about human Nexus, because you can't upgrade a Nexus. It's only the command center that you can upgrade to actually do damage back, so...
Well, okay, but you can use, what is it,
Oh, you
Time
can use
Warp?
that Time Warp thing
you
to
can
make
speed
it
up.
do the thing. Yeah,
So you
that's
can
true.
get the minions out quicker.
Yeah, and it also, there's that thing that you can add to it, like in the expansion that happened like 17 years ago.
Most people won't know which game we're talking. We're talking about StarCraft.
Yeah, StarCraft.
Just so everyone is very clear about this.
Yeah. But it is mainly, it was a Terran thing. Let's be honest. But that's fine. Maybe we can get Wolf's words on it, because he is obviously a little bit more of an expert than we are. Two former DRX talent as well, coming over on the side of Harma Life Esports. More recently, of course, is Zeka winning the World Championship with them, but Doran spending a fair bit of time over there as well. Peanut, beforehand, when it was Longju or Kingzone, was also on the squad. So maybe some friendly rivalry with some former teams cropping up here as well.
As we go into the draft, there are two mid picks that we've mostly had our mind on, which is Taliyah and Tristana. Those two, for very different reasons, have been absolute top of the priority list. Tristana, because outside of Hui, who is fine, but does, not fit any team comp the way that Tristana does, doesn't really seem to have a whole lot of counters. And then Taliyah, because the amount of CC that's available in the game just makes her so incredibly easy to play. There is also Nidalee, who
Oh, no, let's not. Let's not talk about it until we have to.
Well,
I want to spare you. I really like you having a really positive mindset before we get into the cast. I like to make sure I keep you happy as much as I can. So let's just not talk about it
and
until it's something
it's not real.
that we have to talk.
Hell yeah!
That's what we have to do.
Let's do it.
It's full positivity here, as we do see the Maokai being banned away from Peanut, something that I don't think he will play all season. He definitely wasn't allowed to all last season. But this is what I love: the Taliyah bans starting to get some respect for this champion that can be flexed and has been so incredibly devastating in so many players' hands so far.
This is DRX. I might even go for the 5-man as well, if they don't want to first pick it. Identifying, I think correctly, Peanut has looked incredible when he gets to have his controlling picks, but his Nidalee last time around, and I'm talking about his individual performance, not the champion as such, because I want to maintain Atlas's level of positivity.
There we go.
Was a big problem for Hanwha, specifically because I think it requires the team to play very differently. Every Peanut team that we've seen be successful, both Hanwha and Gen.G, have relied on him as a player that can take a beating and still lead the charge. And I think that Maokai and Sajuani both do an incredible job at that. Devi is the other pick that does this exceptionally well. The problem is that Skarners is up, so I won't fault DRX for going in that direction. Rumble's still available here. That's the most popular counter pick we've seen in the LCK. We've also seen globally, I know both LPL and LEC have experimented with the Mordekaiser, but the Rumble makes a ton of sense to me, and this Vibe pickup should come as absolutely no surprises. It's one of Peanut's favorites.
Yeah, and just fits into this very, very well. And if Zeka would like to go towards something that's a little bit more physical-minded, the Tristana still up and available, something that I expect Yehu to be taking away here. Just to deny it with a Rumble on your squad, you don't necessarily feel priced in to a mage in the mid lane, as that is a Jax being considered for Sponge. Might indicate some flexing, but no, it's going to be Viego locked away. And what does that mean for Yehu? That's my question.
So with this lock-in, the Tristana does lose some power. One of the big advantages, and actually, so Yehu is both a great Hui player, and now you force Hanwha Life to pick right here, right now. I do think the LeBlanc and Vi combination is obviously very, very strong, but it also denies the pick we were talking about earlier, Tristana.
Yeah.
Right? With a Rumble, you already have a ton of AP towards the top side of the map, so you can look towards it. Zeka still locks it in, but I think DRX is going to be happy with that. Hui, again, has been one of the few champions, because with Tristana, a lot of her power outside of her shoving comes from being able to just force all-ins. But that is very linear, so if you just jump on top away, he hits his EQ, you're left wandering away, and winning trades becomes a whole lot harder.
Absolutely. It's been one of the champions that has succeeded versus the Tristana in situations where a lot of others have certainly failed. There is the Lucian ban away from Teddy. We've still seen this crop up in the second round of bans, although Lucian hasn't been quite near the prevalence that we've seen him in the past, which I'm kind of okay with. Mix up the bottom lane a little bit. Rakan taken away from Delight, certainly his best champion. Something that Pleta has found a fair bit of success on as well. And the supports, I think we're going to be glued to in this match, because Pleta certainly up and coming, but Delight, can he get back on the horse? You know, was he relaxing a little too much perhaps in the off-season, needing to get himself back into gear? We'll see how that does go, as Kai'Sa going to be taken away from Viper. We'll see what he is going to lock in here. Very vocal so far, but
there are so many options still available. Zeri is a big one. Zeri Lulu is something you can go for. But there is... Varus is still up as well, which is crazy to think about given how high priority the pick has been. But we've seen this a lot, even though there are a lot of AD carry picks. Generally, people go for their top side of the map first, and then because so many things in AD carry are viable right now, we've seen Zayas have success. Right? Aiming played that against Hanwha, actually ended up making it work. Zeri has cropped back up. The Kai'Sa, I think, particularly with the Leona being as strong as she is right now, is a great shout as well. And Rel is a pick that I think DRX might want to look towards. Their engage is a little bit lackluster. The problem is that you are going to be blinding that, and the Alistar, I think, is then kind of a no-brainer here for Hanwha.
Yeah, and was something that Delight actually looked better on in their previous
And
match.
even with Leona, I think that's what we're going to be getting from Delight.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he does decide to go with. Hovering it immediately, so I don't think they're going to put too much thought into it. It's just going to be give me the cow. And let's see whether we can get through the early stages of the lane. That could be a little bit more difficult, but I don't think you're going to get punished as much by a Xayah-Leona lane in the early game anyway. So these are your two drafts. A lot of range coming out from DRX. I do like the way augmenting, I guess, the lower range that you might expect from a Xayah, but a difficult team to dive just in general.
I really like the DRX comp here for game one, because you kind of feel incentivized to dive, because outside of the Rumble you are very short range as Hanwha, but you're playing into Skarner, you're playing into Xayah. These picks, if you make a mistake in how you dive, very quickly can take over a fight. The amount of engages I've seen onto Skarner where he just is like, and he impales two people and then they die, is a little high. I do think though, given Hanwha's level generally within the LCK, this is also the type of composition where you can get like one good early fight with Tristana, and then Zeri gets free kills, and then the opponent never gets to play the video game.
Yeah, and it's Viper. And he's pretty good at doing carrying. I don't think many people need much of an introduction on that front. So I think I'd be a little bit worried if the bottom lane does come under fire for DRX, but I do think that they do have tools available to them if they can keep the game under control, or at least even moving towards a mid and late game. Wei, of course, is very, very dangerous in those circumstances where he can sort of control the battlefield. So Humble Life Esports, a lot of the things that they have historically loved, but DRX, a lot of tools to fight against it. Let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift for game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for our very first game, and Doran has a difficult task ahead of him. He has to fight the Lawnmower, which I'm very excited about. I do love this skin as it has been sort of updated. I think this is the one that really has still encapsulated what the previous Lawnmower did have.
Yeah.
You know?
He's also playing Rumble when Hooney's on the desk. So that's a double win.
Danger.
It is danger indeed, even though I'm not sure if this is the skin where he yells, like, you know, some of the skins he really yells danger a lot. We'll see if it's this one. Looking at the compositions here, also do note Delight actually placing his ward very early on, which means that it'll be a little bit harder for Frog to, you know, try and weave in and out of that brush. Gonna give Doran a good amount of extra information and a lot more power to trade if Frog tries to hide in the brush, as we already see.
Yep.
Saw the ping go down. The one thing that's specifically for DRX, I think, does make me worry a little bit is that Viego traditionally excels when you play him with picks that provide great lockdown and burst so that he can start up with his resets. And outside of linking up with Leona, it doesn't really feel like you have a lot of those tools, right? Wei, while strong, when you get to the mid to late game, really does take a decent amount of time to actually chew through a lot of targets. So we'll see how much impact Sponge can have. The Zeri has been low on the ban and priority list, but doing great when it comes to actually winning games.
Yeah, a lot of winning. And with the fact that the priority is lower, you get to pick her in a lot of these spots where she is a lot more valuable. You can see that there aren't too many Vi's and Nautiluses on the side of DRX to try and lock her down. Yes, there is CC abound, but a lot of it is a little bit more of the skill shot variety, and Zeri does like it when that is the case. Viper also carrying the cleanse with him. That added movement speed. He's going to feel pretty good about being able to navigate this battlefield. So we'll see how he does go. Of course, not a player that we often doubt with mechanical skill. Doran getting shoved in by Frog for the moment, and in fact, losing out on a bunch of these trades. Zeka not finding too much of an amplification on that explosive charge as Yehu finding some Qs, having a good time.
That right there, right? The fact that that's the interaction that we talked about, that's why often you see Hui picked into Tristana. It's that your jump is linear, so as long as Yehu is ready, he can cancel it, get you feared, and then win the trade that way. His CSing has been a bit unfortunate though.
Yeah.
Action towards the bot side of the map.
Viper taking a lot of damage from Teddy here. Very aggressive, down sub 200. Splitter and Teddy really starting to put the screws in. Delight at full health, but with Viper not being able to follow up on too much, could be a little bit dangerous here. As DRX holding their own. Sponge going to be able to grab himself the Rift Scuttler as Peanut does spot him. Not going to be too much more biffo as Extender Beam not going to do too much either, so just testing the waters here.
Oh, possible double scuttle here for Sponge because his bot lane is prio.
Yeah.
I don't know. Think that... Oh, well, I probably should let this one go.
Yeah, Sponge now going to slink into the mist here momentarily. Zeka looking for an angle to try and get aggressive, but it looks like it is going to be that double scuttle that you were talking about. So Sponge will very happily lap that one up. Peanut not able to get in there for the smite, so there it is. Sponge able to move back down towards the bottom side right as his Krogs are going to be coming back up, I believe.
And the wave is pushing into DRX as well. So, bit of an unfortunate early game state here from Life. Not going to be the end of the world. As we see, Viper just takes his back, realizes that there's not a whole lot for him to do, and DRX do want to get the shove in so that they can also get a reset in. The Light going to be looking to tank this wave so that Viper doesn't miss him. But Viper at this point already is going to be there, so no real worry here. But still, early jungle lead for Sponge. Going to feel great. Want to get to level 6 as soon as possible. And denying Vi her 6 is also a big win.
Yep, absolutely huge. Teddy and Platter wanting to get a reset, but they wanted to make sure that they got this wave fully crashed in. The Light was able to hold at least a few of these casters to make things a little bit less clean, but I think they still will go for this reset. And yeah, you can see Platter going back home now. So pretty quiet as far as the early game is concerned. That's why we're talking about things like Sponge being able to get a double scuttle as being this huge situation, because we don't have any of these early first bloods that we have seen in previous games. We've had some mess on the Rift so far this week. There has been some craziness. Not so much in this game. A lot more cool, calm, and collected. And I feel like that works out for Life Esports. I feel like they're a little bit more of this slow-moving, inevitable type team that if you do mess things up in the early stages, they can be a little bit more susceptible.
Like a tank?
Yes.
Want to highlight as well. I thought it was funny.
No, I liked it.
Okay. Well, you didn't give me any indication that you liked it. So
I'm sorry for not affirming your joke better.
just making sure, Atlas. I need to know if the material hits.
Okay.
Sponge getting double scuttle and then immediately going into a second clear, meaning that he is actually decently out of the curve. Should be able to turn that into a dragon specifically. Doesn't look with the rumble like they're going to be able to contest. Sponge now does actually need to use the time allotted to him. He can either look for a gank towards the bottom side of the map, but I think Viper is going to try and play this very, very safely. And this is a Zeri.
All right, let's see how she goes. Nice on the The E there from Pleta, able to get in with the Zenith Blade, but Viper just skates out and he's Zeri. Yeah, walls.
Cleanse will get forced out, which might give a level 6 all-in angle for Pleta and Teddy, and the Dragon should be taken here by DRX. Oh, they are looking...
I need to teach my mind to factor in cleanse more often now that the cooldown is a bit longer. As DRX, they were thinking about going for it here, but Zeka able to get that roam over. Yehu very far away from that mid lane.
This wave
does
is rushing,
finally
though.
turn up.
Life is missing out a little bit here.
Yeah. Still prioritizing this one quite a lot as Delight goes in. Flash out immediately from Pleta, but there's still the cease and desist coming in. Extendo Beam gets a fair bit of work done as Pleta trying to turn a Peanut. Goes down for first blood. Pleta able to get that kill as well. As now Sponge turns into the Vi and is able to take down the Zeri. More of these resets coming forward, but I don't think they're going to be able to get too much more. And the Dragon loses interest in the battle completely. DRX come out ahead.
That was a 3 versus 4 Atlas. That DRX just won. A 2-for-1 trade. An opportunity for Sponge to get the blue buff and a Dragon denied. The kills not going over to Teddy, which obviously would have been the best case scenario, but ton of CS. Getting pushed into the turret here in mid as well. A plate going over.
And I also think that Sponge being the main benefactor of this situation is very happy about how this one goes. 1-0-1 now on the Viego, and he does need to be part of that carry threat for this this team as well. So let's have a look at it one more time.
So what happens is a lot of damage gets thrown into an Aftershock and Eclipse Leona. So, and Delight also, right, goes in aggressively, uses his cooldowns, but then Peanut goes in for this really deep follow-up dive, but you're completely ignoring the Viego. And Viego in these early skirmishes, if someone goes down, you're not winning. Drake will end up going over to Home Alive. I don't think that this is any indication, right, that this team is now going to struggle for the foreseeable future. It's just a small win. But it does kind of continue the trend of Home Alive, I think, looking weaker than we expected coming in. I want to, again, remember everyone back, think about the spring season where they were so clearly third. And then for a little bit of playoffs, they were maybe, you know, maybe second.
Yeah.
But for most of it, very clearly third. I don't even know if they dropped any series to teams below them. I know that they felt like an immovable brick wall. And right now, at least in the early game, DRX is fighting back.
They certainly are. We have to remember as well that DRX is an organization that has a lot of talented players, right? Like, there are a lot of really great players on the DRX Challenger roster for a very long time. And so we might be seeing, you know, some of those fruits starting to come in, you know? The fact that they have leveled up consistently over this time. So looking forward to seeing whether that is going to be the case or whether it is going to be Home Alive Esports just biding their time, finding themselves a mid-game fight, and then taking the game. They certainly have the tools to get that done as well. And if they're more decisive, DRX could find themselves in a large deficit. So we ain't counting no chickens just yet. But certainly a good sign so far for DRX and Sponge in particular.
There was a time where Pleta was part of one of the best bot lanes in Challenger with Jun, because he was he was an AD carry, because he had role swapped.
I mean, not to mention also being one of the better AD carries in the LCK.
Yeah, when he did come up that one.
When he just came up for a bit and looked pretty good. I think picked up POG in his first game.
Big here as well is that Viper now has his cleanse available again, so there was an opportunity for DRX to use that window.
And by first game, I mean first game as Pleta.
Yeah, because
he played in the LCK before that.
That was the 10th place DRX roster.
Yeah, that was one we prefer not to talk about.
Yeah, the Bao and Becca angle when he was still Becca didn't end up going very well. And we're talking again about ancient history, because right now it's a pretty low tempo game. It's a nice ease-in game.
Well, Frog, the lawnmower, is lit on fire a little bit there, but Sponge is going to be starting off these grubs. 3 of them already going over to Peanut here, who does move into the pit. Should be able to lock down 5. That is going to be very powerful here for Home Life Esports, especially with Zeka on this Tristana. A lot of pushing threat from this squad already.
Bunch, cheeky steal?
Perhaps, but no, not going to be the case. There's now Frog, once again getting burnt, but doesn't actually get the Impale fully underneath the turret. That was a bit of a weird situation there.
Yeah, so he got the Impale, and then Doran flashed out immediately. There wasn't no follow-up either, so I don't think he would have been able to kill him by himself as a Pleta.
All right, going for it here as he does Hex Flash over that wall. Viper gonna get Solar Flared, immediately cleanses that one, but there is more CC to come on through here as in comes Sponge, and yeah, Viper is just going to skate away. That is a wall, even though it does look like a pit of doom.
El Cove Gaming!
Yeah, that's a bit of cliff skating as well there from Viper. You do like to see that one, unless you're a DRX fan who wanted to see the Zeri fall down. He's not going to this time.
Cliff skating? That sounds like a dope game.
It sounds pretty hardcore, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's like a skating game, but it's more edgy.
Yeah. It's like with those new... okay, never mind. We got a bit of a dive here towards the bottom lane as Frog gonna flash out of the way. Avoids the equalizer quite well as Yehu, he came in with the teleport, so he will be able to keep his top laner alive, but no one dead on the side of Harmalife Esports, and they get the teleport.
Bit toasty there. Yehu does TP on top of the waiting equalizer from Doran. With Leandris especially, definitely going to have a ton of damage. But in the end, you know, Frog got the flash, which is unfortunate, but you trade TPs evenly, so it's not like the map pressure remains in favor of Halma. And we're looking like this game is going to go, at least for the foreseeable future, into a mid to late game stage, right? I don't think the pace is suddenly going to highly accelerate. I don't think either of these teams are as known for that as teams like DK or T1, obviously the most notable example. And then the question becomes, who do we think scales better? And I'm not sure. I'm leaning DRX, even with the existence of Viper on Zeri, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting situation, right? Because it's about who gets to play the style of League of Legends that they want. And Harmalife Esports, if they're able to find, you know, engage after engage, get behind Peanut, he starts things up and makes things work. Delight there as well for some fantastic follow-up. Like, it could work, but if DRX keeps them at arm's length, their composition definitely does very, very well with the Hui and the Xayah. Could be an opportunity here for DRX if they're able to play their game to really take this one home. And right now, they are ahead by about 200 gold. It is anyone's game at this point in time. And I just love that we're talking about this DRX roster that was struggling to get any wins at all in spring. But
another one.
capable of maybe getting something done here as there is a two-man Impale like you were talking about. Doran trying to offer the damage back. Cease and desist comes down. He's very tanky, but not quite tanky enough. And the turret juggling was beautiful. Doran just wanders his way out. DRX a bit too late on the play. Sponge will be able to even things out, or at least might be able to even things out by taking this dragon as Zeka moves on over. Gets the control ward down, and I think Sponge might have to get himself out of here. Nice little stun here onto Zeka as he closes the gap. Viper's moving down though, and Heartbreaker to come in. Zeka gets himself out, and do they manage to get this? Extended beam comes in, and the smite a little bit too early there from Sponge, and Peanut comes on over and locks it down. Oh dear, Viper's now ulted on top of Teddy as well as it's starting to fall apart for DRX. He wants to stand his ground, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so, and there it is. He gets the Feather Storm. That's all Viper wanted.
For Sponge, obviously knowing that smite was going to be the early bit, it's like maybe with the recall we can try and get it. There wasn't enough time, and all of a sudden, in the sequence of two plays, I want to draw your attention here, because not only do they get the kill on Frog here, and diving a Skarner is always going to feel scary, but when you have Alistar with ultimate, don't really have to feel too scared, even though it's Doran who actually ends up taking the aggro. Maybe because they were afraid. Yehu and Pleta, they read the play but too late. And because they show up on the top half of the map, that means that the Hanwha players know that there isn't really anything stopping them from messing with Sponge. I think there, ideally, Teddy would have rotated up, because if Teddy's there, Zeka can't slow it down. But they tried to simultaneously play for the Dragon as well as the bot wave, while also having a delayed response to the topside dive, meaning that all of a sudden now, 2 Drakes for Hanwha and a favorable play towards top. And again, for DRX, you want to have 5v5s front to back. Teddy doesn't have his ultimate, and they're playing for the Herald.
That's a tough one. There's a headbutt out as Delight is going to push Pleta away. Rift Herald down to 50% right now. 4 versus 4 as it stands. Make it 5 as Teddy turns up. And Doran's going to come in here as well. So it's our first honest 5v5 as in goes Delight, finds a decent pulverize as Yehu tries to flash away. It's a decent ulti, but it's a better couple of kills for Zeka. And the Skarner able to answer one back onto Doran, but already it is a one fight for Harmalife Esports. Oh, never mind. They might be able to turn it here onto Delight, but never mind. Sponge going to be taken out and Delight walks away Frog now is just going to get burned down as he's running the wrong direction, and it's another kill for the Tristana. Massive, almost a quadra kill if we had time on our side for Zeka, who now moves up to 4-0-2.
It's a team fight diff in that one, Atlas. The DRX up until this point look good, but crucially, Yehu, one of the biggest damage sources in this comp, gets found by the light. And even though this ultimate from Doran doesn't do that much damage to Teddy, it does cut through Pleta. It forces Teddy to not be in the fight. And then here on the tail end, the light, we said he needed to have a better game, and guess what?
Yeah.
He has really nicely done there, right? If they get the reset on the Alistair, then maybe they can. I think DRX also correctly identified that they were never getting out of that situation, so he's just gonna fight to the death. But that doesn't work. Now Zeka's fed, Viper is fed. You didn't get the kill onto the light. And the game from here on out, especially after a TP and a bot lane turret falling, it's gonna be way harder for DRX.
Yeah, it's all of a sudden a 4,000 gold advantage. You saw, DRX had themselves a little bit of a gold lead throughout some of this game, but this is the first time it's really moved the needle anywhere that's actually substantial. Life now, with this composition, if you're ahead, it feels a whole lot better. Our conversations before were about who gets to play their style of game. Well, it can get very oppressive as soon as Life have themselves a lead. That is what's happened right now, as Yehu moving up with Pleta, looking to try and push Viper out of this lane. I don't think Viper's going to be too worried, especially with a turret on his side, so able to zap down these minions. Rift Herald does pop up. Teddy was able to pick that up in the last fight despite their loss. And they'll be able to get themselves a charge, I believe. Yep, there we go.
A little close.
HLE does get something done.
Ended up working out. Yehu should be able to catch the bot wave here. Did see Sponge also making his way over, but this is one of the things why the Tristana is so strong. She's so hard to reliably lock down. Talked about the Zeri already, but even for the rest of DRX, like, how do you actually make sure that Zeka doesn't get the hippity hop around the entire fight? You really can't unless he jumps into Frog, which it's Zeka. So I'll reserve judgment. But so far, I think he's been having a really, really good game here on the Tristana.
Yeah, the main benefactor of the last fight as well. Both him and Viper with 6 kill participation. Feeling very, very good about the position of the carries in this game. And Peanut, you mentioned the fact that his Vi is one of his scarier champions. Currently has been a part of every single kill that Life Esports have been able to put together. And it is Peanut's game that DRX are playing right now. They need to try and turn that one around. And I think a lot of it has to do with what Frog can get done on this Skarner. He was, given that first pick privilege. And this Skarner is very, very strong. But we just haven't really seen many of these Impales work out all that well thus far.
So this is where a lot of unfortunate situations for DRX combine, because you lost that earlier, Drake, you kind of need to fight this because you don't want to give over Hextech Soul Point because it's so insanely strong.
Oh yeah.
It looks like that's what they're going to do, but they don't have vision, so they're going to need to find a miracle fight here.
Yeah, there's the flash out from the Solar Flare, so Doran not going to have that available right now. Sponge wants to get in and go for some sort of steal, but he's going to get pushed away. That is going to be that soul point that you were talking about. Equalizer onto 4 is fantastic, but the flashes out get DRX out of there. And they will be able to get themselves this outer turret in the mid lane. So it's not all bad news, I guess. Pulling back that gold lead a little bit, but as far as the future is concerned, it's looking more and more dire. That soul point just so powerful.
Especially when you have a Rumble, when you have double AD carry. Going to be an incredible amount of value both from the slow as well as the attack speed that you get. Tuffy here for DRX.
A roughy Tuffy, perhaps?
I would say so, Atlas.
Oh, no.
Additionally, because this is the summer of supports, as preordained by Pleta, he was saying better treatment.
Justice for supports, indeed.
We need it. Shout out to Delight, right? I think the fights have been looking
Secret
a whole
Agent
lot
Delight?
better. Well, he was Secret Agent for DK in their last one, Atlas. I mean, I love Delight, right? We all rate him, and I think very justifiably, very highly. One of the best team fighting AD carries that we have in our league. But that was unfortunately not his highlight series. But right now, he is doing a great job as, Frog.
Yeah, Frog might be in a little bit of trouble here. Cease and desist comes down. He's going to acquiesce. Does impale a couple of people, but he's really dead. And that is now going to be Life Esports turning that into another turret. These 5 grubs really doing work for Hamler right now. And Zeka just continuing to put these structures into the ground. Yes, DRX were able to get the outer in mid lane, but that is the only turret they've been able to really get to here, and it's 3 that have already fallen. Mid lane outer still up, because of course Wei pretty difficult to shove into. But yeah, there is still plenty of structures on the ground.
Don't need
we'll check it out one more time.
We don't need a replay
the
of this,
instant
guys.
replay as well, Chronically. Don't you love to see it?
Unfortunately for Frog, he is level 12. So the enemy jungler is a higher level than him.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the best showing, unfortunately, here on the Skarner, a pick that remains extremely high pro, and I think justifiably so is Delight. Might have to ult here.
Getting engaged on here a little bit. In fact, he's just going to turn it. Teddy's going to get blown up in an instant. Pleta to go down as well as now Viper. It's his turn to get a few of these kills. A double already set up as now he just skates on in, looks to execute Yehu. He's going to be able to help Zeka grab that one. And Frog, he's spared this time around, but he is the only one left standing. This game went from like kind of close and like it's well, let's have a chat about DRX looking better to this is Dunzo.
Well, I still think DRX look better than they did in spring.
True.
That part remains true. Unfortunately, we also again have to reiterate that Humble Life lost one very close series to a team that was 4th place last split.
Yeah,
and it doesn't look like they're willing to maintain that form as we take a look here. Delight, when a team engages on Alistair, you know that they're in dire straits. Yeah, Sultans of Swing is playing enough for them. They're trying their very best to get anything going, and instead, as you do, you press R and re-engage. And from this point on, I don't think it's going to get any better, Atlas.
It's not looking like it, as there's a cease and desist onto Pleta. Peanut will take just whichever kill he can find, and he will be able to grab this one. And this is the thing, when it gets to the point where Vi presses R and someone is definitely dead, it just gets a whole lot easier for Humble Life Esports to play out the comp.
I am gonna make the statement that you probably should have just banned Vi as well.
Might have been a good move.
Or first picked it. And, you know, Callista, it's tough, but you can pick Poppy. There's ways of dealing with it.
We've seen Callista's actually not find all that much success so far in our first week, so I think leaving that one up would be fine.
And we know Peanut can take over games. And I think him and Delight, I don't know who is going to end up getting a POG. But they're...
That equalizer just did 50% of these DRX players' health bars.
Yeah, I've been kind of committed to ignoring what's happening with the screen here, Atlas.
Hey, I mean, there's some Sork shoes on Doran, so I think that Huni's going to be kind of okay with how this Rumble is gone.
It's a battle Rumble hybrid. We've seen a lot of Riftmaker, but I think he also bought a Chain Vest next.
Yeah, it's a weird one. But I think it's fine. I think at this point, he can build whatever he wants. As 3,000 gold is going to be the lead for Viper, but it's almost 4,000 for Zeka, who got that unofficial quadra kill in the middle of the game and has put that to good use. 3 full items now and does have that luxury QSS's Sponge could just be dead. Yeah, he's just dead. Frog is going to come in, and yes, he will pay for it, but I think going 1 for 1 in that instance, you're going to be feeling okay with it. As now Peanut looking to try and turn this one. Viper from over the wall just safely free hitting onto DRX. Frog going to get slowed down. Pleta as well, as that extendo beam got so much value, and this inner turret is not here, so cease and desist comes down. Yehu just finds himself gap closed on. Peanut almost falling down, not quite going to go though, as Humble Life Esports push further forward. Teddy just trying desperately to do something, but it is just a double. 7, 1, and 6 for Viper, and Humble Life Esports will break open the base.
Humble Life! It took a little bit of time to get going, but at no point did it feel like they were falling considerably behind.
And yeah, look,
the Nexus might not fall, Atlas, but
not yet.
It might as well have.
Yeah, and you know, tanks not necessarily known for their acceleration. If you've chosen a tank in a racing game, you're generally not going to win.
It's firepower.
Indeed. And once they get there, you're not really going to last very long. And that is precisely what's happening now, as we're just going to check out the playback speed momentarily as we've got live and replays and things happening all over the place. And Frog, he's just struggling, walking down this red carpet.
Ignore the
picture. Not where he wants to be. Is Buster Shot actually going to be used against Zeka considerably here? Thankfully, they're really far ahead, so it doesn't actually matter as he crab raves on his way out. Man, that was almost really weirdly done from Zeka and almost caused his demise, but they're 12,000 gold ahead, so it doesn't matter.
Humble Life I think it's time to end the game. Maybe
Yeah.
they're looking to inflict a maximum amount of damage, you know, to the mental.
And
you
that's
can- at this-
successful at this point.
It is, yeah. You can just walk in to the base through the
The open
mid lane
bottom
highway.
lane or
Well,
something?
you don't even have to go through the open bottom lane. I think you can force open any door at this point if you're Hanwha.
Okay, so they're just looking to walk southwest, and that's what they
in a general direction, yeah.
that's what they need to aim for. Maybe they don't have the map. You know, I watched the new Mad Max movie, and that has a lot about maps and trying to work out how to get to a place.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet, but I really want to.
It's really good.
No, I'm sure. I
highly recommend it.
I'm sure it is. I remember because I was actually in Korea for my exchange the first time that Mad Max dropped,
Oh yeah,
and I didn't really.
like Fury Road.
Yeah.
I thought you were
Sure.
talking about the Mel Gibson one from like. I
No.
was like, were you alive?
Neither of us are that old, right? And I saw it in the cinema 3 times.
Well, Delight got a little
riveting.
bit scared, although I don't know. I think he might have been tricking, because I don't think he's all that scared about how this one's going thus far. 5 members of Harmer Life Esports, finally, they have found their way. They found the map, and now they're looking to try and break open this top lane as well. Delight just being that front line, and there is the Pulverize onto 2. Equalizer is beautifully placed. At the same time as now Viper is just going to dash in and burst fire them all down. It's a double. The other AD carry going to get one as well. And he's now skating over the Nexus, getting shot at by 2 Nexus turrets without a care in the world. That is going to spell the end of the game as Frog versus Doran. We're going to watch that instead of the Nexus dying because it was a little bit more interesting. Some teleports going out, and that's the Harmer Life Esports we're expecting to see this week.
It was relatively close until it really
wasn't.
wasn't. Atlas, and it's showing the power of a team like Hanwha that effectively this game to me felt like it started turning after 2 simple plays. One was DRX being like 3 seconds late to keep Frog safe in that sideline. Frog either we had to peel off or the reinforcements had to be there a couple seconds earlier, and then simultaneously them trying to get the dragon and failing because Zeka just kind of wandered into Sponge's face.
And it was as soon as that Herald fight happened that it was just kind of all over for DRX.
Yeah.
So I think it was one of these wars of attrition where it was whoever made that mistake first, and unfortunately for DRX, the pressure looked like it got too much for them, and you could see exactly that moment at about 15 minutes into the game where it all just started spiraling out of control.
You know what? 27 minutes, so basically that's an ideal League of Legends game, right? As far as it goes to win time, unless you were really stomping. I think this is a really cool game because you can vote for POG for everyone
Yeah.
on Hanwha.
Is it just Delight, though?
Well, you know I did.
Yeah, that's my boy.
It's the summer of supports, Atlas.
Exactly. Justice for supports. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and we'll see you for game number 2.
다음 라인이야, 다음 라인. 공 준비됐고. 나 아래서 기다릴게. 나 천천히 볼게. 타워 쳐봐, 타워. 오케이. 자야 스턴 넣었어. 자야. 그건 못 쳤다. 나이스. 앞에 잘하자. 나이스.
1-0 as Hanwha Life goes up early on this Sunday match. Welcome to the space. Degon alongside Huni and Wolf. Welcome on in as DRX are going to have to dig deep to try and find something here in this Father's Day special. Y'all, how you doing and what jumped out at you in that last game there, Huni?
Well, I mean, the game is kind of like what we kind of expected. Like, I mean, obviously HLE is like still showing kind of weak performances all year in this week, but it doesn't still really bother us when they, especially playing against the DRX. I think they still kind of, like, I think they find that their momentum, like what their flavor has, and I think actually they kind of had a super big advantage from Oleon and never actually left.
I think there's a lot of problems in the draft for DRX, which we'll take a look at now. One big glaring one is the Zeri that they didn't have any lockdown for. You grab the Skarner, it was never realistically going to be able to catch the Zeri because she's too mobile, and Leona was the pick that you had left to go ahead and try to lock this Zeri down. The real only engaged champion left. They considered the Rel, but the Rel can't really get to the Zeri either. Leona might be able to Solar Flare into the Zenith Blade, but you're really fishing super hard to try to lock this champ down. And we've seen so many times in this exact same spot on Red Sign Draft where the Zeri gets locked in, where the enemy team just doesn't have any realistic way to make sure that you can lock this Zeri down. She's gotten several pentakills, like 5-0 now, I believe, is her record here in the first week of LCK. It's time to really consider banning this pick, because instead we ban the Rakan. The Kai'Sa, I'm with you on that one, but the Rakan I feel like not really making as much sense as just taking that Zeri away.
Well, let's see the damage that Zeri did with our first replay. About 15 minutes in, a pretty good fight here for the side of Hanwha Life.
I mean, it's turning from the fight. It's just like already, like, it's so favorite as soon as the delay started first. I mean, it's like both team calm, like, especially when they're both really supports, like, actually sieging around, like, the big objective. Like, it's so important for who actually go first, who actually just get disengaged. It's just like, it's so already well that it's just the first engage from the Delight. It was so fantastic. And the Viego, and it was like, I think there was a chance May could have just took the Alistar kill there and then maybe make a highlight play, but I think the Rumble mechanical, it wasn't there. The level wasn't there.
Huni and I were not really happy with how Sponge did that transform on the Rumble. Also, shoutouts to Peanut for flashing the Hui ultimate away from his teammates, because that would have been a lot of extra damage that could have maybe helped turn that fight around for DRX. But this was after they already lost control of the second dragon that they had prio for. They lose that. They lose this Herald fight, and this is when the game started to snowball against them.
Yeah, let's see that snowball in action. It was on the top side of the map, back at Baron after losing the Drake in our second highlight.
Yeah, I mean, starting the fight is the same thing. I think I just really, like, big shout out to the Delight. It's just like they're like just starting from the Delight, and it actually ends up with the Delight having just 100% KP, and also all the teammates are ready. Like, obviously, like Rumble ultimate is like, it actually has arrived like correct time, and all the champions that Zeri just jump in. Vi usually you just press R on point CC, and Tristana jump in as well. It's like all the champion, actually the team member were so ready for follow up there. You just cannot lose with that insane engage.
I mean, I thought Pleta had a pretty good laning phase, as Leona is very good, but, you know, in moments like that, like we just saw in that second highlight, like he's ended Blade's Delight because he's in position, but then instantly Viper's like, well, I guess I go, because no one can lock me down.
Yeah, you were saying immediately after the draft was done here, Wolf, like, oh man, feels like such a big draft gap. But one thing about this draft that jumps out, it's the Rumble time. Rating here, 4.5.
I mean, I was gonna do 5. Like, he just got caught a little bit off it, and it's like the lane phase was like really good, and I really like his animations as well. It's his first time rushing the Andres against his Connor, and is actually going Stork's boots, but he kind of got caught, so it's just, I couldn't just give him 5 there.
All right, well, the connoisseur has spoken. Let's see what our analyst voted for, and everyone voted for the POG, as we take a look at the player of the game of the first match. And it is the man in the bottom lane, Delight. 17 assists. What a KDA.
Yeah, I mean, he was involved in the majority of the kills everywhere on the map. Topside, mid, bottom, every skirmish, every early game fight, including this one. I mean, look at it. It's the 2 highlights we picked, the ones that they're showcasing for him, but he did a lot more than just this in those early fights, protecting that second dragon as well. And for a majority of the game, he was involved in every single kill. And I think for me, this one was kind of a no-brainer. Peanut had some good follow-ups too, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a few votes. Maybe a media for the Tristana, but it's a Delight win for sure.
I mean, you know, there's this area as well. This area sometimes get the vote too, like, it's just because it's cool. You jump the wall. Yeah.
That was pretty good. You know, Keck W left media. We always get one of them every now and then. Jonah Strong going down to the bottom side of the map. So Peanut getting it. No, Zeka not getting any love? No Zeka lovers here?
Media's learning. I thought the Peanut vote's okay. That's okay with me.
It's better than like Zeri or Tristana, right? So Peanuts for sure. Yeah.
All right, well, on this Father's Day matchup, let's get into game number 2 with the daddies of the cast. Send it on over to the guys.
Yeah, that's a no from me. That's a no from me, straight up. Degon said that he was cooking.
You should have seen his face. Well, you're a cat dad.
Yeah, Degon actually told me that he was cooking a throw, and I'm like,
What am I?
that one's overly cooked.
Well,
You're a board game dad?
those aren't real.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, I am definitely a cat dad, though. That is 100% true. Had my cat alarm clock wake me up very early this morning, in fact, and I think that is the way. Never mind. Let's jump into it. Jonah Strong, the honorary media. You love to see it. Noticing that media were voting correctly, he's like, well, we can't have that. We can't have balance and order in our POG votes.
There needs to be at least a little bit of chaos.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I agree with the Peanut vote. I think was perfectly fine. He had a great game.
Yep.
Made an impact on the map. Carried some team fights.
I think after the early game where Sponge kind of ran him around a little bit, I was thinking that
That's
maybe it should just be unanimously the cow, and that's basically what we got. And thankfully, justice for supports reigns true. Pleta, if he's sad about the loss, he's at least happy about the state of POGs for supports so far in this series. Let's see whether he can get one, and we can get a game number 3 as we dive into the draft for our second game. Sponge, Frog, not going to be subbed out or anything like that. We do still retain the Frog towards that top side. They've also elected to go back to the blue side once again as well. And let's just see whether anything is going to change. There are the first 2 bans that we were kind of okay with. Is the Vi also going to be taken away? That is our big question now. No.
Might first pick it. That might be the adaptation here, and then you can... you get the Vi, and then they will probably go Skarner, and then you can go Rumble, and that's fine. That's a playable matchup. Rumble isn't banned. They're gonna go for...
We're gonna salty run back.
It's a salty run back, Atlas.
I don't like it, and it makes me sad, and I'm upset.
Well, we saw a salty run back yesterday.
Wait.
and it
The
worked.
adaptation maybe is going to be... Yeah, I got so many channel points from that one. Oh, it was incredible. Anyway, we might see the adaptation in the second round of bans where the Zeri is banned. That might be where they adjust.
I don't mind the Zeri ban, but I also fundamentally don't think that is where the game went wrong.
Absolutely not.
Right? I think if you put Viper
Zin.
on Kaisa instead, the same thing will happen.
Whoa!
Okay, these are some good adaptations. Zin to me is a lot more well-rounded than the Viego. I think we saw Sponge. If they got an early kill, he popped off, but if he didn't, the fights kind of looked lopsided from there on out. Also, Teddy getting a lot more agency. I think Zaya and Kaisa both take some time to get going, but Kaisa, when she is online, is insanely strong, as it's going to be the Azir here for Zeka. A pick that I am always perfectly lukewarm towards when it comes to him playing it. He's fine. He won't win you the game. He probably won't lose you the game either. He's there.
It's just not really, it's not one of the Zeka picks that you really associate him with, even though he was playing it predominantly when they did march towards winning a world championship. It's more like the Silas, the Akali, things like that you really do liken Zeka towards. The Hui going to be taken away, though, from Yehu. That is one of the sacrifices that they did have to make, drafting this way. And they don't have to ban Kai'Sa anymore, so they can ban Zeri. And that might be what they're looking for here. I would certainly like it myself. And no, it'll be the cow, so never mind. Delight was the problem. Justice and respect to the supports is DRX's main aim here.
There's a lot of support bans coming through. Leona remains, I think, the highest in priority of what we still have left. A lot of choices. Zeri, Lulu is also still amazing. We are countering Space Vayne with
regular
Real Vayne.
There we go. It's been a while since this has even been a theory, because it was just a theory at the beginning that Vayne was better than Space Vayne. It is, I think, still in solo queue considered a decent matchup. But Vayne is always one of these champions that is very game warping. We saw when it was used on the top side of the map, it was very, very dangerous. As Yehu is a dragon, kind of fun here, as Leona going to be considered. See whether that one is going to be locked away once again for Pleta. And then what is Delight going to be playing alongside this Vayne? Might just be Vayne Rel or something like that. We'll just have to see. Delight does excel on engaged champions, but he can play these enchanters as well.
Can be like a Lulu. I'm leaning Rel.
Lulu with the buffed knockup rate is like actually kind of huge. We saw Lehens perform very, very well on that champion.
There's a lot of token happening. I wonder if we're going to get something fun.
Ooh, Renata.
Okay, so Renata obviously really good into short-range characters. So that is the Xin Zhao, that is the Kai'Sa, and that is the Leona. Also in engaged supports generally, you're going to feel great. The combination though, Vayne, Renata, not one that I think we've ever seen, just mainly because Vayne obviously is not the highest priority. It does make the Humble Life comp a whole lot more awkward than the comp they had last game, though. Like, looking at this, it's kind of all over the place. I do think that, particularly towards the top side, this is a very straightforward draft. There's some wombo combos, you know, you can layer Violed with Equalizer, as we saw last game. You can throw a hostile takeover on top of that. But the last game's draft, I looked at them like, this is cohesive, this makes a lot of sense. You have AP, you have AD, you have a lot of lockdown, you have great engage. It's a little more all over the place, a little more limited here for Humble Life. For DRX, basically same as last game.
Yeah, this is, it seems a little bit like Humble Life Esports are flexing in this particular draft. I do want to say, as, yes, big Sponge fan there, I do want to say that Viper does have a really good win rate on Vayne.
Sure he does.
Do you know how much that doesn't matter? A lot, because he has a great win rate on actually every champion. The man has just been kind of terrorizing at the moment in solo queue, so doesn't really give us too much information, but it's upward of 63%. Something like that. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go. Let's jump onto the rift for game 2. Alrighty, here we are onto the rift for game number 2. Zeka moving on out. Going to be the Emperor versus the Celestial God Dragon. There's not many champions that can out-regal an Azir, but you know, I think that Aurelion Sol is definitely one that can get there. Frog has also decided to give up on the lawnmower, which makes me a little sad, but I think it's okay.
Maybe he was going for thematic cohesion because he's playing into Azir now.
Ah.
I'm pretty sure that's like the desert.
Yeah, a little bit more of a Shuriman
Scorpion.
vibe. Yep. Zeka is going to be commented a little. Commented? Not going to do that one again. Don't think so. Hit by a comet. And it does make some thematic sense there as well, because he's a dragon from space.
He is a celestial being.
It's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of a base skin battle as well here in this mid lane.
They're base skin berries.
Yeah, I'm kind of into it. Could have been double of the cool mechs with Aurelion Sol having the option into Doran's Rumble, which is the only Rumble skin that we ever see. Good old Super Galaxy, but that's okay. Zeka gonna wander away from Yehu here.
My personal favorite is Rumble in the jungle, which we've only seen.
And Peanut plays it when he was playing Rumble Jungle. He would play it every time. He just dropped those pineapples on them, and I'm a huge fan of that skin.
It is actually my favorite.
Yeah,
I know that
too.
everyone goes Super Galaxy because of, you know, the way that the skin feels. Very smooth. Great job.
I thought it was all for the voice lines.
Just the annoying debuff for your opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you just get to yell at them and say things all the time. Pleta pretty happy that Zenith Blade misses, I think.
I'm just sad that we don't see more Rumble in the jungle.
Yeah, me too.
The best skin.
It is. 100% agree. I don't mind the Pirate Rumble as well. His release skin.
It's okay, but like you're saying, dropping pineapples
I know.
on the opposing team, it hits different.
Yep.
One of the cool things is that once we get to the later stage of the game, Yehu is going to have, as Acel does, a completely unreasonable amount of knock-up range, which gives Teddy just... Every time Yehu is empowered, Teddy can just go on to anyone.
Yeah, he
that
can just
would
pick his poison.
Pick a target. There will be plasma stacks aplenty. The downside is that most people will blow you up in a very short amount of time if you do ult on top of them. So you got to be a little careful. And for Frog, I think we're mainly looking for him to just have a better performance here. And as I say that, he is getting danger zone overheated.
Yeah,
not
and
he
was playing very well in the early game last time, as Sponge is going to find Peanut, does push him away, but right now Peanut is in a whole host of trouble. Both of them have flashes. Doran is moving over, and Sponge is going to at least let Peanut leave now, but it might be another double scuttle here for the Sponge.
If it wasn't for Frog taking that big of a beating, he would have...
Yeah, Peanut could have just been straight up dead.
Yeah, he would have been dead, actually, because the E for Sponge was already up.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I kind of remember that game as well. It was the Gumyushi experiment into a very broken Zeri at the time. And it didn't quite work out in that game. Was that
Atlas.
the game?
No, because I think Broken Zeri was the year before that.
Oh.
And then again last summer. And then what's her score again right now?
She's 6-0, I think.
Yeah. Interesting how that works.
Not doing too bad.
Food for thought.
Well, let's see whether one of the answers is... I mean, it's not Zeri anymore. Thankfully, she's just not in this game. But I do kind of like the idea of Vayne being back.
Are we
as a bottom lane champion?
League of Legends players, if we're not complaining about something that isn't currently in the game while we're watching another game? What about Kasante, huh? Man, that champion sucks!
Yeah. No, I'm actually like... I don't know whether it's an unpopular opinion right now, but I actually think that Kasante's in a really good spot.
Yeah, he's fine.
You know? He's not just default being picked up.
There always needs to be one. There's always
there needs to be something that's like more frustrating.
That unites everyone.
Yeah, which is right now, I guess, Skarner, although we did just see it lose, and we also just saw it lose a big old trade. And right now, Doran is having a great time on this Rumble. So maybe it's not Skarner. Maybe it's just Rumble. But we can't be upset about Rumble because Huni.
That's my point. It's remarkable that we're not complaining about Rumble.
No, we can't.
He has been the best blind pick for like a year and a half.
Yeah. At this point. We've been bamboozled. Huni's got to us.
It's actually Huni's fault.
Yeah.
As soon as he leaves to the military, like, oh, wait a minute.
Wait a second, Rumble's broken! As Frog is going to say exactly that, as Doran's going to overheat, still lights him on fire.
Doran hasn't backed yet. Like, he's going to have a mean old back when he actually decides to. And then he is just going to come into lane.
Ooh.
A whole lot of damage.
Well, Vayne doing all right here, but that's a nice Void Seeker there from Teddy. To figure out what's going on. Speaking of figuring things out, Peanut going to start off these grubs right on top of a ward. Sponge going to make a return visit. Let's see who's going to be able to take the first one. It is going to be Sponge, but it's Peanut focusing on the 1v1 that isn't going to be one of those for much longer. Zeka makes his way in. There's the Flash Emperor's Divide as Audacious Charge gets Sponge out there, or at least attempts to. Oh my god, he's still alive! The Equalizer not doing too much of anything at all as Yehu breathes on them as Sponge makes his exit.
I can't believe he lived! He just goes in, steals a grub, which you can if you have mid and bot lane prio. He had neither.
Yeah.
Didn't have either of them, and still has the flash. Still most of the grubs going over. Still a win for Hanwha.
Hey, he gets the flash out of Zeka though. You take those.
Yeah, I guess he does. Because what happened? I'm baffled.
Please tell me what happened. I need to know.
I'm waiting for the replay because it's actually quite funny. Because I think he plays the beginning quite nicely in that he holds his flash because he's like, when Zeka goes for the shuffle, I'm gonna outplay him. And then it doesn't work. And then it doesn't matter. It's very funny. I can't wait to see another replay of it.
I really did like him holding onto the Audacious Charge just to make sure that he had that as a potential exit.
Yeah.
Bit of a switcheroo there.
Somewhere, Brendan Valdez is yelling in agony as yet another pro player makes it out because of the blast cone.
True. But that was a bit of a fun one. I actually enjoyed that blast cone a lot.
I like
skirting the vision here is
general.
Peanut.
Oh.
He is Owen Wilsoning quite a lot here. Well and truly behind enemy lines.
That's... That's like, when you think of Owen Wilson, that's the one I think of. I was like, look.
But when I think of behind enemy lines, that's what I think of, you know?
Wow, a lot? Like, what's happening? Like, how would you even know that?
Well, because he was the lead in behind enemy lines.
No, I mean, how would you even know that Peanut is saying a lot of wow right now?
Oh, that's true, actually. I assume he is, because he was behind enemy lines in the game. So he would have had to.
Yeah.
He's like walked in, he's like, wow, they didn't see me. Wow. It's not much of an Owen Wilson impression, I'm not going to lie. It's all right, Doran's going to get pushed away. But it's not really too much of a big deal, as the Rumble having a much better time in this lane as he did than he did last time.
Yeah, my second thought would be, you know, Lightning McQueen. Like, I at no point would I think at behind enemy lines.
Uno mas? Okay. We can move on. We can move past it. It's not the first time I've made the behind enemy lines reference. I think that the first time was with Pup when we just had a discussion about the movie. It wasn't exactly the greatest of Owen Wilson's, as we might get saved by some action, as no, the boulder's going to go wide. Harpoon not though, as that's an equalizer. Gets the flash out of Frog, who is really getting trounced in this lane. Even the equalizer that was used aggressively kills the wave as well.
Yeah, particularly, so Frog is again a top laner that in Challenger was fine, but he wasn't a standout the way that someone like Thanatos, someone like Rooster, right? Someone like Perfect and or Casting has been in the past. And then he's also going up against Doran, who, for all his faults, I think it's important to note that Doran, at his worst, has just been a top 3 top laner in the LCK for the last couple of years. So it's a tough time, and Frog is really struggling here.
Yeah.
Last game, I think a lot of it also came down to the amount of attention that was being paid towards him, and they set up a bunch of dives. This time, though, it's just the straight-up 1v1, and it's not going very well.
No, and it's kind of the opposite of what we saw happening. I think the initial trades Frog really did well in. This time around, it's all been Doran, so doing a great job thus far. Bane going to be dashing forward, but Space Bane having a really good time in this one. Sponge moving on in. He's going to try and capitalize on this. Decent vision available for Harm Life Esports, so they will get word of it, as they will not have to deal with a Zinzao just yet. Nice handshake there to get rid of Pleta. So no harm, no foul. Rylai's very close here for Yehu. Unfortunately, wasn't able to complete it on his last back. But once again, I mean, the game, as we move towards the mid-game, is still very, very even. Despite some advantages from Hanwha and the fact that it is feeling a little bit better than it was in the previous game, is still anyone's at this point in time. And you already illustrated that some of the pitfalls, as far as draft was concerned in game number 1, are not as prevalent here in game number 2.
Hanwha Life's comp, I think, can still be very oppressive, but it does feel a little bit more jank in that you don't
I see a Vayne and I'm like, this is not a well-crafted draft.
Well,
I don't know why, but that's just always how it feels to me.
If you had the Alistar, you would, but that was banned.
Yeah.
Rightly so. So, unless you want to go for Rel, and I don't think that that's the direction that they wanted to go, I don't think Rel was quite as strong, and then you also have the fact that playing into the... They're like, not going Rel was one thing.
Oh no!
Frog.
Frog tried to just leave. He tried to exit, and it's not really going to work out. He is able to get the Impale off, but Peanut isn't going to die to the turret. Breaks the last shot that would have killed him, and so he's going to be absolutely fine. That is going to be First Blood going on over, and yeah, the Zenith Blade going to miss onto Delight there as he wasn't slowed down by that Solar Flare. Yehu is able to get some free time with this mid lane, but I think this is definitely a great sign for Hanwha Life Esports as they cruise towards a mid-game with a couple of 1,000 gold in the lead.
If this does go to a game number 3, which right now is not looking very likely, I hope we see Frog get a counter pick and then maybe...
I want him to be on the Renekton, because so far he's done really well on Renekton
and not
on anything else.
Yeah, well, I mean, he hasn't played a lot of games. But
I know, but it's a small sample size. I'm allowed to do it. It's the start of the season.
Right, you're right.
That's how we go.
It's true.
And he has played a lot of other champions, you know, in Challenger and stuff like that. But no, that's not what I want to look at.
Again, Frog not doing a great job, but also playing into a hard matchup and getting very heavily focused by Hanwha Life, which obviously for them is a great call. What we're going to need to see is DRX finding some of these mid-game team fights. Teddy currently sitting on only level 1 of his ultimate. I think especially at second level is when you get a really nice increase in your killer instincts and you get to do a whole lot more. Yehu also, particularly when he hit that 2 spike, going on, the ASO is just going to feel better and better. You have the empowered ult. Going to try and need to play around mostly the amount of CC that's available from Humble Life. Because if you try to engage straight up into a Renata and an Azir, things are probably not going to go very well. And you also need to take into account the fact that Doran is quite big.
Yeah.
And is sitting on a powerful equalizer. As Pleta, he keeps throwing these out.
He just like, he's fishing.
He is fishing. But even in the best case scenario, like you're hoping to get maybe a summoner. There, even if it hits, I don't know if it really does a whole lot of anything. And now you won't have that cooldown available.
Ooh, Delight. Looking for a little bit of an entrance into the enemy jungle. There are a lot of bad guys there, though, so probably not going to go for too much, as now he's going to have to take the northern exit. Nice Zenith blade. Decent handshake as well there, but the kitchen sink is now falling down on top of him. Teddy finds that backline as Yehu's going to look to flash away. Handshake not going to save Delight this time, as Peanut locks down the kill on the other side. So it's Dragon for Renata, and I guess you might take that if you're Humble Life Esports, but at least DRX are on the board.
Gonna take that trade for sure. A lot of summoners invested as well there by DRX. Sponge having to flash.
Inside track here for the mid lane as well. Not too bad. Sand Soldier's getting amongst it, so I don't think they're going to be able to kill this one, but Teddy kind of wants to commit as now Peanut taking a fair bit of damage. Plasma Proc's not going to come on through, and in the meantime, Viper is getting rid of that bottom lane outer turret. He will be able to get first turret blood, and that is going to move Humble Life Esports even further ahead.
See, the counter punch from Sponge here is going to be enough. Doran alone might be able to 1v2.
He is level 11.
Very strong here. Delight's also there. The main question is, can Teddy join the fight? Doesn't have a killer instant available. Sponge obviously does have his ultimate, but ultimate doesn't do a whole lot. Of Rumble is right on top of you, but they don't want to risk it. They also do have Plata on the back making his way over, and they're just going to trade the dragon instead.
Yep, no, head towards this dragon. We'll see exactly what soul we're going to get, as we'll know. There we are. So looks like Orcs is paying attention. We got some high-value dragons in this game. My goodness. And Humble Life Esports already with 2 of them. As we tick over to 15 minutes into this game, some cinders to be picked up, the fun mini-game to come on through, and a lot of extra damage on the table. And I'm looking at Doran and I'm thinking he's going to get even more scary. But he has lucidity boots for some reason. He was like 4.5 Huni. Really? Well, if I can't get a 5 out of 5 with that great performance, it doesn't matter what shoes I buy. All right, Delight going to get that handshake off. And Yehu, as you can see here in the replay, able to just flash his way out, but unfortunately cease and desist will kill him.
It's one of those situations where even though the bailout also doesn't save you, it still keeps some of the members busy. And Zeka also with his ultimate just creating a literal wall. So DRX couldn't really get into a position to maybe capitalize. And Viper just sold the whole thing. I was like, yeah, I'm just pushing bot, guys. Like, good luck. Deal with it any way that you would like. I have more important things to do.
I think Doran can possibly teach you the Song of Healing, by the way, with his build.
Because he has 2 masks?
Yeah, he's the mask salesman.
Nice.
There we go.
I have, I never played
Majora's Mask?
Well, I played parts of it, but not ever finished it.
Whoa!
Yeah, I keep waiting for the...
And you're good friends with Dracos as well?
I keep waiting for the inevitable Switch
You should
remaster.
just play it. No, play it on the DS remaster was really good.
But I never...
I've still got my actually it was the DS released with the...
Yeah, but I want the remake.
The remake of the remake?
The remake of Majora's Mask.
The remake?
Which I'm sure is going to come. I don't know if it's going to be for, this Switch or the next Switch, but there's no way that isn't coming at some point. Look, I waited for 1000 Year Door, and now I'm having the best of times, Atlas.
It's a good point. It's a good point. I'll bring the DS tomorrow, though. You can get started, because I just don't think it's actually allowed for you to have not finished Majora's Mask yet.
I do love Zelda as well. It's my favorite series.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic game. Never mind. Okay, DRX. Let's see whether they can utilize all of this vision that they have planted on the top side of the map to try and get something done. It's still 3 minutes away from a Baron or anything like that. A lot of this was put down to try and get themselves this Rift Herald that they were successfully able to lock down.
Did get it.
And once again, the outer turret, very, very low. So some opportunities to maybe find something here in this game. But Frog very far away from being able to do too much of anything right now. He is on that bottom side of the map just clearing out that wave, but feels like tempo is well and truly in the hands of Humble Life Esports, and they can utilize it so well with this draft.
One of the big things with Vayne, and the reason why we don't see her nearly as much, is that her wave clear is bad.
It's not great.
It's not good. It doesn't feel great to just auto an entire wave one by one minion, but that's kind of what you got to do. Whereas Teddy obviously has Shiv.
Oh, as well. Weather looking for that opportunity. Doesn't find the Zenith Blade, and now, yeah, this is looking real worrying. However, they just turn it onto Zeka. Yeah, able to breathe on him, and it's going to be Sponge locking down the kill. I felt like Humble Life Esports had them where they wanted them, but it turns out DRX were very happy about that fight.
Crucially,
oh, there's a killer instinct. Is Viper going to have to get out of there? Does so. Tumble going to be enough. And now Teddy doesn't have anything, and he is really dead. Almost manages to kill Viper, but it's not going to happen. So the immediate punishment.
Teddy just tried to have a little bit too much fun, and we all know that's not allowed if you're an AD carry.
Precisely not. And Doran and Viper going to make short work of this outer turret in the mid lane as well. So that is a little bit of a pivotal mistake. And by a little bit, you don't say pivotal afterwards. It was a lot. It was a big mistake from Teddy, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can have a little pivot, but not in this situation, fortunately. A lot of map control gained here by Hanwha Life. And as in the last game, last time they stole the dragon, this time they just straight up got it. This next fight is going to have to be really big here for DRX. So take a look, a rare miss from Bladas. He doesn't hit the Zenith Blade, but because Sponge spreads out the fight and Zeka's already too low, there isn't actually any damage, right? Granada doesn't do that much.
Yeah.
And then here Teddy just uses cooldowns. Like if he has his ultimate and he can reposition to get behind Doran and Frog can like drag him away, then he might be fine. Crucially, Barrier also used. Right now for DRX, this upcoming fight is a must-win one. They don't have a second item on Teddy yet. They would love to have that, but Sponge and Yehu are strong. I think it's going to be the two of them that will do the heavy lifting here.
Yeah.
So much damage.
Yeah, I mean, Yehu has the two ideal items, right? So as far as item spikes are concerned, this is probably the biggest one for the Aurelion Soul until, you know, some Magic Pen and a Death Cap come in. And that's going to be a very long time into the game.
Look, Peanut, he's Owen Wilson.
All right, he's doing it once again. I love that that reference gets an extra bit of use. But he's now looking to try and wrap around and lock down.
Oh, they know, but they don't.
Yeah. This is sole point, remember, for Humble Life Esports. If he gets in here and steals it away, there he is! As he's looking for Yehu, the equalizer comes down and he doesn't care about taking the dragon. He wants the kills, but he'll get neither as he's wiped out, and Yehu just going to be able to escape. Stage left. All right, there is Sponge making his way out of Zeka. Wants to get it, but he's just popped like a balloon. I don't know what the thought was behind that, but it was aggressive and he got punished.
Zeka cosplaying a pinata there says, hey,
oh, God.
I got some cinders, I got some loot.
Cosplaying a pinata that hangs itself up, you know? Oh, man.
Really did all the work there for him. DRX, not caught off guard, and I think they had an inkling that Peanut might be coming. And when Peanut goes in here, but it's a little too early. There's not actually that much follow-up on Yehu. There's only really Doran with his ultimate, but that's not enough. And then here Pleda, identifying that he needs to keep his backline safe, locks down Doran. And then because, again, Xin Zhao in these fights, I think, offers so much with the amount of space that he creates with his ultimate and the threat of an all-in. And DRX, they get the dragon, and they get a gold lead back, Atlas.
Exactly. 300 gold now the lead, and it looks somewhat similar to the gold advantage that we saw in game number 1. Although Humble Life Esports were able to get a little bit further ahead in this game, it is now turned around. And does that mean we get the same kind of momentum shift, you know? Is it a parabola? Like, what kind of graph are we looking at here?
Graphs are not my strong suit. I know the one you're talking about. You know, it's the one that goes up and then
the quadratic or something like that.
Okay, no,
it's been a long time.
I definitely have the wrong graph.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the big Sponge.
Yeah, he is going to get spotted and immediately punished. They do get the handshake into the wall there as well. But Sponge has an ultimate, and now he's going to turn it around. Oh my goodness, the bailout does nothing, and yes, they managed to kill the Xin Zhao, but at what cost? It is 2 going down for Yahoo. They'll grab one for the Space Vane wielded by Teddy as well. And now they're just doing their best to try and escape, but it's just not going to happen. Getting out of the way of this Skarner is a difficulty, and he even gets the Impale. Blind over the wall, gorgeously played. They'll turn this into a Baron. Looks like we're going to game 3.
The Unseen Frog is the deadliest, Atlas, as Hanwha Life go in on Xin Zhao, and it just doesn't end up working out. Zeka.
Oh dear. Well, Emperor's Divide is going to push them back into the pit. And he does, you know, shift some sands to get himself out of there. Teddy not able to chase him down. It's, oh, never mind. Oh, okay. That was too close.
Whoa, Atlas. The DRX misstep in 2 crucial fights. Or Hanwha Life rather, DRX here. Sponge has no flash. But again,
he's got Crescent Guard. How many times have we seen teams just hard engage into a Xin Zhao and not do enough damage? It just happens all the time.
I think we again get a reminder that Space Vane is the better Vane.
Yeah.
Real Vane has to walk into
Although, wait,
range.
until, like, if he had Final Hour in this last moment, he could have successfully chased down Zekra, I think, after the shifting sands. So I just want to say that Yahoo very happy about how that one went. Very confused as well.
That Impale range was a little silly.
It was.
The Rebel Baron power play showing, look at those purple borders. Big fan.
Yeah, that is a very scary DRX now that are marching towards Hanwha Life Esports' base. And as we were talking about it before, this gold lead only continuing to extend. Teddy giving them a good old thumbs up. And we did say that Hanwha Life Esports were perhaps cooking a little too much in the draft, and that may just be proven here.
You know why? It's because they're a tank, and for this to work, they need the light to be on a tank. He's the driver of the tank, and right now, I don't know what he's...
and in fact, no one's driving a tank.
No one's driving a tank!
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem. As Peanut, once again, trying to do that Owen Wilson thing, but we're in the arc of the storyline where things are not looking so good. It's looking dire. But whether or not it's going to go to DRX is yet to be proven. They are a team that have made some pretty pivotal mistakes in the past, and Hanwha Life Esports will be able to capitalize on it. But the problem is the DRX just have one of these comps where the further into the game you go, the happier you're going to be. There is that good old Aurelian soul, and I didn't know whether we'd need to have the conversation about late game scaling,
of course.
But we're going to have to now.
Well, in this one, I think it is a lot easier. I think it is very DRX faithful.
Oh, yeah.
Because in the last, and even though Vayne in a 1v1 is like nigh unbeatable when you get to the late game, right? Realistically, Vayne is a short-range AD carry that's trying to play the video game into ASOL.
Yeah.
Like, Yeo is very quickly going to get to a point where his E just invalidates Viper unless he finds the craziest angle. And again, and I'm going to keep going off this, and this is a conversation we've been having, and this is by no means specifically.
There's a solar flare. It's going to catch him right as Peanut went home. Delight is left to the wolves. He finds a handshake, but I don't think Doran's going to be saving him here, and Pleta wants to kill him too. Delight manages to try to bail himself out, but he's going to be just delayed death here. And that is another one going over to Teddy. Just disaster for Hanwha.
I haven't even finished my sentence. Teams with Delight always look incredible when he's on engage, because his engages are insane.
Yeah.
Rel was open. He needs something to start a fight. That was what gave Hanwha Life such great angles in the last game. And I think with this comp, they didn't do themselves a whole lot of favors. And right now, DRX, multiple members need to miss that, because both Teddy and Yehu need to be taken down immediately, because either of them in an extended fight is just going to shred through whoever is available on Hanwha Life.
I want to point something out.
Yeah.
Have a look at Pleta's scoreline.
Yeah, that's
remind you of anything?
He is looking like the light.
Yeah.
In the last game. It's the
Justice for support.
It's the supporting summer, Atlas.
They had an agreement. They had an agreement before this series. They're like, you get the first one, I'll grab the second one, and then we'll fight it out in game number 3. As we check it out from Pleta's perspective, Peanut just goes home, and there was nowhere for this guy to go.
This engage here. Oh. Doran too late with the flash.
Yep.
So Pleta already has the connected, and from that point on, 2 kills, more gold in the pockets of DRX, and Humble Life in shambles.
Yeah, more Infernal Dragons as well. 3 minutes until the third one available for DRX.
Yeah, he has a death cap, Atlas.
Yeah, and we were talking about the item spikes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that we weren't getting to this point, and we definitely are. 335 stacks here as well, and he has so much AP, almost 560 at this point in time. Yeah, this dragon is absurdly fed.
There was
extremely
a question that was posed earlier,
What was
which
that?
is who's at fault for 6 game days? Brendan Veldis is not here today, and he was one of the people.
I mean, it's
running.
Digo.
Well, I've also been on all the when I wasn't there.
I know, but this one is not about. It's about Digo.
It is just his fault.
Yeah, it's Digo.
Because he's the new
Yeah.
guy.
And he, do you know what? It also started happening as he made that terrible throw.
And then Humble Life made a terrible throw.
Exactly.
Oh.
Exactly. So
Coincidence? I think not.
I know. So remember, Digon, your throws, the better they are, the less likely there are going to be throws within the game.
It's
okay.
new. He doesn't know yet. It's fine.
He is, yeah.
It was our responsibility.
He gets week 1, but
we
then
should have told him.
Yeah, week 2, that's when you have to get it all right, okay?
Gotta lock in,
We're
Digon.
expecting a well-oiled machine as he just steals away the big raptor as well. That is so rude. My goodness.
Okay, and we're already writing this one off. I want to reiterate, Humble Life is only 5k gold behind.
Ooh, Peanut able to Vault Breaker his way out. That's a
do
flash.
Have a free item
no,
vein.
but Pleta just has better flash.
And Zeka, he does. But DRX, they should remain in control here. The thing is, Baron, very scary objective, especially when everyone on Hanwha is up. They do it very, very quickly, though. Azul and a Kaisa.
Yeah. Now, this, if they do decide to kill the Baron will die extraordinarily quickly, and they only need the 2. It is going to be scouted immediately, as Teddy is just catching the wave right now. Humble Life Esports will be able to get them off this Baron for the minute. Let's see. Hanwha, they're going to need a miracle team fight if they want a chance in this game. And Delight, he could line up that hostile takeover to really find something here, but Solar Flare is going to go wide. Pleta is just consistently looking for these angles. But the more of these things that miss, now it's Flash on cooldown, Solar Flare on cooldown, it gets easier and easier for Humble Life Esports to find that miracle angle. Problem is that I don't know, man. Like, if Yehu gets to press R, maybe they all just die anyway.
They most likely will. Also, Teddy has obviously already gotten to the point where he has W evolved a while back, but is now putting more and more points in that. Has not gone for the full AP build, but we have seen that if you can just keep landing these consistent Ws, even with the build, being repeatedly nerfed, and him going more of an unhit hybrid build, they're still gonna chunk. Not to the same extent that a full AP Kaisa would, which I would love in this scenario, because Humble Life's engage sucks.
Yeah.
And full AP Kaisa would absolutely shred, but I can understand why they want to go for hybrid.
That's a big old teleport from Doran. They do not want to give up this Baron, as they're just trying to keep them out of the pit. Peanut, though, should be able to have an entrance here, as now Teddy moving into the back of the pit now himself. Peanut goes over. It's not going to be the steal, as now Frog finds the Impale onto 2. Teddy gets Killer Instinct into the backline and executes Peanut, and Humble Life Esports are routed. They were too far behind, and that will be the game-winning fight here for DRX, as Zeka is just looking to defect. He wants back to his old team, I guess. Walking the wrong direction right now. Ooh, never mind. It was a bait and switch. Is now the Dragon getting employed here by Sponge. The rest of DRX are looking to try and finish this one off, as Zeka is going to be able to make it out. There we go. Congrats.
Makes it out. We'll see if he can have the hold of the summer. Because DRX, they're marching up, bringing us to a game number 3, and who would have thought that coming in, Atlas?
Well, I wouldn't have thought it after game number 1, because Humble Life Esports looked so incredibly controlled. Maybe after the draft you had a bit more of an inkling, but I didn't know that DRX had this in him. That was a nice handshake there from Delight, but I just don't think it means anything at all. Pleta sacrifices himself for the good of the colony, and DRX move us to a game 3.
DRX against Brion, they went to 3 games, and we don't really know what that tells you, but they won the series. now against Humble Life bringing us to a game 3 yet again, and I gotta say I'm a little stumped with my vote for POG.
It's Plutter.
He was
It's
fishing
one
a
option.
lot.
There's only one box on your selection plate.
You know what, Atlas? I am committing to the summer of support.
Oh yeah, there we
We
go.
are making it happen. But I do think Gehu to me was the other standout.
Oh,
I really
100%.
got to give him credit for the way he piloted a lot of these team fights. Never being in reach while simultaneously maxing his damage. And Humble Life, you know what the coaches are going to be looking at. They're going to be looking at that one fight where for some inconceivable reason they all tunneled onto Xin Zhao.
And it's one of these things that's been plaguing the LCK for quite some time. I actually even felt like at MSI, like the answer to our teams was to just pick Xin Zhao because they will try to kill him. And he's very difficult to kill. Sponge proving that once again. But it is now time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. Digon will explain himself and we'll head towards game number 3.
이거 할게. 야, 레오나 가져. 내가 갈게. 야, 나머지 가. 내가 나머지 미드 가봐. 아, 내가 안 끝날 것 같아. 끝나. 뭔데? 시끄렀어. 피해. 가비. 내가 뭔데 끝날 것 같은데? 해봐. 바로 와봐. 돼, 이거 돼. 네. 레아타 바이 녹음해. 아지를 높으려고. 내가 몸 라인 들어갈 때 타워 해줄게. 해봐. 일단 타워 쳐봐, 나머지. 아지를 녹음이라 했지. 아지를 높으려고. 아, 타워 들이밀어. 자, 타워 쳐봐. 내가 타워 해야 돼. 타워 해. 못해. 라인. 타워. 오케이. 나이스. 같이 가면 이기잖아.
1-1, all tied up here as DRX battle back against Hanwha Life. And, you know, Max was asking, how do I explain it? Well, every team in the LCK with the D in their name is undefeated, so DRX holding up true to that. Digon here in the space alongside Huni and Wolf. Wolf has a bone to pick in this draft, and it has to do in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so let's talk about the draft because, like, I think as the saying goes, like, lock Vayne and find out. They locked Vayne and they found out. Like, Aurelion Sol was a really good pick here after the Vayne was locked in, because otherwise it's looking like, okay, it's a little bit more dive via this composition. The Renata is, in a lot of drafts, anti-dive, right? You have a Kai'Sa, you have a Xin Zhao, you have the Skarner pick that's going to look good for Impales and stuff like that. You have Leona in this case, so that's okay, but they really picked it because they wanted to win lane with Vayne super hard, and Bailout has a ton of synergy there. But they kind of all-ined on all the wrong moments in this draft. Vayne did almost less damage than Renata at the end of the game, and the Aurelion Sol just became too big to fail. Hanwha botched this draft and botched the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game 3, I would expect it is gonna go to change, like, more probably just like actually having a front line, like being as a Rumble, just going like actually Riftmaker into Zaxio, like something like that. But it's like you just don't have a front line, no CC. Like, you actually kind of have to play like really perfectly well in the team fight. But like, what's the point? Like, you are already like kind of have an edge on it. The drive fight, you don't have to make it actually harder for yourself. Like, that's how I felt like in HLE, but that's what they try to do, like try harder draft and just try to win it.
Yeah, well, it was a little slow, a sleepy early game here, but in our first highlight down on the bottom side of the map at the Drake, you get to see a lot of value out of the Crescent Guard, and this is when DRX took control.
I mean, the starter was like so well, but the thing is, like, it was like so close to actually just Delight had to use our flash there to finish all of these character the champions. Otherwise, like this, even Zeka just going in later, just donating one more kill, it definitely doesn't help.
I mean, Zeka thought he was going to be Faker and pull up the Quadra, you know, and go in there, but it didn't happen that way. I mean, because he was close to it, you know what I mean? But really good positioning there from everyone on DRX as well. I wanted champion Yehu as well, who was able to get that reset, fly over the wall, get the additional kill. Like, it was a scrappy fight. A lot of mistakes from Hanwha Life, but the punish was pretty good from DRX, showing their fundamentals, and these types of fights are still definitely there.
Yeah, everyone was very low, but not able to pull it off. Then, later on, at the top side by Blue Buff, we were thinking, uh-oh, Sponge getting caught out in a little bit of trouble. No, as the highlight rolls here, and it's just a perfect bait for the rest of the team to come and clean up.
I mean, this is the fight that right after actually happened. Guys, this is a Xin Zhao. He pressed ulti. You're not able to put any single damage outside of the circle. But the Aso ulti landed, and Leona actually just came in clutch help, and as Connor and Kai'Sa just right there. And they're just not, like, there's the pushes that they are getting melted already.
I think one really big important thing to talk about in this moment is I think that Hanwha Life started to feel the pressure of the scaling Aurelion Sol, and that's why they decided to look for that pick, because otherwise there's not really any reason to hard commit into a situation like this. The problem is the Aurelion Sol has flight, right? You can come over there, you're all, you know, basically balling up on the blue buff pit, so you're setting yourself up for a disaster in this scenario because Xin Zhao is so difficult to kill with Crescent Guard. It's probably not the target you want. They could have tried to look for incremental advantages there, some deep vision, and then kite back out of the choke point, set up for a Renata. They could have even tried to do Baron after there and force that choke point with Renata, but they were just so, I think, stressed out by the fact that this Aurelion Sol is becoming a bigger and bigger problem so quickly. Their Vayne was not really getting anything done.
Yeah, again, Vayne wasn't getting anything done. Also, top side of the map, we get another
one.
Uh-oh, the Connoisseur is spoken. He's a little cranky about it. What do we have, Mr. Connoisseur of Rumble?
I don't know. I had to go first. I have to just change to 1.5 here. I'm so sorry. I mean, I'm not even sorry because he just rushed the CDR boots. I nearly I was like, I'm so satisfied that he rushed the Liandry's and into Sork's boots. Imagine he had a Sork's boots and Liandry, and it's like, this game was kind of special that he kind of had to build a like little bit tanky item, but at the same time he had to be a threat, because like as we said, the Vayne couldn't be a threat and Azir couldn't be a threat because the Aso is the big. It was like too giant, and I don't know, the 20-minute Drake fight. Like if the Rumble had a better item, I think there's a main chance that Aso just popped there.
I think so.
Well, because all those things didn't come into play, DRX take the victory. Let's see who the POG is in this match number 2. We had a couple of votes there on the bottom side of that. No, it goes to Yehu here. In the
You know what? I've got like voters' remorse. Like I really, really, really wanted to vote for Yehu, and I thought so many of the big plays were from Pleta this time. So Huni and I voted for Pleta actually together, but I wanted to vote for Yehu because his positioning was so fantastic. His follow-ups and the punishes were so good. But Yehu also had some really clutch, Pleta had some really clutch plays, like catching Doran on that play right around the Baron pit. I think it's one of the two of them for sure. But I mean, Yehu, should have voted for him, Huni. I think I messed up.
We probably should have just played one-on-one, like maybe. Like I mean, it's just like every single time. I mean, the Pleta for sure. We saw the good side.
All right, hey, it was close.
Unless we teamed up in global side.
Hey, and the baits from the jungle were true. Like Sponge did bait them a lot. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the Cuck W's go. Does it go to the English analyst? Does it go to everyone else? I'm not 100% sure. I just do know that Justice for Supports led to this vote. This is your fault, guys. Let's send it back on over to them for game number 3.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's judge based on that throw from Digon. Who are we gonna get a colossal throw in this game like we did in game number 2? Or was that one? I kind of liked that. It was topical. He threw it over to us.
It was clean.
I think it was kind of nice. Maybe there's going to be an outplay. It's not going to be a throw. It's going to be another team's going to have an outplay in the middle of next game.
So when is it an outplay and when is it, someone throwing?
It's purely perspective based, so we get to control it. That's the best part.
We control the narrative.
Exactly.
We are the creators of our own universe.
I wrote the script in 2019, my guy. Don't worry. It's actually good for another 10 years.
The script you wrote in 2019.
Yeah. LS and I.
That's still ongoing.
Oh yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
Every league.
Yeah. Not every league. No, in the LCK.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, we don't really worry too much about the other ones.
Well, that seems very up-brand.
Yeah. Let's dive into it though. Game number 3, the final one. We will not get a game 4 in this series. This is where it's all decided. And Talia going to be banned away. So we've got a bit of a mix-up here as we, of course, have Harmon Life Esports moving over to the blue side. They will try that for the first time this series. And in fact, their last victory on the red side was their first of the season. So in game number 1, that was the first time. Of course, sample size of not very much. But still, this is definitely their preferred side that we've seen so far.
What is going to happen as the bans don't change compared to game... Ooh.
Aha. This is a bit scary because Viper has already got a victory on this particular champion, and he looked very, very strong. Ashe has been basically permabanned, and so what does Teddy have in store? That's the big question.
So not only, you also gotta pick away Rumble because Ashe Rumble is also a very obnoxious bottom lane. Don't want to play into that. Could have been an angle. Frog is going to pick that here. Doesn't mean you're probably going to give over to Skarner. You can look in Skarner for jungle, but I don't think that is quite the same level of threat. They're going to instead pick up the Corki, which is a flex pick. Don't know where that is going. Could also be going to Teddy here.
Yep, Teddy's already played it, I believe, as well. So
most likely, though, obviously going to be here the pick for Yehu, but there is a decent amount of flexing available here for DRX. Doran, he had one great Skarner game and one game that didn't quite hit the mark.
What is it? Are we going for like is it a 3.25 star scoreline if it was going to meet in the middle?
Sure.
I think that's about where it gets.
Average.
Yeah. How do you average out the other two? It's going to be the question. That's going to be Frog attempting to do that. And that way he can beat out on the last one. Unfortunately, not quite get there for the first. As Zeka is going to try it again. We may have the El Clasico in the mid lane. You'll love to see it. Corki versus Azir. You might be able to remove the packages. That doesn't stop these games from delivering.
I do not love to see it. I've had enough of my fair share as we do take a look here. Jin gonna get locked in for Teddy. Jin right now quite strong. Obviously will struggle with taking down the Skarner. That is one of the big worries here for DRX. But Jin, and particularly with the Rumble, I quite like the amount of punishing you can do if someone, kind of commits to a fight, just taking a look-see, and then you equalizer, then you throw the Jin ultimate on top, Can definitely be something. As DRX continues saying, Delight, you are very good at engage supports. We do not like you playing them. They
Yeah.
might just ban. Oh yeah, I love this Leona ban because now, at the very least, they might leave open Nautilus and just R4 it here.
I mean, that's probably what DRX are looking for. What does that mean for the final ban here on their side, though? Because it's likely Life Esports will not let that happen.
Renata? Even though I don't think Delight had the standout Renata performance, playing Nautilus into Renata is really obnoxious.
That doesn't sound great. But they just banned the Nautilus themselves. Never mind.
Maybe it's an R5 counter pick for Pleta.
It might be the
Because-
R4 Rakan angle.
Actually, that's a very good... It could be that. I do think the laning phase with that combo becomes a lot weaker. Or you wait out, see what Humble Life end up picking, and then if they end up going for, say, an Ashe Seraphine, you can crank them.
Oh, true.
I do think the Rakan actually is more likely, also because it is a denial pick towards the light. We'll see what is in the cards here for DRX.
Certainly some options. Like you say, I think Xin Zhao being banned away makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
The Rel used to be a flex. Sadly, not anymore. As Splitter is thinking about that being the direction he wants to go. Taking some time before the lock-in, you can see he is considering what's going on. And there are a lot of things to consider. The Vi will be the pick away, so that is where they're going to go instead. Like you were talking about, go for that counter pick on that bottom side. I do like the idea.
Also a pick away from Peanut, whose Vi is very, very strong. All right, Planet, do it. Lock in that Janna if they go Rel. This is your opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
We're not locking Janna. Janna isn't real. Unfortunately, Rakan is most likely here for Plata, also one of his favorite champions.
Yep.
For Humble Life, I think the composition is all right, but I don't... Again, it's the same issue I had with Sponge in Game 1, where to me, Viego excels when you play him. There's a reason why Viego-Lissandra is like such an iconic combo. I think Viego-Ari is another. When you have these mid-lane threats that can just 100-0 a target, if you find a good CC stun or a good CC chain, it just really enables this pick. This time around, they're going to be reliant on Delight to start fights. That is a big upgrade for Humble Life, and I think they're going to be feeling a lot better. I still don't think that this is like a 10 out of 10. I feel like their draft rates in general, thus far, this split have been
Yeah, I kind of agree.
quite hit or miss.
They have 2 tanks, though, this time.
Which, that's the amount of tanks they need.
Yeah, at least. So that's going to be a whole lot better, especially a team represented by tanks thematically. Does make a lot more sense there. So let's see what Doran's Impales are going to look like in comparison to Frog's over the last couple of games. And whether or not Frog can do the same thing that Doran did in game number 2. The lane was not very playable for the Skana that time around. Game number 1, slightly different story. So we've got warring fans here in the audience as well. Definitely a whole lot of fun. And making it to the final game of this best of 3 makes sure that we keep up that drama. Absolutely fantastic. I think that things a little bit more even than game number 2 as far as the draft is concerned. I still think that DRX have a lot of things that they can leverage moving into the mid to late game, but doesn't have the longevity of the last. Let's hop into it.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are. And I think we need to dive into it just a little bit more about how these drafts are going to work holistically. I think we've had a few discussions about lanes and things like that and how they're going to work as Delight is going to interrupt us perhaps, but no, Sponge is going to move away. Moves into the brush. So DRX's composition, it's not exactly tanky, but they can blow someone up pretty quick. Is that just going to be the aim of the game? It's like put an equalizer down, hope that Sponge is going to cease and desist on top of it, and then you kill someone and then go from there?
Yeah, basically.
All right, cool.
With the amount of bursts you have available, I think realistically you can even get for really anyone that isn't Doran. You have also, what I personally love is a good amount of CC for equalizers, right? One of the big things that we saw in the last game is that it didn't really feel like there was nearly as much ways for Doran to play off with his ultimate.
Oh, yeah, actually going to get caught out of position here
Well,
just a
W.
little bit. Yeah, does have to take Valkyrie first.
Oh, that is
suboptimal.
That is really rough. One of the big parts of what makes Corki so strong is that his early damage with his Gatling gun is very, very uninteractive, and it also allows you to have a lot of control over the wave. And that is not going to be the case here, because Doran is like, Frog, I'll show you why people are respecting the Skarner.
Well, there's another crash down here onto Pleta. Pleta actually standing his ground. They
Oh,
are going to
fourth
be able
shot.
to win this one out. Really nicely done there. Teddy looking good on this Jhin so far as Viper is going to fight back and
Ward.
maybe eat those words. There's the flash forward. The Ignite is now down. They're looking for it, but Teddy is down so low. First blood going over to DRX, but it's Viper that's still left in the lane. And look at this damage really starting to stack up here. He's pressing the attack, and it is working.
Somehow, Yehu also not only able to hit level 2 at the same time as Zeka, but still fine in this lane. Aggression coming out here from the Corki, and man, the gold positive for DRX because they got first blood, but as you point out, that's a kill going over the Viper. We'll see how much of this wave Teddy is able to actually catch. I do think the call that he made though was correct, which is just go in and try to maximize damage. Yehu.
Oh dear. The unseen
This is a level 1
Horse
rel.
Dance is the deadliest as he just face checks. There is going to be Zeka turning up as well. He has another Valkyrie. He'll get over the wall, so doesn't even need to use a summoner spell, so never mind. Maybe a little bit overexcited there.
Yeah, because the light's level 1.
Yeah.
And he was going to back in TP anyway, so sometime, you know, being bot here for Zeka. Not going to be the end of the world, as we do see Frog, even though he took a bit of a rough trade there early on, is going to, being resourceless, especially pre-tier, really bully Doran around.
Yep, having a pretty good time. You can see that Sponge was in the area to try and assist. Not going to go for any sort of gank or anything or dive onto Doran.
Oh, Teddy, he had an inkling.
Yeah, Hex Splash being charged there. Delight not going to head out of the brush though. Doran turning... Actually didn't go for a back. I actually thought that maybe he'd go for some sort of reset, but decides not to. Wants to be able to go for that later when he can afford something a little bit nicer from the shop.
There was an Ignite, could have been a dive angle, but there's not.
Yeah.
Really haven't been seeing... Even Huni has been giving people the pass for not going Ignite. And I think that we saw this particularly with the lane swap meta, that if you do get lane swap done and you have Ignite, it actually just ends your game immediately. So you really got to play a bit more respectful.
Oh, there it is. Doran managing to find the pushback. Frog is going to flash away, but it's not going to work as Peanut will be able to cut him down. Possesses the Rumble and will just use him to take down this Gromp.
Big thing here is that Peanut is there. This is something we saw Lucid and Kingan do a ton as well in the Skarner. Skarner in the 1v1 is obnoxious enough, but it's particularly his setup for ganks that is completely insane. And right there we see a good example of it.
Yeah, let's have a look at it one more time. Doran just flashes so he can push Frog to where he wants him.
The E range can feel a little bit uninteractive. Frog on the receiving end of that one.
It also feels a little bit like the same power level as an ultimate.
Yeah, it's just as E.
Yeah.
That reminds me of, there was another champion that did a whole lot of this.
Oh, yeah.
Tank champion, yeah, with a lot of skill expression.
Oh, yeah, and is able to do that thing where he pushes you around a little bit.
Yeah, and he himself, you know, doesn't really care when people engage with him.
Got it.
Can't think of the champion, though.
No,
haven't seen him in a while.
Nah.
Wonder what he's up to.
Not once today. I'm sure we'll...
Not once today. It's true.
I'm sure we won't see it for the rest of the day. Right, guys?
No, it's just Skarner Rumble every game.
Aha.
I hope that helps.
Looking forward to it. Of course, we do have T1 versus Genji coming up after this.
Oh.
Battle of our MSI representatives. Very exciting one. And we might get some Cassante there. We'll just... Keen versus Zeus. Both of them, they do like him.
Yeah, I was actually setting up a decent amount of tweets about, you know, it's going to be Genji T1 again, because they didn't actually meet at MSI.
True.
Which is crazy to me. They always meet. I didn't this time around, unfortunately.
No, I think it's fortunately, to be honest. We've had too many team kills, right?
Well, Atlas, I'm an LCK caster. If I had Genji T1 in MSI finals, I wouldn't have.
Oh, it'd be great if it was the finals.
Yeah.
That's okay. But
Oh,
if
you mean in general?
Yeah, say they just meet in general. It's like you don't really want that.
I've gone full circle on it a bunch of times. You know, I'm right now. I'm loving
now
it.
with double elimination.
No, give it
does feel less.
That's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's what you will. We'll get other matchups. It's fine.
They should meet in the upper bracket and then again in the final. That's how it should.
Oh, yeah.
That's how it should realistically go. So we'll work on that as we.
Hey, don't give away the script for our playoffs bracket.
Oh, no. It doesn't include internationals, so don't worry. The script is purely
No, I mean,
for the LCK.
I meant for our playoffs.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't want to know that one.
I really don't.
No.
I love the mystery.
Sometimes we just, we have some regrets about what we wrote down, but we felt like it was so many years in the future, we were like, it's fine.
It'll be okay.
Yeah.
I think Frog might be in some trouble here.
He could potentially be, as Doran's going to ram him into a wall. Peanut going to turn up, just wandering in. He'll find the Q, he'll find the stabs, and there was just nothing Frog could do. Like, where is the counterplay opportunity there?
So the main lesson we're learning here is that Sponge should have pathed the top more.
Yeah, I think Pleta should have pathed top as well. And Yahoo should have also pathed top. That could have been enough.
We're getting a great lesson as to why the Skarner has been banned a lot.
Yeah, and also Frog is getting a good lesson as to how to utilize it, because we didn't really see this from DRX in the laning phase. It was kind of just left on his own and wasn't used like this, you know, gank money farming machine that Doran has been able to do.
I understand, you know, Frog probably is only studying for the Keen test and he didn't know he had to take the Doran test. That's a hard test. You know, many a good
Is it
player...
a Doran test or is it a Peanut test?
Yeah, maybe both.
Might be a bit of both. There's now Viper and Delighted just chasing Teddy and Pleta down. Dancing Grenade not going to really do too much there, and they are just going to be able to shove him out. Just a recurve bow here for Viper, but he's feeling like it is enough to give him a whole bunch of control. Not going to be too far behind in the farm is Teddy, but it is still a lane under control for Humble Life Esports, and this one's looking a whole lot better than game number 2. As Doran is just going to short throw the boulder. A little bit unfortunate there, but it's fine. And Sponge finally going to turn up. Should be able to make it into this brush unseen.
But they don't know about the ward.
Yeah. Unless they do.
It's not paint. So I think he's going to try and sneak in. But yeah, Doran playing it very safe here. Not showing one way or another as there we go.
All right. Now he's going to be able to sweep that one out. And we'll end up heading back home once again as well. Peanut also on vision here towards this bottom side, so Teddy going to be playing very respectfully, heading home himself as Viper was fresh off a reset. So a bit of stuff being purchased here. We've got some steel caps for Viper, who can play Battle Ash, I guess. And otherwise, it is pretty slow going this stage of the game. About 500 gold, the lead for Humble Life Esports as it stands.
You know what I love about Corki? You can just buy anything.
Yeah.
Just do whatever. Collector first? Sure. Opportunity first? You know, it's different with that. Yeah, can do. Try
play.
first.
You can play Ultimate Bravery and it just doesn't even really matter. Thornmouth first, probably not it.
Yeah, that I would stay with damage items.
Yeah.
That's the one funny thing, right? Because of the way it was reworked, his AP ratio. So I guess AP is worse on him now, even though he also, you know, previously scaled AP by buying AD, which was, I don't know, that always felt peculiar to me.
Yeah, it did. Peanut going to build a thematic item whilst also utilizing a thematic skin based on his teammate in the bottom lane.
Very cool.
Kinda cool.
Take a look here, and we see Peanut. That's a lot of movement towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, definitely has been around his lane as a whole lot more than Sponge as well. Hoping to see a little bit more from Sponge, of course, does like to get to level 6 fast, but he's made it to level 8 now, and we haven't really seen a cease and desist out of him just yet. As Yahoo just trying to scale up like you were talking about. Wants to build towards a item spike of some kind, as Zeka's just going to get knocked up by the Grand Entrance and doesn't even really seem to notice as he walks away.
Oh, yeah, this is a bit of unfortunate timing here for Frog because he desperately needs it back. Because he's sitting on a lot of gold, but that means that he's just going to go over.
Yeah, Sponge not able to get in there in time. And Viper up towards the top side of the map. Frog just going to take his leave.
Oh, I think, keeps canceling his back. But he really needs one. Maybe hoping for a misstep, but I don't think Viper and Delight are going to fall for that one.
Yeah, I think they were just expecting, like Frog wanted to make sure that Humble Life Esports didn't overstep because they were expecting him to go for a back because they knew that he had too much money and blah, 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 blah. They're not going to be able to capitalize on anything. Just playing it safe by the water. And we do recommend it. As Zeka versus Teddy. Not exactly the mid lane matchup that we were promised, but it is what we have right now. Teddy just doing his best to hold on to the wave. And what are you feeling in the waters? Because my waters are feeling a little bit more similar to Game 1 rather than the similarities of Game 2.
Yeah, Hanwha Life has done a couple of things here. They have not picked Vayne.
Normally a positive. Unless it's top lane, in which case it feels okay.
No, 80 carry Vayne. Sorry, 80 carry Vayne specifically. And they have Delight on an engage report. So I'm feeling great for the Hanwha Life odds. At the same time, though, the fact that we're even discussing this in the first place, I think is something we should
celebrate,
savor and celebrate while we're at it, because it is very unexpected. DRX, as you point out, for a long time they were contesting with Breon for teams that maybe won't get a win until they meet each other, and then someone just by definition will have to, but it's not looking too hot to stepping up to a Hanwha Life, where I think their meta read is definitely lackluster. But the team fights from DRX have genuinely looked good, which is such a step up over last time around in spring.
And they look like a team that is playing with some confidence as well, and that is something that was sorely lacking in the last season. And I think that a lot of people are still huge fans of Teddy. I think there are starting to be more and more fans of players like Pleta. Frog has the coolest name next to Sponge here in the LCK. We have like actually two of the best names in the league are on this team. There is a lot to like about this DRX.
And Pleta, you can be a hipster, you know, like with Delight when it was on Brian, you can be like, this guy is such
Can you? Because like Orcs was already voting for him in All-Pro last season.
No, but I think the public at large will still be like,
true.
This is the same thing that happens with LCK CL players, where they're like, oh, any LCK CL player that goes overseas is an LCK reject. I'm like, no, that's not really how that works.
Apart from Thanatos.
Why would you do it to me on cast? I can handle it when it's a joke backstage, Atlas. Why would you bring it? You know that Raz directly called me out? You know Cubby? You know TV man messaged me as well. I was like, first of all, you know, great job. How have you been? Secondly, I'm so a cute Thanatos segment chronicler. By the way, he's here now. I'm like, I know! I'm very well aware.
Oh, it's perfect. I actually felt like Raz's response to it was my favorite part. Just the cackle, because I saw it with his face, you know?
Oh, yeah.
He does that all the time. Oh,
It's class. I love Raz, man.
Beautiful.
I tweeted something, you know, vaguely threatening, which he also knows is not really my brand.
No, not really.
When it comes to challengers, I think it makes sense. Right now, DRX should be at least feeling confident to set us up. And again, they have so much damage with it. You need to find these early picks.
Oh, I thought Sponge might be about to press the R button, but decides not to. We'll just back away. Man, it almost looked like we were going to have some action, but instead, Hanwha Life Esports just wander into the river.
I'm telling you, that combo of Frog, Teddy, and Sponge, that's going to be the big one. Sponge does get spotted, so they know this is coming.
Yeah, let's see where this equalizer is going to land. Let's see what Sponge can actually find. A cease and desist comes in. They do manage to layer the equalizer over the top, but Delight with the counter engage is decent. As Peanut locks down 2 already. Teddy's burning. He's going to go down as well. And Frog, nothing he can do. Yahoo is now fighting against a very fed Peanut, who might be able to find a triple on the back end of that. That is going to be an ace in trade for just a pigeon. And Hanwha Life Esports, where have we seen this before?
Just like that, this game goes from being a fun affair to Hanwha Life just completely taken over.
Yeah.
One play was all they needed. You know
the same play from game 1?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. 2 things here are really big. One is that the engage, even though it's successful on top of Zeka, actually does take a little bit of time, because again, they know this is coming, and it's only onto Zeka. And then Delight with the Magnet Storm, then the Q, and then the Impale from Doran. Right? And from that point on, I talked about DRX. Ideally, you want to find one target, blow them up. You have great follow-up CC, and they did, but it also works the other way around, because even a single kill will set off Peanut.
That is just dirty. It's just dirty. And that combo needs a name. So is it Magnet Impale or Impagnate Storm?
Oh, I thought you were going to go with like Warner.
No. I kind of like Impagnate Storm.
I don't think it should be that.
You don't think so?
No.
I think it's Impagnant. I'm going to go with Impagnant Storm.
I like Mac Pale.
What?
Mac Pale.
Magpil?
It's like Macbeth, but instead he impales.
Why is Macbeth there?
I don't know.
Why did you put him? What?
It's like Mag
Ah, Magnet. Ah,
from
yeah.
Magnet.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Or he could just go easy and just go Mimpale.
Yeah,
which-
I got a bit confused there. I thought you just started speaking Dutch out of nowhere, and
That
I
does
got
happen.
very confused. It has happened at some point, but mainly it's you on purpose. As Doran's going to be picking up more rocks and walking around, and we're not going to lie to you guys. We feel like this one might be just done after this, as Life Esports certainly finding exactly what they wanted in that last fight. You can see Doran, he's feeling it as well, because he knows that he can just walk up and find anyone, and they will probably die. They're going to move in, they're going to collect themselves the first Hextech Drake of the game, as we've only had these pivotal souls so far today. It's been absolutely fantastic. So many clouds yesterday, right? Wasn't it the best? In the first series, at least.
On the non-Atlas day as well.
I know. I was just sitting there watching, just having the greatest of times. Got my channel points from the KT victory in Game 2.
And then
watched the movie.
and then turned off.
Yep, and watched the movie. It was great.
So
All right. Ooh, bit of face checking as Peanut did not quite have enough teammates. As Doran is now just impaling the Rumble, and he's kind of, well, he doesn't have a lot of damage. He is just going to be able to smash him against the wall, though, and that is going to do it. That's a solo kill under a turret for the Skarner. He's 2-0-6. He's got 2 full items, and there was not a whole lot Frog could do.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. This is going to be a very valuable VOD review for Frog. Right, and that's the reality of the situation. If you get beaten on both sides of a matchup,
yeah,
there should be a lot of takeaways.
Sponge. Not quite able to do too much here. Splitter is able to avoid the Shattering Strike. Still, Life Esports just making sure they get as much vision in the enemy jungle as possible, set up for a potential Baron that's going to be up in a minute. It does feel like Baron probably should exist on the map right now, but with the amount of acceleration that Life Esports have put into this game, it is not even Baron time yet. They're going to take down this outer turret towards the bottom side.
Oh no, no, we don't. Oh,
did we need to?
Did we have to?
Now the wall slam, and Doran just fights him enough to get another one.
This is very self-explanatory. I don't feel like I need to explain to everyone what's happening.
Doran did buttons. He pressed what feels to me like the equivalent of 3 ultimates during that fight, and Frog.
Obviously, a lot of the ire, and I think understandably, will go towards Skarner. I do think it's important to note, though, that
I mean, we saw Skarner look pretty balanced.
Well,
the last couple of games.
that's my point. Like, it's the same when we look at. I think champions like Cassante, right? Once he got tuned, obviously Release and like early Cassante was a whole different beast, but recently, even if looking as recently as MSI, obviously everyone loves memeing it, and I'm personally a big fan of Showmaker, so big fan of the meme. But realistically, there was a lot of skill expression. I think we're seeing another example of that here. The problem is that, you know, if you do know what you're doing.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm very scared. Jonas Strong really.
Oh,
no, make it stop!
Okay, they get the flash, but there's the impale. They just can't do anything about it, and Frog is once again dead. On the other side of the rift, it is going to be Zeka falling down. So it is a trade of 1 for 1. And in fact, you know, I guess there was a bit more invested on DRX's side. But if you are the team that's behind, it does feel better to be able to get something back, as Viper was in the mid lane, and now he's just looking to kill Teddy, who does flash. Doran was coming in. That's a few too many turret shots for an Ashe, but maybe he's just fine.
What? That 2 versus like 4, and they're still like, I guess it's free. Frog isn't up yet.
Yeah, and Yahoo is going to be able to grab themselves some bounty gold as he takes down this turret as well. So
Portler Gaming
is going to be able to do it. The rest of Life Esports moving on over, but it's a bit of a drive-by there from Doran, realizing that there was going to be some support. So Sponge able to guard the gates.
Bit of Tokyo Drift there from Doran.
Liked it.
Besides the better of it. What's your favorite Mario Kart game?
Favorite Mario Kart? Interesting. Probably Mario 64.
Really?
Because I played it the most.
Yeah, fair enough.
Although I loved the SNES one as well.
Very straightforward. In case you missed it, what happens is Zeka walks up and then he gets Vied. Also, if you're jungler and top or are diving on the other end of the map, maybe don't walk into unwater brushes.
Yeah.
Could have been a good angle, but this game isn't about Zeka whatsoever.
No.
So it doesn't really matter.
It's probably
Double
Mario
Dash, by
Kart
the way.
8. No, Double Dash is terrible. And I love the GameCube, but that was not a good game.
I played it when I was very young, and I will not hear any opinion to the contrary.
Oh god, it was such a departure.
I think
from what made that
I
series
think
good.
objectively, it probably is Mario Kart 8, right?
Yeah,
like it has to
8's
be.
really good because you get to play the bikes if you like the bikes, and
Yeah.
you've got a bit of a fight here as Pleta is going to have the grand exit. He will be able to successfully do that as the arrow finds Frog. Can Frog catch a break? He can catch an arrow, but he can't catch a break.
This unfortunately happens when players, come up from Challenger and they haven't really had a lot of experience yet with playing in the LCK, and they just. Zeka, what about?
He just wants.
It's fine. It's fine. He's not walking towards the brush. He's learning. Yeah, there you see question mark ping.
Yeah. Well, Sponge is still in the brush.
He's still waiting. This dragon's obviously not going to go anywhere. Well, it is.
And
Go
what
to
is the
Hanwha.
strategy? So
No, you
Sponge
hope he
is-
walks up and then you kill him, and then you try to Nash.
Yeah.
드래곤을 처치했습니다.
Or do they? Maybe they can get in, clear out some vision, and try and threaten it. But like, I just don't think that's going to be hard. Look at the cool items that Doran has. He now has a Freezy Heart and the Freezy Clothes, and he's just 3-item Skarner, and he's almost unkillable. When you've got a Rumble on 1.5 items, and the tank looking over from the other side of the map is just happily building armor and just not phased, you know that something might have gone wrong, as Arrow is going to once again hit not the target, but the other guy, as Teddy takes that one to the head.
Viper's hit rate is great.
It is!
Like, when you just look at, not intended target, but just hitting
a
people.
champion, yeah. As Doran is just walking menacingly towards Yehu, and he is just going to get impaled. Great crash down and Magnus Storm from Delight as they lock up the Corki. Life Esports now looking for even more, as Doran can just throw boulders around, walk over walls, do all of those things. And Life Esports, they just might have Baron on the mind.
Can anyone kill Skarner in this game? Because there is Jin.
Doran. Doran is the only one.
And I could see him do it.
Yeah, as Pleta is just going to get closed in on. It's a decent equalizer position, but unfortunately it just doesn't do damage. Well, it actually maybe does, as it's a double kill for Teddy. But like you were saying, who kills Doran? No one but Doran, and he is able to walk out of that one with more than half of his health bar. That's another ace, and the damage dealers are still up for Life Esports, so they'll take a Baron.
Doran is the king of his own destiny.
Oh,
he
yes.
decides what and he doesn't die. Right there, it says a lot about the game state when you get Rakan charmed and violated on top of an equalizer in a choke point.
Yeah.
Because
it was about as everything that could go well as possible.
It really was. As we see here, very straightforward. Doran finds Yehu, ends up getting the CC chain, but there is a decent amount invested here, right? You invest in Pale, Delight invests Magnet Storm as well. And then right here, this is like the best case scenario that you're going to get. As they throw a lot into Pleta, but he ends up staying alive. Like, this is all on top of the equalizer. So yeah, Delight goes down. Yeah, Peanut goes down, but I don't think Viper needed to flash there. I don't think Viper was needed. Full stop. I think Doran was very, very, very well equipped to take care of that by himself. He's like, thank you, Viper. I appreciate the moral.
Well, also Viper can slow them down so that the Scorpion can just waddling at them.
Yeah, you're right. Skarner doesn't have enough.
Not enough CC.
Not enough.
Not enough CC. So got to slow them down so that Doran can happily do all of that big damages that he has available to him. That's precisely how
I
it
gotta
all works.
say, as a series, still, I think DRX major step up.
Absolutely.
We
have to put it into the context of this being a DRX that really struggled to find any wins
if I
whatsoever.
remember correctly, they hadn't found a game win since spring of last year against Hanwha Life.
Yeah.
So
this is still absolutely.
I think it's a glass half full situation for Hanwha Life. Funnily enough, I don't think they're going to be happy after this because they already lost to DK, and yet this series will end up being a 2-1. But if you're a team that is genuinely contesting for winning the LCK,
Doran not going to find too much, as the Magnet Storm also isn't exactly the greatest, but are the wallets just too heavy? And according to Frog, I think they just might be. Pleta not going to be able to get out of this one either, is just going to get punched to death. Zeka also able to take down McCorkey. And now the curtains have been called, but for who, Teddy? That is the question. As there's the flash, just the flash ram into the wall. And Teddy not going to be able to find too much here. He'll get back to his fountain, but he's not going to save his Nexus. And Harmalife Esports, they took a little bit of a trip away from victory in game number 2, but they came right back here in game number 3, and they are now on the board here in the LCK. And definitely something that our third place team from Spring probably should have been able to achieve a little bit earlier, but definitely looking good in this last game.
win is a win.
Oh, absolutely.
Harmalife gonna take it. Yeah, we've only had
POG,
one.
yeah.
We've had one unanimous POG so far.
I think this one might be somewhat
the
easy,
second
yeah.
one. Maybe we'll have like the one peanut
It's Zeka,
vote.
right?
Oh yeah. No, it's the Summer of Support, Atlas. Obviously, we're voting to Light.
Yeah.
As Doran teaching Frog what it means to be a top laner. Sometimes when you start falling behind, the game becomes very unplayable.
Yep.
Very, very quickly.
And I also think that it wasn't a throw in this game, it was an outplay. Because the setup for the engage at the Herald was basically what DRX wanted, and then Harmalife Esports did it better. So it was, if Dagon does a good throw, then we have better League of Legends.
The causal effect, it's linked. It's 100%
That's
guaranteed.
proof. I think that's proof.
We're going to disregard any form of scientific method, and right now that is our truth. Atlas.
Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I
No
learned it
sample
all
size.
from Orcs. He taught me all about it.
Zeka, I think, really not having his best day. The last game kind of being the best example of that.
His Vitana was pretty good in game 1. Just
That is true.
the Azirs were a little bit of a departure.
Yeah, that I think is the main takeaway from this. For Harmalife, I hope that they don't take this too hard, and they mainly look at it as, again, a reaffirmation. When it comes to our team fight, we're a top tier team in the LCK, right? If we actually have a composition that allows us that combo with the light going in and then the follow-up coming through from Doran, I think is great. But
heads held high on the side of DRX, though. As we can see here, I don't think that anyone is going to be too hard on this team. That really, they're very, very young. There is so much potential for all of these players, and with some guidance and, you know, with Teddy helping them out, I think that there is a bright future as this season goes on, but just not quite in this particular series. And being able to pick up that one game in game number 2, absolutely fantastic stuff, as this is that moment we were talking about. Delight's re-engage, utterly glorious, setting up Doran for that Impagnant Storm, as we were talking about.
that right there, if you're a Delight vote, that's your moment. You know, when you're like, yeah,
yeah.
that was
I watched
Doran.
this replay, and honestly, that was the most important part of the game. So maybe there's an argument.
Yeah, I do think this one might end up being unanimous, though, because credit where credit is due. Yes, Peanut paid a lot of attention, but even before that, Doran in the 1v1 was already
I mean, it was kind of like Doran ganking for Peanut, you know, because he was the one setting it all up, right? So that's what it sort of felt like.
Really was. Ends up being the biggest difference maker, I think, in this game by far. For Frog, again, the VOD review is going to teach you a lot, because if you're on the receiving end of a loss in both matchups, it says a lot about the caliber of player that you're facing up against. Hopefully you can take that. Obviously, as you point out, still a very young player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think had a great day, all things considered.
I would agree.
Harmalife is going to look forward to, I think, cleaning up some of the mid-game in particular, but the team fighting of this team remains top tier.
Certainly does. And I think that when they figure out the meta, when they figure out exactly which champions they want to be picking,
not Vayne.
I think that's when things are going to take a bit of a step up. But honestly, the beginning of the first round robin of summer regular season is probably where you can do as much experimenting as you would like, especially when you are confident enough to be able to get towards playoffs range no matter what. And I think that Harmalife Esports are a team that can feel pretty confident about being able to do that. Doran did the most damage in the game. Riddle me that.
I got no riddle for you. That's just Skarner, baby.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb. There were some champions that have a lot of damage potential in that game, and he just Skarnered.
You know, the difference in size of Scorpion between game 1 and 2 and game 3?
Yeah.
It's a step up, Atlas.
Certainly is, and actually great news for Doran as well, because I think we've been a bit critical of Doran throughout the years, and good to see him really putting some of these young guns in their place. But now it is time for us to throw it over to the space to break down the victory for Humble Life Esports. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. I guess it's science now. Good toss equals good game. And so we'll keep it that way. Digon here alongside Huni and Wolf on the space to break down the Hanwha Life victory over DRX. You said earlier about looking at the top side of the map, the Rumble pick. What else jumped out at you here in terms of this draft?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff to talk about here. I know Huni has a lot of opinions about the Rumble in particular. For me, the Jhin at this stage of the draft just didn't really fit all too well. I mean, Jhin Rumble can be quite strong if you have something like a Maokai to tie it all together, but they didn't have that. They opted into a Corki. They almost picked Rel because they knew Rel was going to be a huge threat, but if they had, then Peanut would have had Vi, which would have created an even bigger problem. So they kind of ended up in this trap in the draft where there wasn't really a great choice to make. And the Rakan Jhin combo with a draft like this just isn't going to be consistent enough because you have to go in to a Skarner, you have to go into an Azir, you have to go into a Magnet Storm. And Hanwha Life Esports had all the answers to what DRX tried to kind of finalize here in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I like the ban on the Zinzon for 5 as well from the HLE, just in case, you know, because it's pop off in game 2. And yeah, I mean, as you said, I think it's just like on the top side, it's just a Rumble. Like, he kind of forced to take it away because like he knew that if he picks Skarner again, he'll probably lose the lane again. And if he picked the Rumble, so like probably hope for the best into Skarner. I think he knew that the Skarner is coming, but the matchup, like the Skarner cannot be that, like it's not that good. Like if you have to know how to play the Rumble well to beat the Skarner, and also playing around the jungle timer. It was rough.
A little bit of foreshadowing here. You got to know how to play Rumble well. Well, we have some highlights here in our highlight package number 1. A couple of picks early on the bottom side of the map, and then compilation with a couple deaths on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, obviously down here, there were some big issues in terms of how this is all playing out. And like, in the early game with this matchup, like Jhin, we've talked about this so much, like Jhin doesn't do that much damage early, but he does, of course, do enough in this case, but he doesn't get the first blood here, so it doesn't necessarily matter. This ends up being a huge win for Hanwha Life because it costs Teddy a lot of farm, and it's just kind of weird to play this game into a level 1 Ashe. Now, in the defense of Frog, I've seen this happen like 7 times this week in LCK, actually, but Peanut's there for the play, trying to push in on the Rumble, trying to maximize those advantages. But you got to respect the flash engage, and so many of our Rumble tops are not.
You have the flash, it's so free. I mean, it's just like, even I said it like before, like the game 1 and game 2, like if in order to forward just kind of be able to like actually deal with the Rumble, you have to use the jungler really well, and it's like actually just playing around the timer. It's the really most important. I think that this is the reason why the Doran is like actually veteran, and the Frog is like, oh, we can kind of easily tell like he is a rookie. He needs a time. He will experience this more, and the time will help for him.
Yeah, so these small leads accumulated over time here for Hanwha Life led to an advantage that they took advantage of over at the Herald fight around 14 minutes. And again, just Hanwha Life taking control of the game and, you know, putting those mistakes of game number 2 aside.
You can see at this fight here, they're trying to utilize, like, okay, we have Vi, we have Jhin, we have some burst damage, you have Equalizer, but they all walk straight into Magnet Storm and Pale combo. Frog's on the edge here trying to push Viper, and he can't win that fight because the rest of the team is just getting obliterated at the same time, so he goes down. And this was not a bad call, and it's kind of what this comp for DRX is supposed to do, but it just showcases, I think, in a lot of ways why Hanwha Life's comp is almost directly the counter to everything that they're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, you have kind of the like order to win the fight is like the first. It's like the engagement has to be really well. It has to be good, or the item has to be there. So something advantage, but both of them wasn't really there.
And for the 3rd game in a row, we had a Rumble. So let's look to our connoisseur. Woo! This one's an oof. We got oofs in the chat. That's pretty tough. 0.5, Hooney?
I was asking, should I really have to do it? Like, I mean, he's kind of new as well. Like, I don't want to go too hard on him, but like, to be real, this is like almost a negative game. But I gave him 0.5 because he's equalizer on Leaf Throw. Like, he's still trying his best.
It was a good position on that.
And I think the at least like he picked the Rumble, right? So.
I mean,
even this Connor was up.
He's a rookie. He's playing into Doran, right? He's playing into Peanut. They didn't respect it very well. I think Sponge got pretty hard beat by Peanut in the series overall, even though he baited a few fights in game 2. So, I mean, I'll give Frog a little bit of credit, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
All right, let's take a look at our POG. I think votes will be scattered about. Where do we end up here in game number 3? No, it is to the top side of the map, taking advantage of our 0.5 scored Rumble by Hooney, and Doran gets it.
I mean, this is a Magnet Storm, but it's cool. You know, Doran. I'm being facetious because for me it's kind of a chicken and egg for this one. Like, did Peanut set up Doran or did Doran set up Peanut? Because like moves like this was very impressive in terms of the game sense here for Doran, and knowing that he has just enough time if he gets the Impale to get that second charge. But, I mean, like, you've been watching the game, like, you're not wowed by this, I think. But some of the catches for Doran were pretty good. I thought Peanut getting him ahead and playing the map extremely well was my vote.
For me, I just more so there was a bigger top gap. Oopsie.
Oh, no. Zoom in on him. Zoom in on him.
Chicken rag.
Chicken or rag.
So the highlights were Doran solo killing a Rumble that Peanut boomed in the early game, and then following up on a Magnet Storm, and that was it. Okay, I mean, that's what you guys want to vote for. I mean, that's cool. It's personal preference, you know.
While Wolf tries to continue to defend himself, let's send it on over to Jason for the translations of the winners' interviews.
2024 LCK Summer Split
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by Doran and Delight on the side of Hana Life Esports after their first victory of the summer season. Congratulations. Delight, first win to start of the season, finally. How do you feel? Yeah, our first match didn't really go well, but we managed to pick ourselves up together, and I want to make sure that we can keep showing the best performance possible. Yeah, I'm so relieved that we won today, and I had a lot of fun in games, so I like it. Well, Doran, last spring season, Hana Life Esports was so close to making it into the finals, but you guys could not. So how did you, prepare for the summer season? Yeah, it was a big bummer, but summer season is really, really important for us. So I just tried to forget what happened in spring and focus on the summer season. Delight. Right now in the meta, Tristana, Zeri, Alistar, the 3 champions seems to be on top of the tier list. And game 3, Hana Life secured all 3 of them. So how did the drafting go? I think, yeah, we managed to secure all the picks that we kind of prioritized, so we were happy with how the draft turned out. In game number 1, Alistar was a huge counter into the opponent's comp. I guess that's why Alistar is the OP champion right now. How did you rate the Alistar kind of champion itself right now? I think it depends on your comp actually, and I think every different team has their own approach to the meta read right now. Then what are your thoughts on this tank support meta at the moment? Well, for me, I personally really like tank support, so I'm having a great time. Doran, Hana Life decided to play AD carry Vayne, but that was not good enough to connect that into a win, so I want to know about that pick. Well, if I remember correctly, a lot of marksman champions were being banned out, so Vayne was one of the picks that Viper was really confident. So we tried to believe him and give him the Vayne pick. And then what kind of feedback did you guys have before heading into game 3? So we were playing on the blue side for the first time this series, so we wanted to focus on the plan that we had for the blue side.
2세트 연속으로 가져갔던 스카너를 내주고 럼블을 또 먼저
And then game
가져가더라고요.
3,
어땠는지
the opponent
궁금합니다.
decided to actually let Skarner through and
3세트 때 상대가
lock in
럼블을
Rumble
먼저
actually.
가져가더라고요. 이때 어떠셨는지 궁금해요.
What came to your mind when that happened?
하기 나름인
I think
상성이라서
Skarner Rumble all comes down to how you actually play out the laning phase. You know, it depends on the pilot, or it depends how you kind of play out the trades and everything. So I could kind of understand that.
이제 이번 3세트 같은
Then what
경우처럼
is the most important part when it comes to the Skarner Rumble matchup? I mean, Rumble has always been really weak to, being exposed to ganks. So I think that's the most tricky part.
한타를 질 수가 없겠더라고요. 준비된
In game
조합이었을까요?
3, Skarner Rel kind of synergy was so good. Was that something you guys always practiced in scrims?
이런 연계는 잘 안 나왔는데
No, not really. We never had this kind of a wombo combo in scrims, but somehow on the LCK we managed to pull off some outplays.
딜라이트 선수 스카너와의 호흡 어땠나요?
Delight. How would you like to rate your synergy with Skarner from Doran? I was just focusing on my own work. Also did Doran, so we were able to create some great synergy.
한번 들려주시죠. 먼저 딜라이트 선수.
And Delight.
초반 경기력이 조금 아쉬운데
Could you share Hana Life Esports goals for the summer season with the fans?
가보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Our spring season didn't really end where we were all hoping for, so I want to make sure that we can achieve something more this time. It's only the beginning right now, but I want to, have a long run this season, and I wish that we are the one having the big laugh at the end of the season. And this will be the end of the interview from Doran Delight, and back to the space. Thank you.
Well, with that win, Hanwha Life gets themselves on the board, and DRX take their first loss. So both tied there, 5-5 head-to-head, going to Hanwha Life as expected.
Look, even though Peanut was robbed, I'm really happy to see how happy Doran was to do the interview. He looked really hyped. He looked super excited, and he and Delight obviously had that cool combo. It was really fun to see both of them on the stage together there, and Hanwha bouncing back after that huge loss to D+ earlier this week.
Doran was the whole time smiling a whole interview, and it was like, feel pretty good to watch.
Yeah, anytime that a player gets that and you can see how glowing with excitement there, that's good. Peanut, you're not going to let that one go away, huh?
I don't know. I love to have fun with this, especially when I'm the odd man out, which has happened, probably 4 or 5 times over the last few years. But I was pretty surprised there were no Peanut voters, besides me, anyway.
DRX taking this win. What is a positive takeaway from this one, Huni?
I mean, at least they got one, right? They got one game off, and still, I think the game 2, especially the aggressiveness with the pick that they actually haven't expected, or unpredictable play, that has been needed, especially when they're a little bit underdog spot.
Wolf?
I mean, just briefly, I think DRX need to revisit draft a little bit. Some of the decisions were really good, but overall, I think really missed the mark for me.
All right, well, that closes the chapter on Hanwha Life and DRX. Now, to close out the first week, it's the big one. It's T1 versus Gen G. Make sure to stick around and watch that one. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
안녕하세요. LCK 중계하고 있는 LCK 캐스터 전용준입니다. 전설의 전당이라고 하면 그동안의 LOL 프로씬에서 매년 단 한 선수만 투표의 과정을 통해서 선정을 해서 그 첫 번째 헌액된 그 영광스러운 주인공이 페이커 선수입니다. LCK 캐스터다 보니까 감사히 이곳에 와서 옆에 우리 윤수빈 아나운서와 함께 보게 됩니다.
안녕하세요 여러분, LCK 아나운서 윤수빈입니다. 뭔가 역사적으로 되게 오랫동안 남을 것 같은 이 홀 오브 레전드 행사에 진행을 맡게 됐다는 소식을 처음 들었을 때부터 너무 놀라웠고요. 내가 이런 거 해도 된다고? 이런 생각이었고 너무 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 어떻게 잘 해볼까 생각밖에 없어요. 리그 오브 레전드 그 자체가 아닐까 싶은 생각이 들어요. 그 선수를 빼놓고는 어떤 것도 설명할 수가 없기 때문에 이제는 그냥 살아있는 역사 그 자체가 되지 않았나 싶은 생각이 듭니다. 그거는 뭐 전 세계에 의심할 사람이 단 한 명도 없지 않을까요? 처음에 이런 전설의 전당이 생길 때부터 전 세계 모든 분들께서 첫 번째는 페이커 선수겠구나 생각하셨을 것 같습니다.
이거는 정말 국적 불문, 언어 불문, 나이 불문, 이거는 의심의 여지가 없습니다. 제가 생각하기에 단 한 명, 1호는 첫 번째 헌액되는 선수가 페이커임은 이견이 단 하나도 없을 것 같습니다.
오늘 축하하기 딱 좋은 그런 날씨인 것 같습니다. 바쁘신 와중에 이렇게 함께 해주신 여러분께 진심으로 감사드리면서 많은 후보들 중 모든 길은 결국 이 선수를 통하게 됐습니다. 자, 이어지는 순서는 페이커 선수에 대한 헌액 영상이 상영이 되겠는데요.
But there was that lingering on itself of the World Championship proven anything and everything that he needs to prove. But there was that lingering question.
너를 또 응원해주는 여러 사람들이 있다는 걸 알고 더 열심히 또 갚았으면 좋겠다는 생각이 드네요. 아무튼 축하해.
얼마나 힘들었을까 라는 또 생각이 드니까 한편으로는 정말 짠하기도 하고 많은 팬분들의 응원과 지지가 있었기 때문에 제가 이렇게 올 수 있었던 것 같아서 전설의 전당 헌액보다 그냥 많은 분들의 응원 그리고 헌사가 저에게 더 가치 있는 것 같고요.
여러분이 동의하신다면 이럴 때 일어서서 페이커 선수를 맞는 건 어떤가 생각이 듭니다. 동의하시는 분은 일어서 주시나? 네. 자, 여러분. 첫 번째 헌액자 우리 T1의 페이커 이상혁 선수를 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
그럼 이 자리를 빌려서 원동력이 됐던 모든 분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 아까 영상에서 너무 잘 만들어 주셔가지고 너무 감사합니다. 그리고 또 여기 공간이 되게 좀 뜻깊은 것 같아요. 또 날짜도 그렇고 그래서 더 의미 있는 것 같아요.
자, 페이커에게 LOL이란 무엇입니까?
저는 LOL을 통해서 되게 많이 개인적으로 성장했고요. 큰 의미 있는 경험을 하는 게 저는 너무 감사하다고 생각하고 또 삶을 배울 수 있는 계기가 되는 게 바로 롤이지 않나 생각해서 너무 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 페이커 선수에게 큰 축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다. 제가 좀 비켜드릴게요. 유니폼을 공개해주세요. 자, 이 유니폼은 첫 번째 포레스트라는 백넘버 01.
넥서스인 줄 생각도 못했는데.
자, 우리 T1 선수를 모시고 잠시 사진 촬영 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 네.
안녕하세요. T1입니다. 일단
이렇게 날씨도 좋은 날에 야외에서 이렇게 보는데 너무 마음이 따뜻해지고 평화로운 저녁이었던 것 같습니다.
영상이 잘 만들어진 것 같고 나도 오래 해가지고 저런 선수가 돼서 저런 것들을 받고 싶다 이런 생각을 했던 것 같습니다.
이제 또 많은 사람들이 와주시고 또 이제 영상 보는 내내 작년 기억도 많이 나고 행복한 기억들만 남은 것 같아서 좀 뜻깊었던 것 같고
뜻깊은 자리에서 많은 분들이 축하해 주셨는데 같이 함께 대단한 선수를 축하할 수 있어서 되게 기뻤고 많은 축하 받는 걸 보면서 되게 선수로서 동기부여도 되게 많이 되는 것 같아서 좋은 자리였던 것 같습니다.
자, 페이커부터 잘 보고 계시겠어요? 다시 한번 첫 번째 페이커 선수에게 큰 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 이경도 선수였습니다.
안녕하세요. 이번에 전설의 전당 헌액된 페이커 이상혁입니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 또 되게 좋은 날에 많은 분들의 축하를 받게 된 것 같아서 되게 뜻깊은 경험으로 남을 것 같아요. 네, 이번에 또 되게 정성스럽게 만들어 주셔서 또 많은 분들이 사용해 주셨으면 좋겠고요. 얼마나 잘 만들었는지 한번 구경해 보도록 하겠습니다. 저도 너무 감사했고 앞으로도 많은 분들께 또 좋은 영감을 드릴 수 있게 열심히 노력하겠습니다.
darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
화이팅!
이겨! 초비 화이팅! 스승님 화이팅! T1 페이커 화이팅! T1 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our final series of the week. And I think in a lot of people's minds, we saved the best until last. Both of our MSI representatives, one of them being the MSI champions, as we crowned yesterday a couple of days ago with their walkout. Absolutely amazing stuff. Gen.G back again, this time up against T1, a battle of the ages, a rematch of our last final, all of those things. See who's going to be able to come out on top.
It's a lot of great things. It's hard for me to follow up after that one, but you're right. This match is something that it feels like it really doesn't feel like a split has started until we've had our Gen.G versus T1. This has been true for the last 2 years, and it will be true for the foreseeable future.
And also, what won't be true is them at the top of the standings, right? Like, because we've had times where T1 and Gen.G haven't faced each other until very late in the round robin, and we're like, oh, who's going to win? They're both sitting at the very top, right? Who is going to be the one that's going to be toppled first? Well, we're going to be able to find that one out very, very early, and then it will be round 2 to see who's done the adaptation to come out atop this second time. But the iconic rivals, I don't think, could ever really be disputed. So many finals, so many matchups between these two squads. Makes a whole lot of sense.
As we can see here, T1 unfortunately on an 8-match losing streak against Gen.G. They notably, at MSI, weren't able to meet one another due to how the double elimination bracket played out. Domestically, Gen.G has just been getting the better end of them for so long now.
Yeah.
Even, I think, 2023 spring, I think, came as a big surprise with Pace and Delight just coming in. But 2024 just has been more of the same.
Yeah, and what hasn't been the same has been Faker versus Chovy, because at the very beginning, Faker was getting the better of him over and over again. Even though Chovy did have such an incredible breakout season all those years ago, wasn't ever able to really take down the GOAT when push came to shove. More recently, though, as we saw in our previous slide, it's been a lot easier for the guy. So we'll see whether Faker can get some revenge over the last few meetups between these two squads, or whether it's going to be all Chovy all over again. And this is actually going to be the lane that I'm going to be focusing on a lot, because Lahens and Pays have looked really good.
They looked incredible so far.
Yes, let's have a listen to the players though.
이 정도로 치열한 결승전은 없었던 걸로 기억을 해서 그래서 좀 되게 재밌었던 것 같아요.
충분히 이길 수 있을 거라는 자신감이 있었는데 패배를 해서 조금 결과가 아쉽긴 했지만 다음에 만나면 또 저희가 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
이렇게 개막 주차? 그럴 때 T1이랑 진짜 많이 한 것 같거든요. 옛날부터.
초비 선수랑 또 이렇게 계속해서 만날 수 있다는 게 또 되게 잘하는 경쟁자가 있다는 게 즐거운 일인 것 같아서
이번에 전설의 전당에 헌액되신 거 축하드립니다.
초비 선수도 올해 들어서도 되게 많이 성장하고 좋은 모습을 많이 보여주고 있는데 저도 이제 계속해서 좀 발전할 일이 많이 남았다고 생각해서 앞으로도 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
제가 최근에 또 우승했지만 제가 여태까지 이루었던 것들보다 앞으로 이루고 싶은 게 더 많기 때문에 계속 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
젠지한테 이긴 지가 너무 오래돼가지고 첫 매치를 이겨야 좀 썸머 시즌 때 젠지를 이기고 우승할 수 있지 않을까.
이번 기회를 저는 좀 되게 중요하게 생각하고 또 각오도 남달라서 열심히 잘 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다.
어차피 나중 가면 또 높은 곳에서 만날 텐데 재밌게 한번 해봅시다.
Welcome, Genji. They're going to be walking out first, as they will be our home team this time around. They got side selection, and they'll be making their way out. We'll see whether they are going to be able to put T1 in their place, because I think it's very interesting. Given the fact that we have had Genji versus T1 early on in the season many times before, one of the other times that it happened was 2023, and it was the summer season. And it actually put T1 on this trajectory that allowed them to begin overcoming some of these hurdles right after MSI was so disappointing for them. So this could be a bit of a harkening back to that. We'll see how Genji are going to be able to handle it this time around.
I just love Chovy with a wry smile saying, yeah, it's kind of like it'll be fun, but we're gonna face off late in playoffs anyway, so like, let's just enjoy ourselves, shall we?
Yeah.
We'll have some fun picks. Who am I kidding? It's gonna be Talia versus Tristan.
Yeah, you said have some fun picks after Faker plays 2 games of Azir and Chovy plays 2 games of Corki. Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Faker actually performing extraordinarily well in their first match of the season. It was up against Nongshim Red Force, but that has been one that has stumped them in the past. Getting the 2-0 kind of important, even up against the Noodle Boys. But T1 still showing some shakiness, perhaps, but still W's a W, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to put Genji through their paces as well.
There are 2 big questions after MSI coming in. What will be the form of Faker individually, and how will this summer meta fit T1? Those were the 2 issues. Both Zeus and Gumayush and Keria, and the team as a whole, but I think they rely so much on those 2 side lanes being as strong as they are, weren't able to utilize that at MSI. And then Faker also had domestically one of his best splits.
Yeah.
And unfortunately at MSI, individually one of his worst tournaments in recent memory. But this bot lane is what we're going to be looking towards. Pays and Lahens had a redemption arc at MSI. They were so much better than we were expecting. And obviously, the stats at this point, we don't have a lot of games to go off of.
Yeah, and these stats are also skewed for so many reasons. There's a Senna situation happening on the Gumayushi side, that KDA, absolutely disgusting. This 10th for the damage percent is so unfair for Pays. Did you see what Canyon did in that? He did like 44k damage. He has done 30% of his team's damage, and one of his games was on Sejuani.
Atlas, yeah, I'm taking your role, but 10th, washed.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Straight up. Well,
yeah.
Do you know what Gumayushi's number was? 11th. So I mean, it's doomed. It's doomed for both of these teams.
We joke. These are our expected two best bot lanes. Viper and the Light obviously still there, but some certain Vayne picks today made me a little bit more worried about keeping them in the conversation.
Just keep the cow in your mind and things like that, you know? Like the Zeri and the cow, that was great.
That was great.
We'll keep remembering that one. We'll try to forget the other things that were happening.
Additionally, the jungle matchup and the jungle meta is what is going to be one of my big things. For Canyon, we have already seen, both internationally and domestically, that Canyon and carry junglers is pretty good. Has been at large parts for his career the greatest carry jungler that we have, at the very least in the LCK, arguably, and at many points also worldwide. For Owner, it's not that he can't play it, right? I know mechanically this is a player that can execute things like the Nidalee, but it does really change how T1 plays. We'll see today.
Yeah.
If T1 is going to be able to deal with all these questions. I saw a cannon there though. That being back in the meta, and it's not high priority.
Is it?
Well, I think I've seen it pop up in other situations as well. I don't think it's just Zeus saying, I'm playing.
There was that one other time. There was that one other time.
And I'm Zeus, so I want to play Cannon. I do think it's been slowly cropping up. We'll see what happens here, as it's Genji T1 day. It's always
it's just always good. And I'm very interested in how this draft is going to go, because I'm glad that you brought up the jungle. I think that Rel being removed from the jungle pool hurt Owner a little bit more than it hurt Canyon. And I also think that the reintroduction of a lot of these AP carry junglers only benefits Canyon, because he is very good at flexing his muscles on a lot of those picks. So we'll see what Owner has in store for us in that particular matchup. But honestly, you could just talk about any lane. Like the jungle matchup, any lane, fun. It's absolutely fine. It's all just bangers here. And we'll see whether T1 can come out swinging in this first match against Gen G like they did last year in summer. Or whether it's Gen G just going from strength to strength, because they did not look like they'd stopped moving forward in their first matchup earlier in the week. So, already Ashe and Azir taken away by Gen G. Fake are going to have to play a different champion moving into this one. Oh my goodness, is it going to be the same bands that we saw at MSI? That would be really funny. As Kalista going to be the final one, so no.
My main question is, what is going to be the lead priority? Because with the Skarner being, or with the Rumble rather being banned away, the priority of Skarner should in theory go up, but I think that Keen is very happy to play Cassante into it and not be too bothered. Gen G have shown already that they are really happy to rely on that. This would be, I think, making a lot of sense in the light of what we've seen thus far. Skarner looks insanely busted at the moment.
Yep.
But it does also mean that there's a chance that Nidalee might not go over towards Canyon, might be picked up by T1 instead. And I've been a known, Nidalee
anti.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'd probably go.
I think the pick is insanely strong, but I also think that there's not a lot of players that can play it well. Unfortunately for T1, one of them is on the opposing end, and especially picks like Sejuani can really struggle in that 1v1. Will give Owner a lot of initiation and a lot of power in early skirmishes though, especially as I expect that we'll see at least some melee as well towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, is it going to be Cassante locked in second just to get it early? As that's a Zoe hover. That would be an interesting one. Certainly one of... I remember Faker being very outspoken, saying that he was the best Zoe in the LCK a few seasons ago. But we're just hovering through some fun things. There's a bit of archery to be done by Gumayushi. Definitely the champion that I probably associate him with the most.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Most likely going to be the lethality variety as well.
Yep, we're really surprised that Nidalee was locked in here by Canyon. Super surprised. And yeah, okay, wow. Well, you probably could have told us exactly what they were going to pick
I feel
in
like
order. Yeah,
I feel
after
like
the bans.
So far, we are very much on track for Gen G just picking in order. Obviously, you can rotate over this Corki towards the bot lane as well for pace, as the Taliyah. And Taliyah, I gotta say, has been weirdly still somewhat underappreciated. I feel like this pick is absolutely insane with how the bot lane meta has evolved, with how the current jungle meta is looking as well, because yes, the AP picks are insanely strong, but particularly after the nerf that came through in 1410, it's not the only thing that you can play. We actually have had a really good mix of like early duelists, like the Lee, and the Xin Zhao, picks like Vi, Maokai, and Sejuani that really feel like setup, and then straight up AP carries like Canyon is playing here. But I want to again reiterate, even when Italy wasn't meta, this was one of the matchups where you'd see her every now and then, because in a straight up like early game 1v1, it's nigh unplayable. So we're going to have to see to which level T1 is going to be able to cover for Owner earlier, and to which extent Canyon is going to look for these early invades. As we do have both Zeri and Nautilus bend away here. Bot lanes, most likely, outside of that Varus, still up in the air here. We'll see what Gen.G is going to go towards.
So I'm kind of expecting T1 to look for a top lane here. With the Nautilus ban, it's making you feel like Keria really wants that counter pick for the bottom lane. They don't even necessarily. Yeah, they may not. They don't necessarily know where that Corki is going. Even though Chovy, like if he plays Corki again, that's the only champion he's played in the entire week so far. As there is the Renata, and like we were talking about, top lane are going to be locked in. Zeus doesn't need to go very far through his favorite champions list to find one that he really wants to lock away, and it's going to be the Twist of Fate into the Skarner this time.
So no melee towards the top half of the map, which is unfortunate for Owner. There is a lot of CC though, and I really like any form of point-and-click lockdown when you have a Taliyah. So in that way, it does make a lot of sense. I was actually wondering whether Zeus wanted to go back to the Aatrox. Obviously, he's had some incredible Aatrox performances, and we saw it come back. Kingen played it into the Skarner, made it look quite good, and it goes well.
Yep.
With Sejuani. As Pays, what is it gonna be? Pays obviously has some champions that he is most known for. Kaisa is open if you want to go in that direction. You can go towards the Xayah.
Oh, the Ezreal. Okay. Are we a patch early for this one?
We definitely are, because Ezreal in the next patch is pretty hilarious in the amount of impact that he has. But still, my favorite pace game I've ever seen was him on Ezreal back in Challengers, summer 2022. And I gotta say, I really trust Pays to pilot Ezreal well, but I don't know how good you're going to be feeling playing into, I think particular TF really makes it so hard. Point and click CC is kind of his bane. Things like Sejuani, like Taliyah, I think you can kind of play around, but the stun lock that's available here for T1, again, particularly with the Taliyah, is going to be really hard to deal with. On the flip side for Gen.G, Canyon, if you look at his two side lanes, obviously top is good when it comes to the lockdown that you need with the Nidalee, but that Corki-Nidalee combo is, I think, very similar to the Tristana and Corki. Like, it's good when it's winning, because you have Prio in mid, and then you can invade, you can make plays from there. But if you ever start falling behind, it'll get very dicey very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that you evaluate Nidalee compositions very differently when it's Canyon.
Oh, you should, yeah.
Because Nidalee is not about lane setup when it's Canyon. It's about trying to get Canyon out of the enemy jungle and actually help his other lanes, because he does not do that. What he does is he heads over towards where Owner wants to be farming things, and he says, no, this isn't yours. This is what I take away. And it's about more denial of enemy resources rather than necessarily getting that set up, which is why we're not just yelling about Corki-Nidalee, which works horrendously poorly together. It's more just about empowering Canyon.
It's going to be Poke versus T1 with a lot more fighting power here, Atlas.
We'll see how it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. The El Clasico, game number 1. Let's jump onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, I would say that even though we are technically on the T1 side of LoL Park, I think they were a little louder.
We are adjusting, you know, for that. We've learned, Atlas.
I calibrated, and I still was getting caught up, you know, many years afterwards.
Okay, a few things I want to highlight.
Please.
So we have Gumayushi going for PTA, which I do think it means that he might go for the on-hit variety, which he is playing into 2 tanks. So I think from that point of view, it does make sense. Does mean that the effective range of T1's comp kind of goes down by a little bit, which can be annoying because we talked about Corki-Nidalee. There's also Ezreal, so the amount of poke that Gen.G are going to have is kind of insane. Canyon has also shifted away from his most used rune. Generally, he goes Conqueror on the Nidalee and gone for First Strike instead. So First Strike on this patch obviously still generates a somewhat unreasonable amount of money. And back in the previous season, in case you missed it, First Strike was mostly a rune that skilled really well, right? So the more damage you did, you could get insane amounts of gold from it. Now it's a bit more the curve is flattened. So earlier on, it's a lot stronger, which is also why it's getting nerfed next patch, because it generates just a little bit too much gold. We'll see how he's able to utilize it here. Does tell me that he's going to be looking to get up in T1's face right from the get-go.
Yeah, feels like it's a little bit more aimed towards fighting. So let's see whether that is what he's going to do. So far, started on his blue side, hasn't actually headed over towards Owner's jungle just yet. So we saw some biffo between both Chovy and Faker here in this mid lane. Faker going to throw some rocks at Earth with the guy on top. And we'll be just fine. Has already drank a potion though. And Chovy has not drank it. Really, Max? Really, Atlas? That's a word that you decided to say?
It's actually very close to the Dutch trinket, which is...
Oh, there we go! That's what I was doing! I was just practicing my Dutch! Oh, I didn't even know that I was practicing my Dutch.
If you say someone has drank a potion, you would say gedronken.
Ah, there we go!
So I think you're actually pretty close.
It does sound a bit drunken as well, I like it.
As Kenyon's win rate on Italy, to the surprise of absolutely no one, is very high.
Yeah, he's pretty good at that one.
I'm pretty sure that his career win rate is actually higher because he played it, you know, when they won Worlds 2020 all the time, which really cranked up those numbers.
I could imagine that it is probably a bit higher when we do leave just the LCK. Especially with, yeah, the fact that the Nidalee meta was exactly then and not for some of the more disappointing times.
Oh yeah, Nidalee Graves every game for our junglers in 2020. It was a good time. It was fun.
We're not going to include the Morgana Rumble stats. No. That's all I'm saying.
No, let's not.
As Owner is going to head over and try and take this Rift Scuttler. We'll be able to do so as Canyon just goes for a fadeaway. There's some money. Probably not as much as taking the Rift Scuttler, but he's going to be able to head down towards the bottom side, grab one himself, and no harm, no foul. However, Owner being able to trade evenly on that front is certainly good news as Lahens goes in, looks for Carrier as Pays and Gumyushi fighting, and Guma's going to say that that one is absolutely fine. The flash forward, almost, but there it is for Carrier. Oh my goodness, Lahens being able to pick it up with the Ignite, and Carrier flashing away. A 2v2 kill in the first 4 minutes. I was not ready.
We really went the entirety of spring going like, man, Genji is such a good team, but you know, that Pays on Lahens bot lane, they're a bit of a worry sometimes. And we lock in Ezreal and we win the early 2v2.
And it was looking so good for Gumyushi as well. Wins that trade, and then Lahens is like, oh, we win these.
No, that was 100% Lahens. Because if you look here, the early, so you have Carrier and Lahens fighting, and then Guma and Pays. But Pays actually doesn't hit either his W or his Mystic Shot. Guma just keeps on walking. So Guma gets full Blight stacks, gets a Q off, and everything feels great. But then here, Lahens, beautifully done. Guma is just a split second late. Gets caught off guard a little bit there, which means that he doesn't actually get to deny the W from Pays, right? The flash comes through after it's already hit, so the burst is there. This is one of those things. Leona and Ezreal lanes, I think, are so deceptively bursty. And you most likely haven't played against this in a long amount of time.
And it was actually a bit of an oldie but a goodie, Ezreal Leona from back in the day, so they have to do a bit of recalibrating.
Big win here.
Yeah. T1 going to move on over and grab themselves a dragon. Canyon a little bit distracted by a raptor camp. You can see that there is scuttle vision. Not going to work out as Canyon is going to miss the spear because Arctic Assault does get Owner out of the area. Like you were talking about, certainly good news for T1 being able to sneak that one away as the Cougar only ahead by 1 in the jungle.
Well, Canyon might be looking to find owners on his raptors who are actually skipping his own Krugs. Because again, he wants to fight, has first strike already. Will spot Owner here, but might instead just end up going for the Krugs as they are up, and he has Prio in mid and top lane. But yeah, I gotta say, one of the big things that you try to do against in Italy, right, is not get outpaced too much, which the Owner has been able to, and just make sure she doesn't get every single objective. So, big win for T1 to get that early dragon. On the flip side, we haven't talked about mid lane yet, and Faker will be catching this wave, so it's not as dire as it looks right there, but it is also still not great, all things considered, as Chovy has picked up early Mercs, which against the top side of T1 is going to have a, frankly, unreasonable amount of value.
Not too bad at all. Not going to give him a whole lot of firepower, but as we can see by those CS numbers, he is not too worried about that one at this point in time. As first, Paze was playing respectfully, and now it is Gumyushi having to play respectfully, as his support making his way back down as well. CS going a little bit in favor of Guma actually as he makes his way back to lane, so it just shows that the neutral is something that the Varus is still very happy with. But First Blood going over to Lehens, still going to feel fantastic for Gen G. Going to make this Leona a lot more tanky moving towards the mid game, which feels good. Could have been way worse though for T1 if Paze had have picked that one up. Feels like a lot of items just feel really good for Ezreal to pick up early. Wasn't able to go back and grab a Sheen, for example, straight out of the gate, and that feels good.
See how Lehens is going to use his gold as well. Picked up his early Mercs. Ton of value for that here in this draft that T1 has found.
Yeah, I think Merc Treads might be picked up by almost everyone. Maybe Paze picks up Merc Treads. Why not? You probably want Lucidity, but I wouldn't argue against it.
I get it.
Yeah.
Canyon also is obviously going to go Storks, but outside of that, wouldn't be surprised if everyone ends up picking them up because there's so much non-knock-up CC for T1. And right now, as mentioned, early grabs are going to go the way of Gen G. I think denying grabs is also important against TF specifically. Zeus is just living his best life as owner, paying a visit towards the top side.
Yeah, making his way in. Zeus is already ghosted as Kane was trying to get out of there. It doesn't quite work. Walks back, picks up a rock, but he's just dead. That is going to be the Glacial Prison. Owner going to place him right into it, and that is going to even out the kill score on the top side of the map. T1 on the board.
Nice getting there by Owner. Just shows up. There is a lot of CC available here as a Keen, as we say that. Picks up his Mercs. Probably was hoping that he had them beforehand.
Oh, Solar Flare coming in. Gumyushi going to immediately put that cleanse back on cooldown as True Shot Barrage not going to hit the mark. Spear does, and that did a lot of damage to Gumyushi as we could see, so Canyon picking up some extra money there.
Yeah, I like Canyon still finishing his back here because everyone on T1 is going to be ready for this play to come through. Even before they spotted Canyon on the board, realistically, you know, if your jungler makes a play towards the top side, Gen G are going to be looking to answer on the other end of the map. Not going to be the case here.
Yeah. Rocks being hurled around. Of course, you've got Faker throwing them and Keen throwing them. We're going to have a look at Keen's attempt to do so here towards the top side that ultimately worked out pretty poorly.
There's not a whole lot he can do. Owner interrupts his E with his Q, and then the amount of CC this early on is kind of crazy. You don't really have the tankiness necessary just yet. So we'll see. Gen G here towards the top side of the map is going to have to pay the price. Then on the flip side, Keen is a Skarner, so like him dying once in the grand scheme of things isn't going to be too relevant. Is a big window for Zeus as he will use his ultimate here to just get himself towards the bot side of the map as soon as possible, making sure that he can catch the wave and maybe roam afterwards. We'll see. He's moving into the river, at least to, I think maybe wanted to secure some vision. Not going to do so just yet. He's also sitting on a coal. There's a not something we see too often on the TF, but he did pick it up early here.
Wow, getting even more free money.
No.
That's, it feels a little bit unfair. Passive as well as a call. Crazy. Anyway, Lehens making his way in towards his bottom side, and there is a ward in this brush as well. There's the flash forward. Stuns go by as Solar Flare will connect. And Zeus absolutely nowhere to go after the flash, and that is a kill going over to Paze this time around.
I imagine the read from T1 there was that Gen G wanted to play heavily for the topside grubs.
Yeah, Lehens was already on the roam because it's Lehens, right? He would oftentimes already be top lane at this stage.
So Lehens catching Zeus off guard there. I think the flash being invested as well is really, really rough. Lehens again being an early instigator, and the craziest thing is he's not even Hex flashing. He's just straight up flashing.
That is unheard of.
I know.
It's a huge investment. Not taking his favorite summoner spell. As we're going to check it out one more time. I do like Lehens flashing for the Shield of Daybreak just to make sure that he wasn't going to be messed around with.
It's the only way that you guarantee that you can land the full CC chain. Because as soon as TF is CC, particularly because Zeus doesn't have Mercs, you're going to be fine from that point onward. But if you try to E and E flashes it, then that's just the end of your play. So well done to guarantee that Paze gets some early gold. And so Zeus doesn't have flash and he's playing into Skarner. So I know that it looks like he's playing safe, but I honestly don't even know if this is enough.
Is this safe enough?
But
Keen
We're about to find out.
has his flash up and available. Ona is in the area, but you can see Jonas Strong is messing with us, keeping us in the dark, quite literally, as Lehens pokes his head out. This is what we were trying to hide. And Chovy, potential roams towards that top side. Gumayusi also, with some spare time, will be able to take a plate here, at least, on the bottom side. Certainly good news for him. Trinity Force done for Pace. Like, it's done. It's finished.
Yeah, just gets it off of that kill. Nice little win there for T1. End up getting a teleport out as well as a plate for Guma, but we are starting to see them fall a little bit further behind. And this is with a TF as well, right? This is with an actual passive. A large part of that is just the relentless pushing that has been happening, right?
What gives you more gold, do you reckon? TF's passive or Chovy?
Chovy. Yeah,
I think so too.
So not only Chovy, so Chovy's picked up a blade, but the bot side again, thanks to the great plays that we've seen out of Lehens, most notably, Pace following up nicely. Free blades towards the bottom of the map, played now towards top here as well, as there is a lot of pushing powers. Oh, they might look for a play here.
Yeah, Carrier going to face check this one. That is going to be the E landing, but too much more. And Carrier going to have to back away, so True Shot Barrage to soften up the wave. And with Carrier at half health, it is much more difficult for them to fight.
This is where the Nidalee comes into play, because Canyon doesn't actually have to... They can play. If they want to try and play towards Gumi, they can. But just Carrier being half health is a big win in and of itself. They do invest the ultimate, but because there's no objective on the map right now, I don't think that Lehens not having his Solar Flare is going to be the biggest deal. And as mentioned, yeah, it's we're 13 minutes in, and Chovy is about 150 CS.
That's why I was referencing it. Just doesn't really, it still doesn't make sense. We've been commentating this guy for a really long time, and he just finds the minions.
It's really simple. He just doesn't miss any. It's not complicated.
And then goes top and takes those ones as well.
It just doesn't help you.
Well, we're gonna have a look at the gold board here between Faker and Chovy. Yeah, it's not going too bad.
But there you do see that a large part of that gold lead, although some of it is from the minions, the remainder is just the turret damage that has already been done. Right? The plates that have come through have now dropped. Herald is up, and I expect there to see the first real action. We've seen some ganks, we've seen some 2v2, but maybe a 4v4 or and more people part of this.
In these early fights, who do we think has the advantage? Because I'm looking at Twisted Fate for the ability to use Destiny to fight on your terms, things like that. Carrier can have a big impact. But Gen G also have a lot of item spikes and a lot of power this stage of the game as well.
It's really hard because I think in theory you look at the T1 comp, and if someone is out of position, like you can isolate them so easily. With TF, with Talia, your CC chain is amazing. But because of how the early game is played out, and I think realistically you should also have prio in a lot of these lanes, most notably mid, Gen G is going to be set up. So T1, they need to try and get in here, but they're taking a lot of poke.
Yeah, there's the Weaver's Wall as Paze is on the other side of it. Carrier goes in, True Shot Barrage is decent, but Gen G's health bars are going down so incredibly low already. Both of the tanks have been taken out. And Paze, the only one with a decent health bar. Canyon not going to quite be able to make it out there as Chovy will finish him off, and Paze is flashing over the top of the seismic shove. And now it's Gumayusi and Ona that are on the run. Gen G walk out victorious.
And they get the front line, but the damage dealers for Gen G look at them and go, hey, these guys don't matter. We're still alive. And Paze and Chovy shred through the remaining health bars. T1 there, they got the initial victory, but they wanted more, and I think they bit off more than they could chew.
Let's have a look at it one more time here as Gen G, they had the setup, but the Destiny, the timings, this wall, it all seemed to work for T1, at least in the beginning.
So a lot gets thrown in here, and that's the problem, right? Glacial Prison, ultimate from Guma, ultimate from Carrier. So yes, they take down the front line, but then here, just taking the Herald, I think, would have been a better call. But then again, you look at what Gen G have. If you try, with those health bars, with all the initiation tools gone, if you try to do Herald and you get poked down, you might befall the same fate. So I understand their willingness to try and push through, but yeah, as I was saying, the game where I got excited about Pace was when he played an Ezreal game. And, you know, there's 100% kill participation. So far, so good.
And the way that he played that last fight as well, aggressive Ezreal. That is what you want to see.
You have to.
So many times we see Ezreal play, professionally or not, where it is just a little bit too passive. You utilize your Arcane Shift to play defensively, utilizing it well, I think, is using it to go forward.
You know he's
speaking
giggling.
of going, oh, never mind, going backwards.
You know he was cackling at
Yeah,
this.
good old Lahens.
What we did see there, though, is how a good fight looks for T1, at least at the beginning.
Yeah.
Find target, hit the knock-up, hit the CC chain, and then go from there.
Well, Canyon looking for a bit of a pincer play as the Glacial Prison doesn't find the mark. Weaver's Wall comes down as Chovy gonna get pushed back. A flash from Lahens, but he's got nowhere to go. Solar Flare comes in, he stays alive. It's the Primal Surge that keeps him up. Still, he's out of this fight now. Carrier also very low. True Shot Barrage not really finding the key targets. Neither does the Seismic Shove, and T1, they cut their losses.
And again looked like the fight that T1 were looking for.
Right?
Lahens is very far forward. Even though Chovy doesn't get hit by the prison, they're still able to get on top of this Leona. But between Lahens getting the early kill, Eclipse and Aftershock, doesn't end up going down. And then Jungle Soraka comes in, keeps him alive. And then, again, T1, I want to reiterate this. The initial blow needs to be a knockout punch, because in the longer trades, like these arrows, not arrows, but the spears rather, and Paze's mystic shots are just going to overwhelm you.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's the consistent damage from really long range, to be perfectly honest, is what Gen G are really, really looking for. And I do think that once T1 gets online, they will be able to just delete a priority target, but it has to be a priority target. We saw what happens when it's just Keen and Lahens that go down, because the amount of mobility and damage that comes out of the Ezreal, the Nidalee, and the Corki when most of these cooldowns are down is just so difficult to deal with. Still, it's only a 3,000 gold lead for Gen G at this point in time. At first Drake, the T1 picked up, still very, very good, because Gen G have tried to get a monopoly on it afterwards, but now the Destiny comes in. Chovy gonna just flash over the wall, and he is going to be fine. Canyon looks for an opportunity. Solar Flare comes in as Gumayushi has just dove on top of him. Not quite enough damage to take him down, though. True Shot Barrage is going to be great, and Gumayushi will be immediately punished. Shield of Daybreak, Carrier goes down as well, and Gen G will fight back, and Paze is looking for more. They get the vision onto Zeus there, but he's not going to be discovered. That was a blind one from Canyon. Decent little attempt, but it doesn't quite work out, as Keen will be able to lock down Faker here, who was on the wrong side of that turret. And from this point on, man, it's getting real difficult for T1.
Oh, T1!
Oh.
Again! Think they have the angle, and I understand that they have the lockdown, they have the TF. And Chovy gets out with a sliver of health, right? Flashes over the wall. Actually, I think he was like, what, at half health at that point?
Yeah.
And then they go in on Canyon like, okay, this guy we can hit.
Canyon had 50 health at the end there. That was, it was almost a gimme on that one.
Yeah, there's a reason why this guy has a skin on Italy. He knows his limit.
That's what it was.
Right there, right? Chovy ends up making it out, still relatively healthy. Then here, Canyon. And I understand Guma, like going in, if you take him down, that might be enough for the fight win. And I think you start to see T1 getting a little desperate. They keep running into Gen G, and Gen G is just outfighting them, right? These low health bars, back to back to back. And for the third time in a row, T1 make the fight to go for a call, and Gen G says, we're not knocked out.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. Which they won't, because they're getting cooked. And now, they're at 6k gold up!
Yeah, no, this is, it's really starting to get out of hand. I was saying before that, 3,000, it's not exactly a completely debilitating gold advantage. Now it's really getting towards that point.
It's a poke comp, Atlas.
Yeah. And this is the interesting part, right? Because we saw the Zoe hover. And what this is reminding me of was that meta, right? Where it's like, if you don't kill Zoe Ezreal, then how do you ever do anything after the initial salvo has gone out? And the answer is you kind of don't. Like, they just kite you around and you die. And that's what Paze is kind of demonstrating. Chovy, even with just his Flash Valkyrie in that last fight, T1 thought that they had an angle, didn't quite get there. And I tell you what, if this is a sign of things to come, I'm very happy that we have Ezreal back in the meta, because he's just so fun to watch. Like, Riot got it right at the very beginning when it came to skill expression on champions. Like, Ezreal is kind of it, And he has changed a little bit over the years, but not really. Arcane Shift's always been there. The Mystic Shot has always been there. And yeah, Essence Flux, we haven't quite figured out what we want to do with that, but that's fine.
There have been so many flavors of Ezreal as well. Remember, what was it, Blue Ezreal?
Yep.
That was a fun one. We had Smite Ezreal for...
Double tier Ezreal?
Oh, yeah.
Which I guess was Blue Ezreal.
No, but there were like, I swear there were like 3 flavors of like different eras of blue Ezreal as well.
He has certainly abused items for a long time, and now it is Zeus' turn. Oh dear, Alcove Gaming, not his favorite, as Keen was looking to cut him off in case there was a Destiny to try and get home, but he wasn't going anywhere. Ona now in position. They do have some decent vision around this Baron area, but I don't think T1 are going to be able to defend it, unfortunately.
So we're currently on 14-11, and you might be wondering, why is Ezreal picked? So on the next patch, he gets a...
Because he's not strong enough.
He gets a 0.25 increase on his AD growth, and a 10% AD increase on his AD ratio for Q. So he's like... He's a lot better on life, and also his ult gets a buff as well. It's just a little bit more damage.
And a lot of the reason why Ezreal's looking fantastic in this game is because, you know, the early 2v2 that was able to be won by Gen G.
This is a very accelerated Ezreal.
Yeah, certainly an accelerated version, but still kind of ridiculous. Ona. And fighting against Lehens and Keen, they don't have a lot of damage, but neither do Keria and Ona. As soon as Gumayusi turns up, they realize that it's on the other side. As we do have Soul Point picked up for Gen G. It is only an Ocean, but it's still going to be important. I mean, this is a Pokemon, so they're probably pretty happy about it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have Soul yet. True. So that's good. Again, I want to reiterate, I like the idea of the come from T1, but I do think that it kind of stood or fell by how the first couple of fights play out. Because Pokems, when they look good, this is how they look, right? Like, once you start getting ahead and you have the map control, if you look at the wards, look how little, like the small quadrant of the top red jungle still belongs to T1. Outside of that, you're perma pushing, you're walking into poke, and they're accelerated in 9s, right? So it's a really unfun experience.
And this is also already a bit of a gamble, right? Because you gave Canyon his Nidalee. Like, T1 didn't do that by accident. They knew that this one was probably coming. They're going to test the waters, see whether they can win against it. I imagine that Nidalee is probably not going to be seen in the next game. But I also imagine that T1 will be on the blue side next time around as well. So, not counting them out in the series, but this game is looking rough as Keria is going to go for a bit of an engage here. Chains of Corruption going to connect as well, but the flash out from Canyon avoids the piercing arrow. We've got a lot of Glacial Prisons, but it's Faker that falls down, and Chovy just stands his ground. Now, Zeus on the other side of the fight, he'll find Paze, who instantly cleanses. Now waiting for that Arcane Shift to get over the wall. Valkyrie is there for Chovy as he closes in, and Canyon, he'll find the spear onto Keria. Nowhere for him to go, and now they're underneath this inner turret, and I do not think they're safe. Keen able to tank forward, Gumayusi to be taken down. The executions, one after the other. And Gen G, I mean, it's only Ona left standing. They'll take this inner turret and maybe more.
Another Hail Mary by T1, but no one is listening to their prayers, Atlas. Again, someone just makes it out alive. Again, a lot of resources are invested for no payoff. And Gen G is going to be bringing us very certainly to a one-game lead here because, again, I understand you need to try and do something, right? They lock down Kenya, but the follow-up isn't there immediately. And because Guma and Keria are relatively far behind, they don't actually do that much damage. Then it's Lehens that actually tanks the ultimate here. Yeah. That none of the damage gets on top of Chovy. And then I don't need to explain that. I've said it like 15 times now, but again, we keep saying the same thing. T1 goes in, they don't kill who they need to kill, and then Gen G just pick up an infinite number of kills.
And Lehens just walks at them with his shield glowing, and there wasn't really too much of an answer because these cooldowns have been used. They're not able to get out of the way. I mean, Leona was always a really great champion for Lehens. I think most notably for him, it's been Yuumi originally, right? But his Nautilus and Leona in that roaming meta for these supports from very early on in these games. Lehens really did become sort of synonymous with these kind of picks. And he's looking really, really good on it this time around as well. Spear, not going to quite find the mark there, but there is poke coming from absolutely everywhere. Zeus, oh my goodness! Canyon and Chovy doing a whole lot of work. Doesn't find that rocket, but it doesn't matter. They'll find the inhibitor and the one in the mid lane as well as Gen G. Utilizing this Baron relatively effectively, moving up to a 3k Baron power play.
It's a pretty good one, Atlas.
They're not going to spend that money, I don't think, because I think maybe this could be the last ditch as, okay, Ona goes in, looks for that fight, but Keria, he's going to be the one to suffer for it. In goes Lehens as well. True Shot Barrage finding some targets. Gumayushi going to be his first one. And now Chovy just wants over the wall. He'll flash it in the end as Faker on the fountain, not going to be able to get anything done. And Gen G, they will be able to claim the first Nexus in this series over T1. And we'll see what they have for us in game 2.
Boy, oh boy, what a game number 1.
Ooh, bit of a statement there from T1, from Gen G.
Yeah, I need your okay.
Man, it's hard.
It is really hard.
I think it's in the bottom lane, but it's about where from the bottom lane. And I honestly don't, just flip a coin. Wait, do you want me to get chat's opinion? Let's get chat's opinion.
I want your opinion, Atlas.
I don't have one. I want chat's opinion. Mine's irrelevant.
This game number 1.
Who gets POG, guys? Can you let us know?
No, it's too late. I've locked it in. I will stand by my decision.
Well, let's see whether it was you that was correct based on what I can see here.
So I want to talk a little bit about.
Yeah, go.
What we saw here was, as you say, Gemmel being taken, Nidalee being given over. The Nidalee was a large part of where the problems arose, but I don't think it's just that. I think Pace coming out with the Ezreal came as a pretty large surprise. I definitely wasn't expecting it, at least not on this patch. And T1, they're going to go to blue side.
Yeah.
I expect them to recuperate. But a Gen G that looks this good in the early game and wins the bot lane 2v2, I'd be absolutely terrified, Atlas.
Yeah, I certainly am. But, of course, T1 with a lot of ability to change things up moving into the next game. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. We'll see you for game number 2.
나 바텀 투패 빼는 중. 미드도 이제 내가 바텀 조심. 자 미드 먼저 깰게. 투패 딸피야. 이번에 끝내 생각 해보자. 내가 바루스 노플이면 안보밍 칠 때 나 그냥 풀건 쓸게. 근데 바루스 풀린 전이 있어. 그거 안 풀려 안 풀려. 오케이. 풀리나? 풀려? 안 풀려. 살려 줄게. 살려 마공. 살려 노플. 내가 바루스 한번 볼게. 괜찮아. 앞라인. 오케이. 나도 그냥 맞아. 바루스 노플. 살려 노플. 어떻게 구해줄까? 나 안 죽어. 힐. 나 햄. 들어가지고. 왜 안 줬어? 범부야. 멀어요 너무. 레인즈 다이. 너 전멸 있는데? 아 시호 형. 근데 보여주고 싶은데 보여줄 수가 없네 오늘은. 형 맛있겠습니다.
The only thing colder than Paze's Ezreal is the space. It's very cold in here right now, but goodness gracious, Gen G take that first game 1-0 here against T1. Digon alongside Huni and Wolf. Guys, you more picks here in the draft, but really, really one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it's T1 Gen G, right? It's the first week of the season. Obviously, neither of these teams are going to be at their peak in week 1, which is always why I'm hoping one day we can push this round 1 matchup a little bit later. But the warmth I feel from the bottom duo of Gen G is what's keeping us warm in this igloo where the AC is cranked, because there's a ton of fans right outside. It's very hot outside in Seoul today. But anyways, the Ezreal pick, I was calling for it in the draft because when you look at the draft here for the side of T1, the CC is relatively conditional. You've got Varus ult, you have the ult from Sejuani, and the Taliyah. So, yes, the Zarya was a fantastic ban because she would have been great in this position too, but knowing that you have the ability to take the Leona away as well, there's just not a lot of great tools to lock Ezreal down, even though he's not the new buffed version that's going to be on the next patch here. I thought it was a great choice. It's Paze's second time playing the champion actually here in the LCK and 9th overall, so not a pick he's really relied on in his career, but he showed up big on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the support pick, I think it's just, I think more I see the Leona as like it kind of has to be kind of handshake between the Alistar as well. Like Leona, the performances like from like every single game is kind of been insane. Like even though you don't actually hit the non-target CC, it doesn't really matter. You start with the Q, you start with the flash Q, you just throw the ulti, you just throw some URE. You are really useful, and I think this game it did so much work that make Israel so much huge.
That's right, and they got the solo or the 2v2 kill down on the bottom side of the map early on. That led to a Herald fight at 15 minutes where the game truly broke open here for Gen G.
This fight is just fantastic for Gen G. Watch Paze free firing. His ult goes to the center, does a ton of damage, goes in here, another stun goes down on a Faker, and Chovy offers a decent amount of damage as well. He's pretty mobile too, so you can't really catch him or lock him down. Canyon gets out, and it's just Paze and Chovy mowing people down. Double 80 carry with an insane front line of the Skarner. Yes, the Skarner goes down, but the work gets done, and even the Weaver's Wall can't stop Ezreal's Mystic shots from coming through.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the fight, I think it was like really favored to T1. That's why it was like 3-4 traded. And the reason why, because I think the Paze that didn't really land the Q like as much as he can. He definitely could have just played a little bit better. It would have been like the better situation. But T1 decided to actually overchase the fact that even though they won and make them overchase, like there was a super blunder, even though there was objectives up and there's length pushed out. It was like just the real poor decision making right after the fight is over.
Yeah, and right after that fight is our second highlight because by this time it was over. They put the nail in the coffin up here on the top side of the map. Another fight where Paze got to free fire and really show off the power of the Ezreal despite only having less than double-digit games on it.
Yeah, I mean, again, literally a second here in the LCK. It's actually 0-1 before this, but T1 really over-chasing in this scenario when there's a lot of CC here, obviously, for the side of Gen G. And once again, Paze completely untouched. And when the health bars go low, it's a field day for Ezreal. Fish in a barrel for him to just constantly fire these Mystic shots in. He can continue to chase because he's super mobile. He has his E to get over these walls. And T1 really just stepping into a no man's land.
I mean, from T1, the ones is they failed actually just going for own Corki, and second, and they went for Nidalee as well. They changed the target. They also failed. Meanwhile, I think Guma just flashed in there and just making like he was trying his best to trade it off like at least, but it even failed. Even though he traded, it would have been this like same result after the because like they also failed 2 times in a row right at the first initial engage, and it's like the Paze, as we said, like he's landing everything. He's so messy from the 3 minutes ago though from the Hala 1. It was so cool for Gen G there.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we might have an idea on who our POG is. Let's take a look. It's probably down on the bottom side of the map. It is. It's Lehen, not Paze.
Yeah!
It's the season of support, baby.
So, I mean, I ultimately did end up voting for Paze, as did Huni, but for most of the game, I was like, well, I mean, Lehen's got Paze ahead. This play here where Guma gets punished by stepping up, and even though he has Cleanse, he's not going to be able to get out of this. The play down here on the Zeus as well that I knew was going to be the second one that comes through, which furthers Paze's lead here, punishing the Twisted Fate, who's been left alone in this side lane. I mean, he played incredibly well in the early game, and I think Pays doesn't get done what he did in those massive team fights without Lehenz's help.
This is the chicken or egg. Which one is the first? And I think it's like this one. The reason why I went for the Pace because he actually played really well in team fight as well. I was like, even like during the game, like I was like, Lehan's right now is the best player in the world. Especially after the MS like he got one. Like, I was like, I think he could be, but I mean, I think either way. Lehan's allowance for Pace. I'm sorry, Lehan's.
Yeah, 7-4-1 were the votes there, with 1 vote from our friends over the Vietnam cast. But we'll see how things shake up. If Gen G win, we'll definitely hear it from the support, but they got to still get it done. Will they be able to do it? Let's send it on over to the M&M cast. It's Max and Mao.
Oh, clean Digon. Absolutely.
That's a banger, Atlas.
And now we'll know. Now we'll know, because clean, beautiful throws like that often lead to no throws in the video game that comes afterwards. Okay, so we'll now have to test the correlation between the two. So now pressure is on both Gen G and T1 to make that happen.
If I would, get a nickel for the second time that Pace has an insane pop-off game, plays objectively amazingly, reaches an absurd KDA and still doesn't get, POG, I'd have 2 nickels. Because the Kalista game at Worlds was the same, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, both times, we're not even bothered by it, because both times, Lehens has been an absolute god.
Yeah, and this one I think, and we joke, this one I think was a little bit more contentious, and I think the split of votes make perfect sense, as well as the one based Chovy voter. Shout out to the VN cast.
Yeah.
Never wrong to vote for Chovy.
No, exactly. Not robbed. And actually, VN cast, absolute Giga Chads. Yeah. I love it. Absolutely 100%. Fantastic stuff. If we could call them and have a chat with them, I would commend them on their efforts. But unfortunately, they were the only ones.
Yeah. In this case, I think Lehens obviously did an incredible job in the early game in the Pace. Once he took over, there was no relenting. So there were a couple of big things that I want to see change here. I don't want to see T1 opt for Nidalee given over to Canyon and Owner playing Sejuani. Like, of all the matchups, that one should definitely be avoided. I don't even think Owner played bad, but that's just not a playable matchup. And Canyon is, at worst, the second best Nidalee in the world, right? So just don't do that.
Who's the best? Hotshot GG?
No, I mean, I think Shun is a really good Nidalee as well. I'm saying at worst, I'm covering my grounds.
Oh.
I think Canyon's the best.
I think you can just say he's the best.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what, Atlas? He is. So stop giving him
He kind of proved it in that matchup. As Tristana going to be the first pick here. Faker probably going to be the one playing that one. An understandable first pick, but I think that there are a lot of things. I mean, the Taliyah, even though Faker didn't find the victory on it in the last game, but Skarner and Italy could certainly come through. Skarner and Taliyah jungle could also come through.
Yeah, also wouldn't mind that one bit.
But the Nidalee is, yeah, if it ain't broke, I've said this before.
But it was broke. From T1.
In the good way.
Like, no. It was broken for Gen G. It broke T1, and they're still giving it over.
Yeah.
So the big thing here, so the Corki ban, I think makes sense after last game. The Rumble ban is interesting as well, because I wouldn't even mind if T1 Rumble. That would be way better. Even if he ends up playing Taliyah jungle, I would prefer that over Sejuani again. That's the other pivot that I think we really need to see. But I mean,
there we go.
In. So most likely, this is the jungle Taliyah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, so I was going to talk about, I think the Zeri ban is the most interesting to me, because I think Zeri ban against Gen G is a great ban, but I don't know if it's warranted to do so in the first rotation, specifically because almost all drafts on this patch have played out this way, where the top side gets locked in, and then we go for, maybe you pick an AD carry, but they didn't prioritize the Zeri in the last game either.
Yeah.
And you knew the Nidalee was going to come, and now Chovy's going to be playing his Yone into the Tristana. Most likely, you can flex the Tristana towards the bottom half of the map, like Guma can play it technically, but I think it's most likely that it's Owner on Taliyah, and then Zace and Faker will swap champions.
Would you respect the pivot, even if Tristana isn't necessarily the optimal choice for the bottom lane? But we saw how well Taliyah can do into Yone yesterday. Showmaker versus BDD, that looked unplayable.
Okay, yes. but I also think BDD did a whole lot of queuing into...
He did do a lot of missing of abilities, that's true.
Which I don't think Chovy will. So I do think that there is a... It's the same to me as with Ari, where I feel like Yone reaches the point where there's so much mobility in his kit inherently, right? You can reposition with your snapback and then get a Q free and then find an angle for an ultimate. I think there is a lot more counterplay opportunity, even though the Taliyah will definitely make your life harder. I'm wondering if T1 are thinking about a Poppy support. That's actually one of the picks that I would really love. Was a big pick at MSI as well. And I think it will kind of hit the mark here, as we are going to, again, keep Paze's pick relatively hidden. Could just end up being the S-roll again after last game's performance, and the fact he still has that Nidalee combo.
And Leona has been locked in, and that looked like a very powerful combination. What the answer is going to be will be the next thing on the menu here, as T1 look to lock in a bottom lane by the looks of things, given this Jhin hover does come on through. Something that Gumushi has found success on in the past, as long as there's no kitty cat attached to it. We'll see where Carrier is going to go. Saving counterpick for Paze is a really interesting one, but he's once again going to head towards the Rel. He did have some brilliant engages, even though the fights didn't work. I don't think that we're necessarily blaming Carrier for it. And why not just Ezreal? I guess maybe they could just Ezreal.
Could just do it again. Another whole lot of reason not to. Into Jhin. Jhin obviously also a bit of a lane bully.
Or Ziggs.
I think it should be it wouldn't even, like, you know what, I'm thinking about it. Ziggs wouldn't even be bad, right? Because you can Lance can roam. You have the Yone for setup. You have Ziggs and Nidalee.
Yeah.
I think it's good. But
I mean, Valdez and Orcs live rent-free in my brain, so it's just always Ziggs. It's every angle
always
is a Ziggs angle.
But realistically, when you get half of the POG votes and you play that game, I think you're allowed to just lock it in again.
Yeah, I think so too. And we'll just have to see whether T1 can survive the early game a little bit longer, because we know that Ezreal, when he isn't as accelerated as Paze was, can really feel like he doesn't do any damage at all. I don't expect that to necessarily happen. Paze has been playing extraordinarily well on this champion. Really great callback to his earlier days, as you were mentioning, Chronicler, back in Challenger. But Wolf's point really does stand. The fact that he hasn't played this champion outside of one time in the last couple of years that he's been here playing at the highest level does mean that you got to shake off some rust, and it looked like there wasn't very much rust. That's all I'm saying.
About to get in game number 2. I want a free gamer Atlas.
I'm
not going to be satisfied. We had the best LCK finals in recent memory. The best one for sure since I joined the LCK.
Absolutely.
I don't want to go from that to a 2-0. No thank you. But I'm looking at this draft and I'm not feeling great about the odds.
Yeah, well, we did see kind of a similar one work from Gen G, but T1 have changed things up. Let's jump onto the rift for game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, Gen G fans raising their voices just a little bit here for game number 2. However, T1 fans still deafening here at Lowell Park. It is a full house, as you would understand. Our top 2 teams from last season, our MSI representatives, facing off once again. And T1 beating Gen G, I believe it was last year. Summer, first round robin, was fantastic, getting the momentum moving towards the World Championships. That has been identified as a point, right? We've been doing a lot of retrospectives recently, with Faker being inducted into the Hall of Legends and all of that stuff. I don't know how important it is necessarily, but it is definitely huge vibes. So if T1 can come back in this series, find themselves a victory,
I think it would be pivotal. Oh, I really liked your huge vibes. I thought, like, we're gonna end on a high note. We're gonna, you know, keep it positive.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what we're going for. But it could be really hard, and I don't know whether this the Yone situation that we saw yesterday is going to be something that will occur again. Because it was Chovy that kind of taught BDD how incredibly strong Yone was. If you guys remember, one of the most dominant games ever. As Lahens goes in once again, Xena's Blade is going to connect onto Gumushi as he walks his way out. Good Mystic Shot there from Paze as Lahens going to start drinking some potions. That hurt. As Carrier going to be softened up as well. Lahens, you can see, looking for it, waiting for that level 2, wanting to get that shield to Daybreak. Or the Eclipse for the extra tankiness. Yes, this is what we kind of meant. It's a decent win rate.
On the plus side, lethal tempo has been removed, so Yone is... He's not as oppressive, you know, early as he once was, where he could just win long trades just by getting the access to lethal tempo.
Oh yeah, true.
So he should actually get punished a little bit more in the early game now by Tristana. Which is great, because that didn't really feel fair previously.
Well, right now, Faker is doing just fine in the matchup. We know that Chovy is generally very, very good at navigating these melee matchups that can have difficult early games, but it's not like what we've seen from him in his last 3 games here in the LCK, which have all been Corki, a champion that Chovy has been very, very good at navigating the laning phase positively on.
The part that's the most hilarious to me is that Corki was like fundamentally reworked as a champion. He plays very differently now than he did before. He's like he's more of a, you know, like Tristan, like an early dive threat, like he, as in he dives on top of you and murders you. Much like Canyon might be looking to do here, but won't actually get it. But he plays very aggressively in lane, and obviously Chovy was winning lanes before. But you went from what was like a mid to late game scaling teamfight threat to being an 80 bully, and it's like, no, it's still Corki. It's still a Yordo on the plane. I will still
he plays
block
it exactly the same.
It's banned.
If you told me that, like, there was no change to Corki at all, and I watched Chovy play over the last couple of days. I would agree. Okay, we're looking for a dive here. No 2v2 kill, but there's the Zenith played in. Immediate cleanse flash from Gumayushi as they're trying to get that kill first. It is going to be first blood going over to Carrier, but it's a 1-for-1 immediately. Still, I mean, with the fact that Gumayushi goes down, still a benefit for Gen G, but they traded one back, and that is so important.
We'll see what the wave state is going to be here as well, but I would say this favors also because there is an extra assist, right, on the side of Gen G as owner. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Starts up, and Lahens might be waiting in that brush.
Well, in goes Kane, flash out immediately from Ona. He is not going to risk that one. Lahens gets here at exactly the right time. They just knew that that cross map was going to be attempted.
It's the summer of support. Lahens actually takes a quick back so that he can... Okay, no, I'm not going to contribute. They probably knew when the play came through that realistically the odds of Lahens dying are pretty high. Guma does a good job here. Actually is able to flash out of the CC chain, giving himself a little bit more life. Carrier then also delays the play by hitting his W, but in the end it's not enough as...
Ona is going to get pounced on here. He does stun himself, does Canyon, but now Ona not going to dodge that direction. Still, Canyon's going to be able to grab this Merkwolf and get out of there.
And one of the really big things is that in a lot of games, Canyon actually kind of broke the trend last time around. He ended up going for Darkseal instead. But generally, teams go, or Nidalees go Ether Wisp first, right? Because it's the item that you can buy after you do a full jungle clear, and it gives you some movement speed. But what you really want, and which Canyon is able to do because he actually got an early kill, is get early Sword Pen boosts. Because the amount of movement speed that Nidalee gets once she has those plus her passive, completely unreasonable. Which allows you to just power clear your own jungle and invade Owner, who now will be without a flash.
Also gives you a whole bunch of extra damage as Chovy is going to get Buster shotted away. That is a large investment, though, from Faker just to keep himself safe here in this lane. Chovy pretty happy about hitting level 6. Does have access to that ultimate now. Is a lot more of a threat here in this lane. You can see Faker still doing a great job staying up in farm, keeping that pressure on. And this Tristana has been such a pivotal pick so far in the LCK. Faker doing a good job so far, but Chovy in once again, unbinds his soul. And Faker able to just put on that explosive charge, even things out. Canyon looking for these first grubs. And Ona not wanting to give those up, although will be distracted by some shellfish first up. And Canyon not wanting to give that one away. He's going to be able to steal it with a smite. And Ona going to have to get out of there as Rocket Jump comes in. Ultimate misses there from Chovy. He's taking a lot of damage as there it is. The Impale, but the flash out from Faker just too good. As Pays possibly going to get stunned up as Lahens is right under the turret. I don't know about that one, but Gumayushi goes down. And Pays is able to pick up that kill. Can he get the other one onto Carrier as well? And it looks like the answer is going to be no. As Carrier had a turret there. It looked like Gen G didn't even really know that there was a turret there, but it was 1-for-1. underneath it anyway.
I don't know if they're unleashed, unhinged, or both, but Genji bot lane is not messing around, Atlas.
It's on something.
It's definitely something. But the key thing is, every time Guma dies, he falls further behind in experience. He falls further behind in CS. And we're again getting to a situation where one of the most dependable members of T1 is falling further and further behind.
You're going to see this from Paze's perspective here. Great block from Lahens. And when he went in, I love this from Paze. The young man just says, no, I will not make you look silly by going underneath that turret. We're going to kill him.
We're just going to murder him. The passive of Leona combined with the burst that Ezreal has in the early game ends up being enough. And as you're saying, like, Lahens was 100% dead there.
Yeah.
So they just turn it around.
Just send it. And the fact that they're doing it together is the most important part, right? Because I think there's a large reason why we were talking about this bottom lane of Genji as being the weak point. It was because, and it was because they didn't have that synergy built up, and it didn't look like they were on the same page in a lot of instances. I think if there's ever an example of that synergy being repaired, is the fact that Paze is ready to go in on one of Lahens' crazy journeys. And it's beautiful to see, as Canyon's just going to get engaged on here. Carrier pulls the trigger in a moment, and Canyon misses the flash. Genji just going to get punished out of nowhere here.
Big win there for T1. This game, even though some parts of it look similar, still feels very different to the previous game. Canyon, because he's playing in an AP versus AP matchup, not quite able to get the same lead in the jungle. Chovy this time around, not Chovying necessarily as much, given that the matchup is a lot harder for Leona early. In the bot lane, yeah, it's still going the way of Paze and Lahens, but it does feel like
they have to work for it a lot more in this one, right?
Really
it wasn't 2v2s getting the advantages. It was resources invested into trying to make it happen. And this time around, T1 have been able to punish Canyon as Carrier in once again. There's the Magnet Storm. They don't quite find Paze, but Lahens standing his ground. And Carrier just going to get punished. Paze finding the last auto, and Ona just not here in time. Paze still fighting more as there's the cleanse to get out of the way of the seismic shove. Oh, speaking of seismic shove, it is Paze that now needs to have the curtains blocked. And Ona down so incredibly low. Canyon going to punish him. Gumayushi just needs one. Give the man one, but he's not going to be spared it as Canyon looks for the spear. Good dodge from Gumayushi, but he wanted kills. Oh my god. Okay, Paze. Leave him alone. Oh,
what do you do after that? How do you bounce back from that, Atlas?
I don't know. It was just too cruel.
That's not okay. They just... So, we're going back...
Yeah, let's go back to this part.
We're going back to a better time. Love this from Carrie, actually, so they see a glimpse of Canyon, make the educated guess, and I'm pretty sure even if he got
he would have flashed right into a seismic show.
So, good prediction there. Then this, though. So, Lahens misses his E, and they have a level advantage, so they feel very confident to go in there. Also, note the immediate response from Canyon on the minimap. Then Paze and Lahens are able to do so much damage, taking down Carrier.
And Lahens gets 6 right here.
Yeah, and it seems like that's the end of it, but then Lahens hits it. And then here, you're like, okay, T1's going to turn it around. Owner's here. And then Canyon goes for the re-engage, blocks the Jhin shots, but simultaneously not going down. And killing Owner.
That's the worst part, is the fact that Gumayushi had so many options. It was one more bullet for so many members.
Also,
wasn't able to find it.
Thank you, Jonah Strong, for confirming that there are, in fact, 2 top laners.
Ah, yes, here we go.
They are here. They are grasping, and they'll join.
In fact, let's watch this. Okay, never mind. We'll watch this one instead, as Lahens going to take a little bit of a walk out here, as Eclipse did wear off, so therefore was a bit more susceptible, as this should be 6 grubs going over to Genji this time around. Denying grubs from a Tristana composition, definitely feeling pretty good here, as now Paze has quite a few friends in the area. See, playing with a fair bit of gusto as well, but it looks like Ono just biding his time, waiting for an opportunity, wanting to see whether Genji do show anything here. As Chovy going forward onto Faker, finds himself a knockup, but isn't going to be able to get too much more than that. And plate money going over to T1. As Genji, they just read the fact that Ona has not been seen on the map. He could easily be there, ready to kill them. They will back away, but what that does is it gives T1 some free time with this turret. They grab themselves a couple of plates. Certainly good news for them.
Also means that 6 grubs are now here for Gen.G. And the 6 grubs, when you have a Yone on your team, that's going to be a menace in the side lane once Chovy starts hitting his items. Canyon is currently sitting on a, I think it was like 800 something gold lead, which shouldn't come as a surprise given how he's looked on... really, the worst Nidalee game he had was the first one. If you didn't catch it, it was... I think it was, if I remember, game 5 against TES, and like he died twice early.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, whoa, this doesn't look good. And then, I don't know what he ended, like 9-2, 8-2. And then every game since, he's just been shaking off the rust.
It's the late game Nidalee that we rely on.
And we talk about it.
Oh, okay. There is some fate trying to be sealed here by Chovy, but Faker is in control of his own.
Oh, and here now, Guma's going to get zoned out. And Chovy definitely not looking like his best Yone game. I think that is a high standard he set for himself.
Very true.
So,
he hasn't solo killed his opposition 7 times yet.
Well, he's also hasn't hit an ultimate yet, okay? I'm not asking for solo bolos on repeat.
Hey, BDD showed me yesterday that it's really hard to land those, okay? As Keen is going to be fighting Zeus, throwing rocks around, things like that. As once again, Faker going to be engaged on. The Weaver's Wall coming down there from Owner as he makes his way in. Flash out from Chovy, but Faker there to answer. Chovy not dead just yet, but does manage to get the reset. And Faker is out of there once again. Some teleports coming in, as we could see, but Zeus was able to stop Keen from that top side of the map. We'll be able to break that one, but ultimately in the end, not really anyone finding too much extra headway.
Faker now making his way back immediately into the lane. I imagine wants to try and get a plate before they go down and set up for a very proactive dragon. Because again, Faker now has gotten his back in. Chovy has not, meaning that T1 will be able to get to a 2 Drake lead. And we talked a lot about Gen.G, talked a lot about Canyon as he needs to make sure he doesn't get taken down. Ikaria setting up a trap.
Yeah. This back is going to come out just and make sure that he stops him right at the very end. Very nicely done. So Canyon going to return the favor of the dragon by picking up this Herald. Cloud Soul. Oh, baby. What a weekend for Cloud Souls it has been. Fellow Cloud Soul enthusiasts around the world overjoyed with the amount that we've had.
Singing in the streets.
Oh, 100%. And it's been a very cloudless weekend as well. It's been beautiful weather here.
Oh, it's amazing.
So making up for it with some extra Cloud Souls. You'll love to see it.
Great weather to stay inside and watch video games.
Oh, yeah.
We will have the cross map for Gen.G, which will consist of getting themselves the Herald. It's likely going to be looking to break open that mid lane turret. Play to the Ruined King now done. This is a very different game from game number 1, though, and I do think it's important to note that. I still think Gen.G are in a great position. Still really like their composition. This poke is going to remain relevant. But unlike the previous game, T1 haven't gotten to a position where, you know, it's like you either get the absolute crazy engage or you just don't really have a shot. Still behind in a couple of key matchups. As
He's finding a great trade there. True shot barrage. Gumayusi knows exactly what's coming. Gonna move out of the way. Still, Pei's really putting the screws in. He has managed to get towards that. Trinity Force, no first item completed here by Gumayusi just yet, which is why Pei's able to take trades like this. It looks so good. As Carrier, not quite over the wall just there.
That's a hard jump to make for Horde.
Yeah,
that's a big wall.
I also feel like Jonah Strong made it look even harder by doing some zooming in and out over and over again, so I got a bit confused. So when it's going to save him there a little bit.
He's a master of visual storytelling.
He really is.
Oh, it's bot lane Herald instead. T1 does have a response, but I don't know if they have enough members.
Yeah, Flash comes out just to avoid the ultimate from Chovy here. A seismic shove just barely not able to land onto Lehens there, so the turret will go down. As, okay, Gumayusi looking for the angle. Canyon's in trouble, and there it is. It's Carrier that locks it down in the end. Seismic Shove opted into by Lehens, and the last bullet will reign true. Gumayusi going to grab that kill. It's his second of the game. 100% kill contribution from the man who was targeted by Gen.G so much early.
Really nicely done there by T1. This time around, they are in fact ready. Enough members there.
Oh, Seismic Shove avoided by Pei's. Not able to take this turret just yet as Keen, with some free time, throwing rocks around in the top lane. Look at him go. He misses his kind, Chronicler.
I think that lore was retconned now.
I don't care. It's my lore. Bless you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, our cough buttons don't work, by the way.
Oh, well, yeah. That's very unfortunate.
You're welcome. Everyone just got a big old sneeze.
As we take another look at this, so it looks good because Lens is able to dodge the Q, and then in the immediate follow-up, everyone tries to make it out, but this catch on Canyon not only gets the kill on him, but then Carrier is also able to extend the play. Lahens doesn't get the second dodge. And from there on out, looks like T1, 2 Drakes, still slight goal deficit, but not going to be the end of the world.
Yep. And I was a little bit unfair on Lahens there. He was doing his best to try and dodge the seismic shove, but Owner's positioning of it was just too good, so he was always going to get caught as Shattering Strike not going to connect here by Carrier, going to stop Lahens from being able to go back home. But I think this supportal combat not going to be that great for Carrier, as there's the ulti. Fate Seal gets a flash out of Owner as Chovy back out of there again, but Carrier doesn't have that option as Pays locks it up with a Mystic shot. Gen G straight out of the gate once again swinging.
Kills now evened up. 2 gold lead, the 2K gold lead rather. 2 gold wouldn't be very impressive for Gen G. We'll have to see how T1 is going to adapt. I think we saw there in the previous play as well that worked out for T1 what they're looking for, right? It's the lockdown, isolating targets one by one, and then using the threat of something like your Jhin. And also, and we've been joking about this, we haven't seen either top laner join a fight.
At all.
And particularly
we keep looking at this top lane of Keen just very slowly farming a minion wave.
They're grasping.
Yeah.
They're both grasping. Here, Carrier trying to set up a play. Chovy, I'm not 100% sure if the ult would have hit, but Owner, I think they're making the right choice, not taking the risk. Because if he also ends up going down, might be able to get even more, because the mid lane turret's still standing here for T1. They want to hold on to that.
Yeah, Gen G need to probably say goodbye to theirs pretty quickly, but they will not push the issue this time around. Hair's breadth still left on that one. 20 seconds on this next dragon is, oh dear, okay. Getting out of there. Carrier just testing the waters, looking for an opportunity as Keen. Oh, look at this battle! Whoa! Rock goes wide. Okay. I just want to get excited for everyone, right? And so we need to put in some extra enthusiasm as Lahens. He's going to get healed up there by Canyon just momentarily.
He's doing this on purpose, right?
Yeah.
And also, he's trying to show us that I imagine both top laners want to try and make their way to the fight. Get it back in first, ideally, so they can spend their hard-earned money.
And then join this potential fight here. You can see both of them going back home now. Teleport coming in immediately. Keen does have his Merc Treads now completed as well. Picks up some rocks from the bottom of the river. Let's see whether he can throw them at T1 effectively. Finds Zeus with one of them. He's been doing that all game. Really got his eye in as okay. Now the Weaver's Wall will be able to guarantee this outer turret. Pays not too phased by it. Keen also, I mean, walls don't exist for Skarner. Quite a bit of being able to ignore walls. I liked it when we had Aurelion Sol and Skarner in the game. It's like, what is terrain? Does that even exist? Is that a thing? I think we were talking about choke points at one stage. Like, what is a choke point?
What's the most? So obviously you have Skarner.
So you have Skarner, Aurelion Sol, Kayn, Zeri, Yuumi.
Oh, there you go.
And then everyone can ignore
Yuumi is kind of cheating, but I think that works.
She ignores everything, so I think it's not cheating. I think it's just the ultimate form.
Including fun and interactive gameplay.
Exactly.
As a really cute here, Canyon making sure he takes the buff as Pace is backing to give his AD carry the buff.
Yep.
Right now, what we
Although, wait, everyone gets the buff.
I don't know if, are we...
Isn't it
20, I think it's
after
past
20?
20 minutes, yeah, but we'll see. Sometimes everyone gets it, so it doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
Aw, still.
But it was a cute idea, and
I
theoretically, maybe they didn't check their watches at that time, and so they were doing it for the cute reason.
I like to read as much into stuff that might be inconsequential as I can.
It was beautiful.
That's what we do as casters, after all.
Well, dancing a grenade, dancing across the wave, and Gen G setting up for a Baron potentially.
So the big difference between this game and the last one, besides what we already talked about, is that T1 has way more map control. So you saw as well that the amount in the previous fight, that the amount of poke that Gen G can reliably land is way lower. There's also no Corki. That obviously changes.
It's a maneuver as Lahens is... Okay, well, Carrier is flashing out, but there's the ulti from Chovy. He gets bounced around, but it's just enough damage that's being done. And Una is just torn away from the map. And now without the jungler, Gen G right around this Baron. They're not going to go for it just yet. It's a bit dangerous here.
Oh, Chovy is TP as well.
Yeah, there they go. Of course, they're going to start this one up. It is spotted by T1, but what can they do about it? That is the question. Teleport coming in, Gen G committing to this one. Kraken Slayer done for Chovy. as he makes his way back into the fight. Keen, incredibly tanky. Curtain call has been utilized. Lahan's not going to be able to tank too many of these. Finally, he does go down, and there is a huge impale from Keen. Pay's now able to free hit once again. He'll pick up a double as the Arcane shifts, flashes, and gets himself forward. It's one last one, thanks to that beautiful red buff that was given to him so kindly by Canyon. He's going to take yet another kill, and now Gen G are going to press even further forward. Owner, he just got out of the death chamber, and they're looking to put it back. There's the Mystic Shot snipe. Beautifully played by Payson. Can we cancel the buffs? We need to cancel the buffs right now.
It's too late! Atlas, they're already in the air!
Get Mr. Turley on the line!
They're on their way! Get the hotfix out!
Oh, God!
Gen G, that's the best case scenario. Not only do you get the kill onto Owner, not only do you then get the Baron, but T1, and I think rightly so, looking for the exit kills. So much damage has been done by Baron. There's no Leona, no frontline left standing, but the Scorpion ends up saying no, being a big difference maker there.
And Keen is just going to walk towards Carrier here. And then ignore walls, as per usual. And I liked making that last fight about Pays and the Ezreal, just to try and ignore the fact that Skarner is ridiculous. This champion's so silly. But it was well played by Keen at the same time. And Gen G holding on to control of that Baron pit beautifully. They'll now put it to work, taking down this inner turret towards the top side. Seismic Shove avoided here by Lahens as he finds the Solar Flare, or at least the slow, onto Owner and Faker. Fair bit of damage going down, Shattering Strike coming in, Carrier trying to get them away from this, but this is just not going to stand in front of Gen G. There is at least a tower falling down on the bottom side. Seismic Shove is going to connect onto Keen, but he just doesn't even notice. He doesn't care. Maybe that he thought it was gap close that he could utilize as the fate is sealed for Gumayushi. The spear going to execute him. Keen crashes into a Nexus turret. And it should just be the 2-0 right here, right now for Gen G as they do not stop pushing forward. A 10,000 gold lead, and our MSI champions are looking to continue that streak into the LCK with a 2-0 start to the season. If this will ever die.
No MSI hangover for this team. Lahens is cackling.
He had a brilliant series. This guy right here, though.
I know we had a split vote in the previous one. I was happy that Lahens got it.
Yeah.
But this one,
I think we get to have a chat with the bottom lane, right? We get to have a chat with the bottom lane for the POG interview. What do you reckon?
I'd be inclined to say so, Atlas, and we are jubilant because it is a pleasure to watch the team the two teams rather that represented us at MSI face off. But to watch Gen G look so dominant against a team of the caliber of T1, I think is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah.
It was not what I expected. I was expecting a Gen G win. I think collectively we all predicted them.
Think so.
And we should, because they won MSI. That part, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But this, a 24-minute game.
The thing that I wasn't necessarily expecting to continue after MSI was the incredible form of the bottom lane. And the fact that Pays and Lahens only go from better to better to better, that is what I am incredibly impressed with. This man on your screen right here, and I think you deserve a fair bit of that praise. Pays is going to get his POG for this one. You deserved it 100% for the last one. And I've been outspoken about this. I was pretty hard on Lahens during their first season this year. But that stops now. The man he still cooks some crazy stuff, but it is working. You can see the ideas behind it.
Atlas.
And with Pays just following him, looks fantastic.
I want to reiterate as well, it's really easy to, and I think the one thing that I would again reiterate is that the Nidalee to me, it can't be given to Canyon.
I mean, there's a few things that were given to Gen G here that were problematic.
Well, I do agree, but I also think that against a team that's playing as well as Gen G is currently, you can always do this. If you give Corki to Chovy, man,
true.
They get right like that. That's one of the core issues. The reality is, with how well Gen G is playing, I think draft played a part. I think that there are definitely going to be adaptations. I think Owner on AP junglers doesn't look like he really has the same level of impact. I think that T1, outside of a few skirmishes, just wasn't able to beat Gen G out in the team fights. But I want this to be a moment of, again, the amount of damage that's pumped out here in this fight by FaZe. Chovy with, I think, a 2 or 3-man knockup here as well.
Yeah. And then, you know, Keen lifting everyone up and stopping them from being able to do anything.
Skarner's silly.
Yeah, Skarner is very silly. And then FaZe finding this amazing snipe. Loved that one as Ono was around the corner, gets over the wall, gets the Mystic Shot, curves it all the way through.
This Mystic Shot, man.
I don't know what the True Shot Barrage was doing, but it's maybe to throw him off.
용 1번.
We're gonna have a listen to Genji though, as they make the victory march towards the T1 Nexus.
미드 3차까지 하자. 미드 역제까지 하자. 붙었다. 미드 라인 멀어. 갈래? 이거 진.
He just doesn't take damage.
노플이야? 노플. 오케이. 뜯어볼래 이거? 오케이. 뒤에 크산테 내가 마크할게. 뒤에 크산테. 앞으로 가.
This is the second best league in the LCK Atlas that they're facing against.
수환이 이제 발전했는데. 그러니까 이제 그냥 개 못했는데.
24 minutes.
Yeah. It's Genji looking like they didn't really notice the fact that they were playing League of Legends for a really, really long time at MSI. Just going from strength to strength and having some giggles after this one as well. Big smile on Chovy's face. And Faker did a bit of damage on the T1 side, but FaZe, I mean, he was just off the leash in this particular game, and very similar to the last one. That's a lot of damage.
It was relatively even until it really wasn't, and it starts, ironically, because normally that's T1's move.
Yeah.
With a Baron. Not only do they get it, but from that point on the game, just immediately, that's 2 Baron power plays back-to-back where they just win the game.
Yeah. Didn't even get to spend the money, so the Rebel Baron power play just wasn't even really all that available. But that was a shellacking. Absolute dominance here from Genji, looking phenomenal in week 1 of the LCK. Of course, a lot more of the season to go, but that is certainly the right foot forward. Let's throw it back to the gentleman on the space to break that one down.
Thank you very much, guys. Clean throw, clean game. 2-0 for Genji over T1 in the battle of the finals. I guess the rematch of the finals here in week number 1. Digon alongside Huni and Wolf in the space. And y'all, I think Max said it the best. Shellacking is probably the best way to describe it.
I don't know. I mean, I thought the Summer Split would be hot. That was my first expectation, but Genji definitely they put some big AC right there.
Yeah, yeah, I could really feel it. But it's becoming a running joke over here on the space. But I thought that second game was obviously a lot more competitive than the first one. The first one was completely a wash, right? The second one, there were some good moments there for T1. And, you know, some really good movement from Faker. You and I were talking about it a lot. Chovy wasn't able to land any of his big ults he was trying to hit through the mid game. But the bottom duo, again, just setting up even Canyon to hit spears. The Ezreal pick was fantastic once again. And we take a look at the draft, you can see, just like game 1, it's another good angle for the Ezreal. Same Talia pick this time around, even though it's flexed into the jungle. The Cassante is going to struggle to close that gap, and really only the Rel in this draft can actually try to get on top of Ezreal. It's just so difficult when there's so much peel here. You've got a really strong front line, and I think T1 were just not ready for this Ezreal pick. They banned the Zeri again, this time in first rotation, and Genji had this game plan prepared from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it was like just really easy to neatly play out as well. It's just during the middle game, it was like this Connor just had a lane control against Cassante, and Yone, he definitely has a lane control as soon as he got Vamp Scepter, and with the tier 2 boots, he was like having a fantastic lane, even though he was not able to land it. It's just like Faker still was actually down CS than Chovy, and it's like bottom was like just completely over right after just the 4-minute the bottom dive. It was like same thing. I think it was pace where it was like basically unstoppable.
Yeah, well, that's what we've got here for you in our highlights. We take a look at early on the bottom side of the map. That's where the action started, and it was a couple of Jhin deaths here as it was Ezreal taking advantage of it. It was a lot of the focus here of Genji.
So Jhin is extremely immobile as an AD carry, so it's really easy
you don't say.
for Leona to punish him, whether he's ulting, whether he's in lane. I mean, Lehens took some really big liberties here, and I think, you know, disrespected Guma, I think, in a lot of ways, but Guma wasn't able to react, lost his flash, the follow-up here was super easy, and FaZe's trust of Lehens, I mean, that's something that casters point out a lot, is definitely there. I feel like Lehens in the past was a little bit frustrated with his aggressive playstyle not being followed up as much on by FaZe. This type of playstyle, you have to follow up, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, basically they got dove 2v2 like pre 7 minute. That was how doomed it was for actually T1 both duo lane was, and that's how like the pace was actually just farming up so well. It's just like even after we didn't show the replay what's gonna happen, that was even more digester. They couldn't finish anyone from the Genji member, and it's like it was a digester. And right after that, it's just like it was so tilted just by watching.
Yeah, T1 were able to pull back a couple of kills with skirmishes down on the bottom side of the map. But then up there at Baron, 21 minutes, it's a catch that leads to just a very, very quick end of the game.
It's not the first time in this series we've seen Lehens take a really long roam angle around, flank angle I should say, around, and it's just a punish there onto Owner. Playing his first game ever of Taliyah, if the stats I looked up earlier are to believe, who kind of missed the Taliyah meta before, ends up getting caught here, blown up. This was a Baron opportunity, and Jin, can't crack, even at range here. These champions, there's too much to block.
And Lehens, it's kind of funny here, it's like he actually secured the Baron because the fourth bullet from the ulti came in. And this is the thing that T1 actually, as soon as they kill Leona, they probably thought that they could probably get some extra kill, but it wasn't even close. This is like definitely overplay from there. It's like even Owner here, he was trying going in, and he kind of taken down by the FaZe Ezreal. This is it's just really sad.
I'm loving what we're seeing from Lehens. His MSI performance, amazing. Obviously, coming into this week being the most consistent player, I think you could argue, on Genji. The Leona, such a strong pick for him against these types of drafts that we're seeing from T1. FaZe following up, bringing out the Ezreal today. I feel like Genji has way more in the tank than even what we saw in this best of 3. And if T1 is your strongest opposition heading to finals, the 5-peat might be on the table. It's a bit early, but I'm just saying it.
Well, let's see who gets the POG in this 2-0 of the second game. You'd imagine more focus on the bottom side. Yes, you get Lehens, you pull FaZe in, and it's really cool to see the synergy between these two guys.
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the Lehens beat the FaZe. The FaZe also got help from a lot from the team. But the thing is, it's just, again, it's like Queen again. It's really insane that he actually just haven't really played Israel that many games on the stage, especially, and be able to perform these well, without actually having single death, playing almost perfectly. Sure, he could have landed a little bit more on Mystic Shot, but it doesn't really matter because, I mean, it doesn't need it.
It's crazy too because FaZe is so young. He missed all the other older Ezreal metas. A lot of players who haven't played Ezreal in LCK that much, had played it while they were preparing to be a pro, right? And actually trying to fight their way into the LCK, played it in other regions, but FaZe is so young that he missed most of those metas, right? And yet still shows up so incredibly well on it.
Hey, which one of you voted for Lehens?
That was me.
All right, yeah.
He caught Owner. The game was pretty close until that moment. I mean, T1 had fought their way back in a little bit. I thought that was the kind of lockdown that guaranteed them the W.
Now, the summer of support continues here with Wolf, y'all. This was the shortest game of the summer split so far this whole week. Pretty nuts here that we got it in this game. One thing about T1 that I felt like you brought up earlier, Wolf, they find these picks and these fights, but then they just push a little bit too much, and it feels like maybe they're just pressing against Genji here.
I mean, the thing about Ezreal is that while he retreats, he can still offer damage because his Q is on such a low cooldown that he can continue to both back away and offer that damage, and it's really frustrating to play against that long range, but yet also very difficult to lock down AD carry. And T1's playstyle is often to hard force and win these scrappy fights and turn skirmishes where, it looks like T1's out of position, then they turn it, then they collapse in. Ezreal just doesn't allow for that, and if you hit those skill shots, you can punish T1's playstyle so incredibly well.
And also, I think because the Genji in the macro play, the level actually has gotten even upper, especially MSI is over. And throughout the MSI, during the MSI, I think they improved a lot. And T1 actually just have to get back their form that they can actually just has to calculate it even before they go in, before they actually make the fight. They can just, they have to know when to stop it or keep going.
Well, with that final game, we have the closing of our week, which means we had a bunch of great plays. So we're here to award the Musinsa Mushinsa stylish play of the week. Why don't we see what it is across this week? Because we've had many of them, and a lot of them look pretty good here, Wolf.
All right, let's see. Oh, it's going to be Lucid on the Invade. This is actually, honestly, probably the best play of the week and the biggest gap that we saw in any individual game as Lucid is able to go between these two turrets. If you guys missed this game yesterday, absolutely go back and watch it. Then Pioshik is seen on a ward when he goes to the right, assuming Lucid actually took the safer path back. So he sees him on the ward, decides, okay, I can actually go and take his blue buff. That's the ward down there on the brush. So he comes back over here and takes it away. He basically 4 buffs Pioshik in this game. It's insane.
I mean, 4 buff in, I don't know, like, well, I don't even know, like, when it's like in the, at least in major tournament, like, it's been so long, it's actually getting the 4 buffs.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Again, congratulations to Lucid winning the Mushinsa Stylish Play of the Week. He'll be awarded the Best Player Set from the Mushinsa Standard Sports look. So again, thanks to our friends over at Mushinsa, and congratulations to Lucid. All right, we also have our weekly Best Celebration Ceremony. So teams, we had some really good ones. Kwangdong Freaks, I'm always a big fan of that. Do we have Bulldogs there? No, the Shade's coming on. What do we think of
Execute? So Execute, you know, I mean, it's honestly points for effort on this one. I feel like it suits his play style. We also did have this.
Come on and slam!
I mean, this is just the whole team, because if it was just Rascals, I would have been like, well, he got subbed out real quick. So also said like solo kill on his. I'm like, well, we know what happened in that lane. But I'll give DRX a big A for effort on this one too, because it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, DRX definitely got some, got some move, got some vibe.
Hey, Yehu hitting some LA. I didn't know we had Inglewood in the house. Okay.
Yeah, Yehu's got style. I love this player. All right, let's see what Kingan's got.
Clean.
I mean, it was well executed. I thought, I mean, sometimes the cleanest is the best. I don't know.
What did you see down there on the bottom?
Wins for me.
Let us know who you think wins, and we'll get back to you with that one. The best celebrations from this week. I'm so surprised. I'm a big fan of the Bulldog. Bulldog's thing is really good. All right.
It's overplayed.
We have our winners interview right now with Ji-sun, so why don't you go ahead and take it away. Thank you very much, Ji-sun.
2024 LCK Summer 10번째 매치 T1과의 대결에서
Very much,
2대0
guys.
완승을 거둔
This is Ji-sun
젠지의
for the
리엔즈
PUG
선수, 페이트
interview
선수와 인터뷰
translation,
나눠보겠습니다.
joined by the bottom duo on the side of Genji after their clean 2-0 victory up against T1.
깔끔한 승리를 거두셨습니다.
Congratulations, you guys achieved a very clean win against T1 and climbed to the top spot. How do you feel, Lee-Hans? It's another clean win for us, so it feels amazing, and we will keep working hard for the upcoming matches. I did have a really clean and smooth game, so it feels amazing.
페이즈 선수 오늘
Paze.
이즈리얼과 레오나라는
You guys brought out the classic bot duo lane, Ezreal and Leona. Ezreal is actually getting buffed in the next patch, so what meta analysis led to this pick? Leona right now is pretty good, and we were thinking which unicorn goes well with Leona, and then on the second phase of the pick and ban, we thought Ezreal would be a decent pick. Leon, how was the Ezreal Leona comp? I mean, it's a classic combo, right? Paze, but in Scream, if he does not have Leona by his side, he cannot land his Qs. But if he has Leona as his support, he becomes the best Ezreal in the world, according to Coach Kim. So I had to play Leona for him to make sure that he lands those mystic shots. Lance, it was very important to have lane parity with that comp, and your performance was outstanding. Let's take a look at this first blood. How did you see that angle? But this actually, enemy kind of overextended a lot, and then we already had a very high proximity of our jungler as well, so we were just trying to juggle it around and then wait for Canyon to arrive, but we managed to get a lane kill even before he arrived. So what are your thoughts on the tank support meta featuring champions like Leona Alistar that synergize well with Warmox? I don't really, like have a high preference on a specific meta, you know? When a meta emerges, I have to just adapt to it. Does that mean you're confident in any kind of meta? Not really, but maybe kind of, just a little bit.
말씀하셨지만 오늘 정말 이즈리얼 예술이었습니다.
Paze, your Ezreal performance was a complete cinema. It's been a long time since we actually saw a precise skill shots from an Ezreal. Were you also surprised by your own Ezreal performance? I mean, it depends on days. You know, Ezreal, you have to be on a really good day to make sure that you lend all of your skills. But I have never had such a great day like today, so I was also kind of surprised. Like, wait, why is it going so well? And your teammates also mentioned that your Ezreal has improved so much. Have you been putting in a lot of effort to increase your proficiency? I mean, my Ezreal has always been decent, but last year there was never a Ezreal meta, so my Ezreal got a little bit rusted, and then now it's back in the meta, so I kind of got back on the, you know, back on the track. Now Paze, 9 minutes into the game number 2, we were able to see a great teamwork from Gen G. So can you walk us through the situation? Terrell came in. I thought Talia was right behind him, so I was like, wait, this is doomed. And then Talia was a little bit far away, so thankfully I was able to finish up that route. And then after that, Leanne, would you like to follow up on this? Nothing much happened here. We were actually not speaking much. We were just trying to do our best in order to play out that situation. I mean, Leona took a shot for Ezreal. Paze, we're thankful. I mean, that's what he has to do, you know? Obviously, he has to tank for Ezreal, so yeah. And Leanne's also replied, yeah, he's our prince, so I have to take care of him. And Paze, you were just recalling over there. How are you so chill? Well, this time, Canyon was Nidalee, so I have to make sure he gets all the creeps he needs to you know, to scale, so I decided to just go back and let him take all the minions. And then that was the fastest game this season, and Genji's bottom duo won't stop having lane kingdom. Is that thanks to Mara's intense coaching or maybe training? Yeah, he does give us a lot of, you know, good quality feedback, which means we get scolded a lot. I mean, we always get scolded by Mara anyways. So I'm kind of afraid to go back to the green room, but still, yeah, he's giving us a lot of help, so amazing. And he was able to help us out to improve a lot. What about you, Paze? Yeah, he really helped us in terms of, you know, synergizing together as a bottom duo. But I think we have to improve ourselves. So with Mara's intense training and teaching and coaching, we will be able to perform even better. And just in 2 days, June 18th is Kenyon's birthday. Last time, you know, you were singing a happy birthday song so wonderfully for Keen. So could you sing one for Kenyon here as well, together with Paze?
생일 축하합니다. 생일 축하합니다. 사랑하는 김건보 생일 축하합니다.
A happy birthday song by Paze and Lehan's for Canyon, who's having a birthday in 2 days. Genji secured another victory up against T1, and your next opponent is KT, the only team that actually beat Genji in the regular season last spring. What is your resolution? We got a 2-0 win today, so I hope we can come back with an improved performance next time and get another win. I want to make sure to continue this momentum. Thank you. And that's the end of the interview from Lehan Space on the side of Genji, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful translation, Ji-sun. Just channeling my Valdez right there. As we see Genji on top as T1 falls to the middle of the pack.
Just to point out, Genji the only team that went 2-0, 2-0 in the entire week.
Clean.
And they did it against the toughest opponent they have in T1. So I don't think the start gets better than this.
And for me, I think it's second place. The Guangdong Freaks has with a +3 point, 2 winning streaks. Let's see how they can go far. Because like I've seen before this type of thing, and you know, hope they've not fall down too fast.
Yeah, Wolf, you said their best opponent. Well, Guangdong Freaks are in second place, so they haven't played them yet. So we take a look at the schedule for next week. Nongshim and Guangdong Freaks will kick things off with their Saturday showdown being Nongshim versus DRX, and we'll close out the week with Hanwha Life and KT. What matches jump out at you here, Wolf?
I mean, honestly, both the T1's matches. T1 faced off against D plus Kia, who beat Hanwha and are on kind of a tear themselves, and that's really an upper tier matchup. And then playing against Guangdong Freaks, a matchup that's really important for the standings. I think T1 definitely can bounce back and have a 2-0 week, absolutely. But if they drop that D plus series, momentum-wise, maybe Guangdong Freaks get the upset there, because that's their matchup they're going to be focusing on. Against Nongshim, should be an easier one.
Yeah, we see our Challengers schedule as well will be going on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday on air and co-streaming. So make sure to catch all that action. Wolf, you'll be co-streaming.
It's me tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah. Woo, yee. Oh man. All right. I'm just still thinking about how in sync Gen G are, because Canyon getting the birthday song. It looks like they are in sync out of game and in game. It's been a fantastic first week here in the LCK Summer Split, and it's just beginning. We're going to have so much more action for you over the next 8 weeks, and can't wait to cover it all. On behalf of myself and everyone here on the LCK production, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you next week with more action.